Chapter 190 Vast Star Suppressing Heaven Boundless Sword. Tianwei Dynasty. Heavenly Palace Mountain. And Hao, Si Yener, and a group of cultivators walked out of the Heavenly Palace, gazing at the vast sky full of stars with wide eyes. The sky in the immortal cultivation world was very high. They had never seen so many stars, and they were so close that it seemed they could reach out and pluck them. What is this phenomenon? Could the sky be falling? Could this be the work of the demon ancestor? It shouldn't be. It might be a powerful formation, perhaps from the Zongtian sect. Their formations are grand, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Recently, there have been more and more demons in the nearby areas. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to protect the inheritance here. And Hao gazed at the starry sky, his eyes flickering. Si Yener stood next to him, marveling. She said a few words but received no response. She couldn't help but turn to look at him. What's wrong with you? Si Yener nudged his arm with her elbow and asked. And Hao took a deep breath and said, "This is the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao. It should be an evolution of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword." Sword Venerable Fudao? Everyone looked at him, their faces showing surprise and joy. They had been drawn out by the demonic might of the demon ancestor and were fearful and uneasy. When the sky suddenly changed, they naturally became more tense. Now, upon hearing in Hao's words, did this not imply that Sword Venerable Fudao was about to confront the demon ancestor? Si Yener knew that Sword Venerable Fudao was in Hao's master, which made her look forward to the upcoming battle even more. She couldn't forget the scene when Sword Venerable Fudao waved his sleeve and annihilated a great cultivator of the mystic heart realm. Such a powerful figure should not be defeated, right? Thinking carefully, no matter how strong the enemies that emerged in the world, Sword Venerable Fudao always emerged victorious. If he didn't act, it wouldn't matter. But when he did, it shocked the world. Taitsong Dynasty, on a blood-soaked plain, Wu Ju was fiercely battling with the demons. His fists moved like the wind, and each punch could explode the demons' bodies, making his presence even more terrifying than the demons. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Taitsong Dynasty were fighting against the demons. Wu Ju looked up, his face filled with shock. How did the sky change so suddenly? Not only him, but the other soldiers were also frightened. However, the rampaging demons would not stop, forcing them to continue fighting. Miles away, a general clad in silver armor wielded a long spear, unmatched and invincible. He was Yi Yan, a disciple recruited by Gu An in the Mystic Valley. Although Yi Yan was still in the Foundation Establishment realm, his physique and spear technique were exceptionally strong, far beyond other Foundation Establishment realm soldiers. Of course, he was still somewhat inferior to Wu Ju, but his spear technique was more agile. The spear danced like a dragon, and his movements were swift like a startled swan. With each thrust and pull, flesh and blood flew. Yi Yan also looked up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with envy. What kind of cultivation level could create such a phenomenon? Yi Yan wondered, having served in the military for decades and fought countless battles, his vision was already broad. It was precisely because of this that he understood his own insignificance. The world was vast, and the rulers of the world's destiny were those great cultivators who stood above the dynasties. In this life, he probably would not have the opportunity to witness the elegance of those great cultivators. Yi Yan collected his thoughts and continued fighting. On a distant mountaintop, Li Xiandao stood facing the wind, gazing at the myriad stars, his sword-like brows furrowed. With his current cultivation level observing the phenomenon in the sky, his feelings were deeper than Wu Ju's or Yi Yan's. The realm of immortal path, Li Xiandao murmured, his eyes drifting. Cultivators across the world were stunned by the star-filled sky, except for a few hiding in the mountains who remained unaware, such as Zhang Buku, who was still cultivating the heaven-cutting divine axe in that mountain cave. On a mountain trail in the western region of the Taitsong Dynasty, Yilan, Zhan Qin, and other disciples of the law enforcement hall stopped in their tracks, admiring the majestic scene of the stars in the sky. The disciples speculated that a great cultivator was about to confront that unknown terrifying demonic energy. Yilan withdrew her gaze and looked at Zhan Qin, sighing slightly. Since the last disappearance, Zhan Qin seemed like a different person, becoming silent. Even when questioned, Zhan Qin did not respond, which made her very worried. She could only pray now that the demonic calamities would end soon so she could take Zhan Qin back to the Supreme Sect to rest. In the third medicine valley, all the disciples were astonished by the changes in the sky, and Lu Lingjun was gazing at the star-filled sky. She felt a vast sword intent that reminded her of Sword Venerable Fudao, but she also felt that this sword intent was stronger than what Sword Venerable Fudao had displayed before. Was it someone else, or had Sword Venerable Fudao never shown his full strength before? Gu En and Xiaochuan stood side by side, both gazing at the sky with similar expressions, but Gu En only pretended to be shocked. His divine sense had already locked onto the demon ancestor. When he wielded the vast star-suppressing heaven-boundless sword, the demon ancestor had no escape. It was too late to turn back now. However, instead of retreating, the demon ancestor exploded with even stronger demonic energy, intending to invade the human race's territory. Sword Venerable Fudao? Let us determine the victor of this calamity today. The demon ancestor's cold voice echoed across the three dynasties. This time, people were not afraid. The word Sword Venerable Fudao seemed to have a certain power, giving them a great sense of security. By now, not only the immortal cultivation world but even commoners knew the name of Sword Venerable Fudao. Sword Venerable Fudao had already become the guardian deity in the hearts of people across the three dynasties, even greater than the mountain god. The mountain god was ethereal and elusive, but Sword Venerable Fudao was a cultivator, closer to them. Northern territory of Great Jiang. After the demon ancestor's call, he leaped into the air, his demonic energy erupting, with thunderbolts intertwining around him. The demonic fog behind him billowed fiercely, and countless demonic beast phantoms roared deafeningly, causing the ground to crack continuously, as if the entire world was about to collapse. He quickly approached the cliff where Xian Tianyi and others were. Even though they knew Sword Venerable Fudao was about to act, Xian Tianyi and the others did not let their guard down. They all took out their strongest magic artifacts or formed formations, preparing to confront the demon ancestor. A vast sword intent suddenly descended, enveloping the world. Xian Tianyi and the others instinctively looked up, and then their eyes widened, and their mouths fell open. Even the inscrutable Taoist Lord and Taoist of Immortality could not remain calm at this moment, all showing shocked expressions. As they watched, the countless stars burst out with sword light, like innumerable sword shadows streaking down with flowing light, covering the entire sky, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Even someone as strong as the Mahayana realm felt insignificant as dust at this moment. The demon ancestor gazed at the endless starry sword shadows, a fleeting look of fear in his eyes, followed by a manic expression. Rumble, amidst the rolling demonic fog, countless demonic beast phantoms condensed into a giant demon 1,000 feet high. The figure was human-like, standing on lions and tigers, with an azure dragon coiled around its waist, a phoenix spreading its wings on its shoulders. Its long hair writhed like a cluster of serpents, and its hands conjured a long blade shadow, brandishing it skyward in fury. At this moment, Xian Tianyi and others, along with the approaching cultivators in the rear, were all stunned. It seemed as if they were witnessing a creation god resisting the sky, the visual impact making their hearts pound like war drums. Boom, boom, boom. Endless starry sword shadows descended, striking the long blade in the giant demon's hands. His demon blade was instantly submerged, and his demon body was continuously pierced through. He let out a soul-shaking roar and struck the sky with his palm. The starry sword shadows fell like the Milky Way, and the 1,000-foot-high giant demon was submerged in an instant. The ground shattered, dust flew, and winds howled across the world. The giant spiritual energy wall cast by the Taoist of Immortality shattered in an instant, startling Xian Tianyi and the others to gather their spiritual power to defend themselves. But the mountain they stood on was still pulverized, and they were swept away. People in the three dynasties felt the northern sky suddenly burst with blinding light, and the world lost its color in their eyes. Even the people in the third medicine valley were dazzled and closed their eyes. Lu Lingjun flew into the sky, shielding the valley with her spiritual power. Her beautiful face was full of incredulity, gradually losing its outline in the bright light. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Nianchu Cave. The cave walls shuddered, and Tian Yao hid by the stone table, extremely nervous. She covered her head with her hands, murmuring Master. North Sea Mountains. In front of Mountain God Temple. Sage Shen Miao stood outside the forest, enveloping the mountains in his spiritual power. Yet even so, the surrounding forest still shook violently. He looked into the distance, his face filled with shock. Sword Venerable Fudao. Sage Shen Miao murmured. Such power made him feel that Sword Venerable Fudao might be no weaker than the mountain god. Or perhaps, the mountain god did not act because he foresaw that there were still strong individuals like Sword Venerable Fudao in the world? Sage Xian Miao could not see the specific battle situation, but facing such grand sword intent, he could not think of how the demon ancestor could win. The intense light lasted for 10 breaths' time. When everyone regained their vision, the world was still filled with howling winds, and the earth shook. The starry sky spectacle displayed across the heavens gradually disappeared, revealing the blue sky. In the third Medicine Valley, Guan looked at the prompt before him. His brows furrowed. You successfully seized 1,030 years of lifespan from the demon ancestor, 5th layer of the loose immortal realm. How is it only a little over 1,000? It's not even as much as startling immortal Lin. Next to him, Xiaochuan cautiously opened his eyes, watching the sky stars gradually fade, and couldn't help asking Guan, "Senior brother, is it over?" He had expected an earth-shattering battle between Sword Venerable Fudao and the demon ancestor. Now, looking at it, it was certainly earth-shattering but not much of a battle. Guan took a deep breath, pretending to be profound, and said, "I am not sure either. Perhaps only Lu Lingjun knows the situation afar." The servant disciples behind them also discussed this matter, their eyes looking toward Lu Lingjun in the sky. Lu Lingjun hovered in the air, looking northward with a look of fear in her eyes. A small snake peeked out from her hair. It was the white spirit demon emperor. It hissed its tongue, exclaiming, "My goodness! Such terrifying demonic energy dissipated just like that?" The demon ancestor was not even an opponent for one move of Sword Venerable Fudao. Lu Lingjun did not respond to it because she was also pondering this. Just how strong is Sword Venerable Fudao? Before long, the outer gate city in the distance erupted with cheers, the disciples of the Supreme Sex Law Enforcement Hall unleashing their pent-up emotions. To see Sword Venerable Fudao act twice in one day. No regrets in this life. Most importantly, the demon ancestor had perished. Does it not signify the end of the demonic tribulations? Chapter 191. Sword Venerable shakes the world. Holy Land saves the world. Rumble, rumble. Dust flew in the air as Xian Tianyi flew out from the ruins. He ascended to the sky, overlooking the scene below. His eyes widened. His gaze crossed the chasm created by the Taoist of immortality. On the other side of the land, the demon ancestor's figure was no longer visible. The horrifying demonic might from before had completely disappeared. All he could see was rolling dust and demonic mist, the area appearing like a chaotic world. Was that a sword array just now? Xian Tianyi frowned, thinking to himself. The Sword Venerable Fudao hadn't appeared, yet he was able to vanquish the demon ancestor with one move, truly frightening him. This was his first real encounter with the might of the Sword Venerable Fudao. Even on the ocean, he had never seen such a sword array. Other great cultivators also gathered from all directions. They were unharmed, only thrown off by the force. They were very excited. The demon ancestor is dead. Is the demonic calamity finally over? Ha ha ha, we finally won, and we didn't have to die. The Sword Venerable Fudao is truly too powerful. Even among the immortals there are still gaps. Why would someone so powerful hide their identity? Ask yourself that. For someone of his caliber, if he were to step in a few times, it's already commendable. If his true identity were revealed, you'd all come begging to him whenever trouble arises. The great cultivators were very excited. Some even burst out laughing. The years of pent-up aggression were finally released. Liang Songhai, sect leader of Congtian sect, spoke. Everyone, I suggest that the various sects of the 3 dynasties should all erect statues of the Sword Venerable Fudao, not to curry favor, but to let the world remember his benevolence forever. Hearing this, the great cultivators of other sects all applauded. The Supreme Elder Xian Quan frowned, hesitated to speak. Xian Tianyi glanced at Liang Songhai and snorted coldly, but said nothing. Subsequently, under Liang Kanghai's orders, they started patrolling the area to ensure that the demon ancestor was truly dead. Far away in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan was also using his divine sense to search the battlefield. The demon ancestor left behind no demon core or demon treasure upon death. This guy died so worthlessly. Could it be he could be resurrected later? Guan suppressed his thoughts and joined his disciples in discussing the strength of the Sword Venerable Fudao. Now it depends on how the 7 Stars Spirit Realm reacts. The Seven Stars Spirit Realm claimed to be a holy land. They shouldn't act recklessly. That startling immortal Lin had not revealed his true name. Even the disciples of the Supreme Sect didn't know who he was. The fall of the demon ancestor. This news spread throughout the world in just 2 days. The reason it spread so quickly was that the demon ancestor had previously called out to the sword Venerable Fudao when he moved south. The sword Venerable Fudao's prestige reached unprecedented heights across the 3 dynasties. Although the rampaging demons had not completely dispersed, the demon kings were already scared and had withdrawn from the lands of the 3 dynasties, greatly boosting the morale of the human race. Everyone in the world sang praises of the sword Venerable Fudao. When Guan disguised as the green hero traveled through the mortal world, in every city, village and town, people were discussing the sword Venerable Fudao, much to his surprise. He hadn't expected the news to spread so fast. After the fall of the demon ancestor, demons were still numerous, indicating that the true controller of the demons was not the demon ancestor. However, as long as the demon kings retreated, the 3 dynasties would eventually triumph. Guan did not remain idle, seizing the time to accumulate lifespans. The ability to seize lifespans was his greatest secret, so he couldn't use the identity of the sword Venerable Fudao to massacre, mainly because the sword Venerable Fudao seldom slaughtered demons before. It was more reasonable to do so as the green hero, as there were many heroes like him in the current world. Days passed by. A month later, Guan's lifespan broke 8 million years. On this day, LV Batian came to the 3rd Medicine Valley to find him. Guan received LV Batian in a pavilion. LV Batian was very happy, constantly praising the sword Venerable Fudao. The sword Venerable Fudao appeared during his tenure as the head of the Supreme Sect, and he successfully retained the sword Venerable Fudao. The Supreme Elders were very pleased with his actions, and Xian Tianyi also stated that he would not compete for the position of sect leader. The demonic calamity is virtually over. Besides the sword Venerable Fudao slaying the demon ancestor, the Holy Land has also opened its doors, sending disciples down the mountain to save the world. LV Batian lightly shook his teacup, smiling. Guan asked, "The Holy Land? I heard from the 3rd Miss that the Holy Land never intervenes in the affairs of the continent. Why did they intervene this time?" LV Batian explained. It is said that the formation of the demonic calamity relates not only to the demon ancestor but also to an ancient demon known as the Evil Demon. The Evil Demon was sealed underground by the Holy Land. When the demon ancestor fell and the demons continued to rampage, the Holy Land realized something was wrong. After investigating, although the evil demon remained sealed, his demonic chi seeped into demon bodies through nature's spiritual energy, causing their corruption into demons. Because the lands of the 3 dynasties lie in the southernmost part of the continent, furthest from the evil demon, the human race was not corrupted. The Holy Land also revealed that the evil demon grows increasingly powerful and will inevitably emerge in the future, bringing another catastrophe. The Holy Land will face it alongside the various sects of the human race, as they consider it their responsibility for not completely eradicating the evil demon. Hearing this, Guan almost developed a sense of admiration for the 7-star spirit realm. Truly flawless and impeccable. If Guan hadn't searched through so many memories, based on LV Batian's words alone, the Holy Land indeed seemed great. But he knew it was all orchestrated by the Holy Land themselves. It was also a good thing. The Holy Land sending disciples to save the world indicated that the 7-star spirit realm cared about its image and wouldn't act recklessly. It also meant that the 7-star spirit realm feared the sword Venerable Fudao, unwilling to confront him directly, giving Guan more time to grow. Still, Guan couldn't let his guard down. He had to watch out for the 7-star spirit realm investigating him in secret. Guan, feigning joy, asked, "That is indeed good news. The Holy Land must be really powerful. Do other sects know of this?" Yes, all sects received a message from the Holy Land's envoys. It's estimated that within 5 years, demons will be no more, and the 3 dynasties might even expand into the demon lands. For the Taizong dynasty and the Supreme Sect, it could be a bit troublesome, LV Batian nodded. Guan was surprised and asked, "What kind of trouble?" With the Great Zhang dynasty and the Tianwei dynasty standing between the Taizong dynasty and the demon lands, it makes it hard for us to mine spirit mines or seek opportunities in the demon lands. Over time, the Taizong dynasty will be swallowed by the other 2 dynasties, weakening the Supreme Sect's influence in the immortal cultivation world. I'm planning to support Li Xiandao to accomplish this. LV Batian spoke worriedly, then began sipping tea. Guan wanted to say, "You guys are really persistent. The demonic calamity isn't over, and you're already thinking about dividing the demon lands?" But he couldn't interfere. The supreme sect indeed needed to grow stronger, which would help him to continue surviving. LV Batian started discussing the supreme sect's upcoming plans with a sincere attitude. Clearly, he still hadn't given up on recruiting Guan as a disciple. According to him, once the demonic calamity was resolved, the Supreme Elders would no longer travel south but lead the Supreme Sect's disciples to explore the demon lands, constantly enhancing the Supreme Sect's foundation. They even considered the Songtian sect as a hypothetical enemy, and the Songtian sect felt the same. LV Batian found the Songtian sect's over-the-top praise of the Sword Venerable Fudao nauseating. Do they want to align with the Sword Venerable Fudao? Dream on. Guan, why don't you write a book with the Sword Venerable Fudao as the protagonist, just like Pan-An's works which spread throughout the world? LV Batian looked at Guan, seriously. Write about myself again? Guan wasn't so narcissistic. He immediately shook his head. No way, I don't want to write books for others anymore. Besides, the karma of the Sword Venerable Fudao is too significant. If I write it and the book becomes famous, it attract endless trouble. Sect leader, do you want to get me killed? Not to mention, you wouldn't be able to defend against the enemies of the Sword Venerable Fudao. LV Batian agreed, temporarily setting the idea aside. After chatting for a long time, LV Batian left regretfully. Guan didn't stay idle. He left the Third Medicine Valley, spent an hour in the Mystic Valley, and then disguised himself as the Green Hero again to descend the mountain. Time flew by, and another month passed. Guan celebrated his 95th birthday. He was getting closer to 100 years old. On this day, Shen Tianyi visited Guan. He pulled Guan, who was still sowing seeds in the garden, back to the pavilion, looking mysterious. What's the matter, so urgent? Guan asked, seeing Shen Tianyi set up restrictions inside the room. Shen Tianyi turned to the desk and took a book from his storage bag, slamming it onto the table. Guan looked closely, his eyelids twitching. Sword Venerable Travelogue. Good heavens! He immediately said, Are you crazy? Daring to mess with the Sword Venerable Fudao? Aren't you afraid hell come after you? Shen Tianyi raised an eyebrow. I'm just writing a book. What trouble can it bring? Be careful, the Sword Venerable Fudao might tap your shoulder at midnight. Oh, that's a nice idea. Could add to the atmosphere. No, I'm serious, don't mess around. Guan became anxious. The Supreme Secret Records had already tainted his real name, and he didn't want his other identity to be tarnished too. LV Batian was such a beast, unable to find me, so he asked Shen Tianyi to write? If he had known, Guan should have taken the task himself. Seeing Guan's anxiety, Shen Tianyi felt moved. This brother was not a mistake. Don't worry, this time I changed the style. I'm imitating your books. Take a look first. Shen Tianyi waved his hand. Assuredly. Guan immediately picked up the Sword Venerable Travelogue and seriously read through it. Shen Tianyi walked to the bookshelf, wanting to see what books Guan usually read. A long while passed. Guan put down the Sword Venerable Travelogue, letting out a sigh of relief. He turned to Shen Tianyi and said, It's not bad, indeed it doesn't have so many romantic affairs. The Sword Venerable Fudao is now revered by cultivators worldwide. You can mythologize him, but not degrade him. Shen Tianyi turned around, glaring at him. What do you mean? You think the Green Hero is degrading? By the way, I've always been curious. Is the Green Hero travelogue made up or real experiences? Half true, half false. The anger in Shen Tianyi's eyes dissipated significantly, replaced by embarrassment. Which half is true, and which half is false? Guan frowned. It turned out to be true. Do you think you're worthy of Ms. Z? That night in the abandoned temple. You two were so. Guan suddenly wanted to find a knife to poke Shen Tianyi. Shen Tianyi fake coughed. Let's talk about this book. Don't get distracted. Give me some advice. After all, Panan knows the cultivators of the world well. I heard other sects are also sending people to write books, imitating Panan, to win over the Sword Venerable Fudao. Our supreme sect can't lose in book writing. Chapter 192 Can't lift it, just can't lift it. First of all, the name cannot be called travelogue, it has no attraction at all. As an immortal cultivator, do you want to see people traveling the world? Don't they have the ability? I like to watch it because my aptitude is poor and I don't dare to leave the supreme sect on normal days. Guan commented pompously. Xian Tianyi sat down beside him, carefully listening to his suggestions. Just like that, Guan began his long-winded tirade. Putting aside everything else, bragging felt exhilarating. No wonder so many people like to act as mentors. Guan enjoyed it very much. 2 ancient hours quickly passed. Guan stopped reluctantly, while Xian Tianyi felt deep admiration, realizing there were so many tricks to writing a book. What to make enjoyable, relatable, create tension, and more, listening to him was utterly fascinating. Excitedly, Xian Tianyi stood up to bid farewell. In planning to visit the Heavenly Repair Platform to feel the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao and rewrite this book. Following your advice, I won't call it Sword Venerable Travelogue anymore. I will come up with a new name. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Guan stood up to see him off. After going downstairs, Guan watched him leave with a look of contemplation. An Exan suddenly ran over and said, "Master, the white spirit rat is missing." Guan responded casually, "It's gone, then it's gone. It knows how to come back on its own." Many disciples in the valley were rewarded by him and allowed to cultivate under the mystic pure tree. But the one who benefited the most was the white spirit rat, whose maximum lifespan had increased several times over. He suspected it had achieved enlightenment in its dreams. How difficult enlightenment was. Lu Lingjun practiced under the mystic pure tree every day without success, but the white spirit rat managed to do it. However, no one else noticed this. The white spirit rat appeared the same as before, just a bit more agile. An Xian looked worried as she listened. Since Guan had handed the white spirit rat to her, she no longer disliked it. Guan thought she was becoming a rat slave. Guan led an Xian to the side, preparing to guide her in her cultivation. Now, Guan was already a great cultivator at the 8th floor of the Foundation Establishment realm, more than capable of guiding an Xian. On the other side, Xian Tianyi arrived at the Heavenly Repair Platform. It had been 2 months since the fall of the demon ancestor. Because of Sword Venerable Fudao, the Supreme Sect had become the most prestigious sect in the 3 Dynasties region, attracting numerous cultivators to visit the Heavenly Repair Platform. Zhua Yijian guarded the heaven-cutting axe, with dozens of disciples by his side, all his followers. The heaven-cutting axe was the inheritance left by Sword Venerable Fudao to the disciples of the Supreme Sect, so Zhua Yijian did not allow disciples from other sects to challenge this legacy. No one but disciples of our sect can test the heaven-cutting axe. Zhua Yijian shouted sternly, causing dissatisfaction among the cultivators surrounding the heaven-cutting axe. Someone even questioned his authority. Zhua Yijian defiantly replied, "I am Zhua Yijian, the maniac swordsman of Tsanghu Lake. My sword was once used by the Sword Venerable himself, and I have the duty to safeguard his legacy." With that statement, no one dared to question him further, though many still disapproved of his attitude. Xian Tianyi watched from a distance, equally displeased. An insignificant nascent soul realm cultivator dare to act so arrogantly? He suddenly recalled Gu An's warning. Yes, this could be written down. In the future, he would write that Sword Venerable Fudao killed people with a shoulder tap to frighten this kid. Xian Tianyi, long time no see. A light chuckle caught Xian Tianyi's attention. He turned to see a man in a purple robe approaching. The man was elegant, with his robe fluttering in the wind and a feather crown on his head, attracting the gazes of disciples along his path. Xian Tianyi slightly raised his chin and said, "Ji Xianling, it's been years. How come you've just now entered the Mahayana realm?" As soon as his words fell, the Heavenly Repair Platform was abuzz. Even Zhua Yijian, standing beside the heaven-cutting axe, couldn't help but look toward the two. Very quickly, someone recognized Xian Tianyi, making them even more curious about Ji Xianling. Where did this Mahayana realm cultivator come from? Weren't there only 2 Mahayana realm cultivators in the 3 Dynasties region? Ji Xianling walked up to Xian Tianyi, standing 5 steps apart, their heights nearly identical. Xian Tianyi was more arrogant, while Ji Xianling, though not as proud, was equally formidable. "Brother Xian, you made rapid progress after a trip to the ocean. Are you now a disciple of the Supreme Sect or the Star Sea congregations?" Ji Xianling asked with a smile. Xian Tianyi scoffed, "I can be a disciple of any sect I want, can you?" Ji Xianling chuckled and continued asking, I wonder, Brother Xian, have you met Sword Venerable Fudao? Xian Tianyi suddenly had an idea, smiling as he said, Of course I have. If you want to meet Sword Venerable Fudao, you can. See the heaven-cutting axe over there? If you can move it even slightly, it'll take you to see Sword Venerable Fudao. Really? Absolutely. It seems this axe is hard to move. Ji Xianling said thoughtfully. Xian Tianyi replied proudly, Indeed, it is. Even with my cultivation, I could only make it shift a little. Many disciples of the Supreme Sect who had seen him lift the axe were hesitant to speak, not daring to contradict him in public. Then let me try. Ji Xianling turned and walked toward the heaven-cutting axe, with Xian Tianyi following closely behind. Upon reaching the heaven-cutting axe, Zhuo Yijian wanted to stop him but was instantly subdued by Xian Tianyi's divine sense, rendering him immobile. Zhuo Yijian looked at Xian Tianyi in fear, feeling furious. Ji Xianling ignored Zhuo Yijian's minor actions. He raised his hand to grasp the handle of the heaven-cutting axe. More and more cultivators gathered. On the heavenly repair platform one could find disciples from all sects of the three dynasties' immortal cultivation world, even including demon path disciples. In the face of the demon calamity, the righteous and demonic paths had ceased hostility to jointly resist demons, so the Supreme Sect did not prevent demon path disciples from coming, as long as they didn't cause trouble. Under the watchful eyes of Sword Venerable Fudao, who would dare to act recklessly? The moment Ji Xianling grasped it, he felt the same as Ji Xiaoyu. Unshakable. However, remembering that Xian Tianyi could make it shift with all his might, he felt slightly reassured and began cultivating energy. Boom! The aura of the Mahayana realm was fully unleashed, startling the surrounding cultivators to retreat. Xian Tianyi's eyes narrowed. He immediately isolated Ji Zuanling's aura with his own, directing it skyward to avoid harming others. Figures appeared out of thin air on the heavenly repair platform. LV Baitian, Gu Zong, Ji Hantian, and Lu Lingjun had all arrived and were watching Ji Xianling. Ji Zuanling's brows furrowed. He shifted his stance for better leverage, even emitting golden flames from his 7 orifices, causing the surrounding space to quake violently. The heavenly repair platform trembled, and LV Baitian and others cultivated energy to channel mana into the platform, preventing it from shattering. Despite using secret techniques, Ji Xianling found himself unable to budge the heaven-cutting axe, becoming increasingly agitated. He let out a low shout, veins bulging from his neck, his face flushed red, no longer composed or elegant. Xian Tianyi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Yes, just like that. The so-called prodigy of the 7-star spirit realm. Nothing more. Ji Zuanling's entire body ignited with golden flames, resembling a human torch, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the heaven-cutting axe. How could this be? Ji Xianling was shocked, unable to accept this reality. He could accept not being able to lift it, but he couldn't accept being weaker than Xian Tianyi. The harder he tried, the more he felt the heaven-cutting axe was immovable. How did Xian Tianyi manage to do it? Could it be the Star Sea congregations had deeper foundations than the 7-star spirit realm? Enough. It's about time. If you can't move it, you can't move it. As a prodigy of the Holy Land, can you not accept this fact? Looks like the 7-star spirit realm's training is inadequate, only teaching cultivation, not character formation? Xian Tianyi's voice rang out. This guy was incredibly annoying, broadcasting his voice for all to hear, as if afraid no one would know Ji Zuanling's identity. Ji Xianling cursed inwardly, withdrawing the flames around him. The terrifying pressure of the Mahayana realm vanished, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Xian Tianyi no longer suppressed Zhuo Yijian and began mocking Ji Xianling. Ji Xianling tried to keep smiling, praising the greatness of Sword Venerable Fudao. After all, he was a renowned great cultivator. Seeing Ji Zuanling's humility, Zhuo Yijian felt favorable towards him, speaking up, Actually, Senior Xian failed before as well. He couldn't make the heaven-cutting axe budge. Upon hearing this, Ji Zuanling's smile froze. Xian Tianyi wasn't angry. He became even more pleased. He decided he would definitely include the shoulder-tapping detail in his book to make Zhuo Yijian restless. On the other side, in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan pondered the purpose of Ji Zuanling's visit. It probably wasn't to investigate him. If so, would they come with such fanfare? Could it be the Holy Land was preparing to integrate into the immortal cultivation world? After the Mahayana realm pressure dissipated, and Xian relaxed and raised her sword again, saying, Master, Senior Xian said just now that the other party comes from the Holy Land. Does this mean the Holy Land intends to accept us? In her mind, the Holy Land was definitely more powerful than the Supreme Sect. Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but speculate if the Seven-Star Spirit Realm wanted to annex the Supreme Sect. Facing the unknown sword Venerable Fudao, they couldn't continue to suppress openly, mainly because their previous actions were in secret and couldn't be publicly exposed. But the Lin family wouldn't let it rest. The Lin family was a major clan in the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. Guan was ready to bully the older and more powerful ones. He said, How would I know? Focus on practicing your sword skills. You're good in every way, but your mind isn't focused. Whenever there's a chance, you slack off. And Xian blushed and continued practicing her sword. Guan collected his thoughts, no longer thinking about the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. He began to think about his new book. It was about time to start writing Journey to the West. Perfect, he could use this book to critique the high and mighty Seven-Star Spirit Realm, awakening the thoughts of cultivators everywhere. Of course, this book had to be written slowly to avoid alerting them. Writing for decades, by the time the Seven-Star Spirit Realm realized, Guan would have already reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. News of the prodigy Ji Xianling from the Holy Land failing to lift the heaven-cutting axe quickly spread, exciting the disciples of the Supreme Sect. As the Holy Land began saving the world, many legends about the Seven-Star Spirit Realm sprouted like mushrooms after the rain. To many disciples of the Supreme Sect, it seemed like the Holy Land was trying to steal the glory of Sword Venerable Fudao. Why didn't the Holy Land act before the demon ancestor's death? Now, the moment a prodigy from the Holy Land appeared in the Supreme Sect, they were overshadowed by Sword Venerable Fudao. How could they not be pleased? This news quickly spread from the Supreme Sect to the immortal cultivation world of the three dynasties, attracting more and more cultivators to come to the Supreme Sect, eager to witness the prowess of the heaven-cutting axe. Chapter 193 Just Sparring. Not life-threatening. With the arrival of midsummer and under the scorching sun, Guan was picking medicinal herbs in Mystic Valley. As the number of demons and monsters in the world significantly decreased, the sky became bluer. Now, with the three dynasties, the Holy Land, and the Demon Emperor's forces actively eliminating demons, Guan's speed of harvesting lifespans also slowed down. However, everything gradually returned to peace, which was a good thing for him. Peace in the world, quietly farming and developing steadily, that was the true path. Lu Jiujia came to Guan's side and asked softly, Senior brother, are you going to participate in the alchemy contest at the end of the year? After the demon ancestor died, LV Batian became active again. First, he made Xian Tianyi write a book, and then he organized the first alchemy contest of the world. The various rich rewards attracted the attention of cultivators across the world, and disciples of the Supreme Sect could participate as well. In Lu Jiujia's view, Guan's alchemy skills were quite good. He had elevated batch after batch of servant disciples to outer disciples. Just in Mystic Valley alone, more than 20 disciples had achieved foundation establishment successfully, and new faces appeared in Medicine Valley almost every year. No need to join the excitement. Having my name on the golden list is enough for me to make a living. Guan casually replied. There would be many similar world contests in the future. If there were a calligraphy contest, he might participate since he liked practicing writing daily. Lu Jiujia sighed at the development of the Supreme Sect. Now, the Supreme Sect was vastly different from when he first joined, with a more upright atmosphere and a stronger sect. Previously, even seeing a nascent soul cultivator was difficult, but now there were numerous divinity transformation, void crossing, and unification cultivators on the heavenly repair platform, and he even heard of mystic heart realm affairs. The stronger the Supreme Sect, the more opportunities for the disciples. For example, even participating in organizing the first alchemy contest of the world could reap significant rewards, making it suitable for disciples with ample time but lacking cultivation resources. Guan continued to pick herbs while attentively listening. Listening more to the opinions of lower-level cultivators about the Supreme Sect revealed more about whether the Supreme Sect was on the right path. Wait, why do I have this sect leader's mindset again? Blame LV Batian. However, Guan was accustomed to acting as LV Batian's behind-the-scenes advisor. This feeling was actually quite satisfying, just speaking without doing, fulfilling his desire to command without exerting effort. LV Batian also enjoyed it. Over time, perhaps one day Guan would want to manage the sect personally. It had been several months since the demon ancestors' fall. The Supreme Sect dispatched inner disciples and outer disciples to eliminate demons, while inheriting disciples and true disciples were sent to the demon land for exploration. The demon land was vast, an unknown treasure trove for the sects of the three dynasties. Even great cultivators of the mystic heart realm could not resist going. Lu Lingjun had left the Third Medicine Valley as well, but her departure did not affect the Third Medicine Valley. When Lu Jiujia finished speaking, Guan finally said meaningfully, "You must cultivate the technique left by Wuxia seriously. The rise of the Supreme Sect shows that times have changed, and we both have opportunities." Lu Jiujia nodded, starting to imagine the future. Guan handed the picked herbs to Lu Jiujia, gave a few reminders, and then left Mystic Valley. Next was the picking in Tianya Valley, Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Mountain God Temple, and Yanchu Cave. In the evening, he had to go to the 8 scenic caves. It was busy but fulfilling. Although the number of demonized monsters was decreasing, Guan still gained a lot of lifespans by picking medicinal herbs. He was even preparing to expand Yanchu Cave Mansion, just as he needed to find 2 female demons for Tian Yaoer. At night, in Yanchu Cave Mansion, Guan sat at a stone table, sipping tea while watching Tian Yaoer and 2 little cat demons. The demon land lacked nothing but demons, and Guan sought out demons that were suffering. These 2 little cat demons were twins. Their parents were eaten by a demonized monster last month, and they barely escaped, suffering many injuries over the past month. Tian Yaoer was cleaning their wounds. Seeing her joyful yet distressed expression, Guan couldn't help but think of an Exian. Do women all like to keep pets? Guan extended his divine sense to the depths of the demon land. The legend of the evil demon spread continuously in the 3 dynasties, making the evil demon a dire threat to all, more terrifying than the demon ancestor. Even the ancient Holy Land could not shake it. The demonic qi of the evil demon was constantly spreading. Even Guan, in the 9th layer of the wandering immortal realm, needed to spend some time searching for it. Half an hour later, Guan's divine sense locked onto a mountain range deep within the continent, a place nearly 10 million miles away from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, with demonic qi covering a radius of over 1 million miles. Guan's divine sense penetrated the densest area of demonic qi. Along the way, he saw a group of mysterious cultivators, none of whom were weak, with the weakest at the Mahayana realm. They had set up camp in a mountain forest's temple, each cultivating alone without interacting. It seemed like the 7-star spirit realm wanted to guard against the evil demon breaking its seal. Soon, he felt a strong restriction, breakthrough only possible by someone at the wandering immortal realm. He felt he could break it, but he did not want to alarm the 7-star spirit realm or the evil demon, so he withdrew his divine sense. Take it slow, no rush. If he could reach a lifespan of 100 million years before the evil demon broke its seal, great. If not, he would break through early. Guan called up his attribute panel and saw that his lifespan was about to hit 9 million years, feeling calm inside. After a while, Guan asked, "Have you thought of what to name them?" The 2 little cat demons had low spiritual wisdom, still at the first order. Tian Yaoer thought for a while and said, "Master, why don't you name them? Speaking of which, I still don't know what Master's name is." Upon saying this, her tone turned wistful, her gaze at Guan filled with grievance. Ignoring her look, Guan said, "Let's call them Tianqing and Tianbai." Both cat demons were white. The names Tianqing and Tianbai came to Guan's mind because of his Qinghong sword and Yilan's white spirit sword. Tian Yaoer immediately flattered, "Sounds good, as expected of Master." Guan stood up and left with a parting word. "Remember, don't let them step on the herbs." Seeing him disappear into thin air, Tian Yaoer pouted, then picked up the 2 cat demons and brought them to the stone table. She suddenly noticed 2 books on the table. Sword Venerable Legend? Tian Yaoer became interested, placing the 2 cat demons on the table, then picked up one of the books and started reading. At the end of summer, the heat in the world persisted. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, Shen Tianyi sat on a chair, looking depressed. He couldn't help but ask, "Why doesn't my Sword Venerable Legend sell as much as your book?" Guan was writing, answering, "Maybe there are too many books of the same type, so it has a weaker effect." Not to mention other sects, just the Supreme Sect had produced dozens of books about Sword Venerable Fudao. Green Hero didn't have pan-ans appeal, so how could it be popular? Shen Tianyi sighed, feeling he was better suited to writing travelogues. He picked up a piece of paper Guan had just finished writing and read aloud. Chaos wasn't divided, and the world was in turmoil, vast and boundless, unseen by anyone. Since Pangu broke the primordial chaos, from then on, clear and turbid were distinguished. Just the opening poem captivated him. This must be an investiture of the gods type of book. He read on seriously, finding it fascinating. When he finished the first page, he wanted to find the second, but Guan hadn't written it yet. Guan wasn't just recalling the plot but also thinking about the handwriting, how to make it look good. Forget it, you keep writing. I'm here to say goodbye today. Shen Tianyi put down the paper and said. Without looking up, Guan asked, Where are you going? Shen Tianyi replied, To the demon land to find the evil demon. The Holy Land is leading us. Guan nodded and said, Be very careful, don't be complacent because of your cultivation level. You brat, how dare you lecture me? I've roamed the oceans, unlike you who stay in the Supreme Sect all day. Don't worry, I can't possibly die. I'm invincible below the immortal path. Shen Tianyi stood up, full of spirit, and said. Guan looked at him and asked, What if you encounter an immortal path being? Then I'll die gloriously. Shen Tianyi said, turning to leave. At the door he looked back and urged, Write faster, I want to see if your book can surpass Investiture of the Gods. He pushed the door open and left. Guan did not get up to see him off. Surpass Investiture of the Gods? Guan chuckled, continuing to write. As dusk approached, he finally left the Third Medicine Valley. Late at night, in the mountains and forests, wearing animal skins, Zhang Buku strolled forward, carrying a stone axe at his waist. His eyes were fixed on the firelight on the mountain, where there was a temple, illuminated by firelight and an inexplicably familiar aura. He had left the cave a month ago, heading north, seeking opportunities in the demon land. Along the way, he had hardly interacted with cultivators or demons, making him very nervous as he cautiously approached the mountain. Soon, he entered the temple. It was large, with Zhang Buku standing in the outer courtyard, hesitating. The firelight was just behind a wall. Since you're here, come over and meet. A voice came from the other side of the courtyard wall. Hearing this, Zhang Buku breathed a sigh of relief and leaped over the wall. He landed in front of the fire, scrutinizing the black-clad man sitting opposite. The man had a stern face, and beside him was a noticeable heavy sword. While Zhang Buku observed Li Ya was also observing him. My name is Zhang Buku. May I know your name, Taoist friend? Zhang Buku cupped his fists and said. He could sense the person before him was very strong, but now he was no longer the same as before. He was only somewhat nervous, not afraid. Li Ya replied, My name is Li Ya. Why do you have half-demon energy in you? Zhang Buku answered, My father is human, my mother is a demon. Are you the same as me? Li Ya? That name sounded familiar. Upon hearing his question, Li Ya glared at him and snorted, Of course not. I only consumed a demon treasure, having the power of demon blood. Zhang Buku felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. Noticing the stone axe at Zhang Buku's waist, Li Ya stood up and smiled. Kid, how about we spar a bit? Since witnessing Sword Venerable Fudeo's vast star-suppressing heaven-boundless sword, he had understood the Taitsong divine shocking sword better. He had been diligently practicing for half a year, eager to test it out. Zhang Buku instinctively touched the stone axe at his waist and asked, Are we really just sparring? Li Ya nodded, just sparring, no life-threatening moves. I've been practicing my swordsmanship for half a year and want to test it. Zhang Buku's eyes lit up, and he smiled. To be honest, I've been practicing hard for some time too. All right, let's go. Chapter 194. Be careful. Sword Venerable Fudao pats your shoulder in the dark night. Strong winds arose, and the forest swayed violently. The flames of the temple flickered with the wind, and dust billowed up from the foot of the hill. Li Ya crashed into the forest, his body smashing through the mountain wall, and the dust quickly engulfed him. His North Sea heavy sword flew hundreds of feet away, piercing a 1,000-year-old tree and splitting its trunk. Zhang Buku hovered in the air, holding a stone axe in one hand. He looked nervously down and asked, Taoist friend Li Ya, are you all right? Li Ya's sword intent was so strong that he had to use the heaven-cutting divine axe. He was happy when he struck Li Ya down, but then he got worried, fearing that he might have killed him. The two had met by chance. He never killed those without grievance or enmity. Zhang Buku waved his left hand, dispersing the dust below, and looked at Liya lying among the shattered mountain wall. Liya hung his head low, covered in blood. That blow from the axe had almost split his body apart. Fortunately, he had taken the dragon image divine primordial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Zhang Buku quickly flew to Liya's side, panicking and unsure of what to do. Liya struggled to raise his head, closing one eye and gritting his teeth. "What kind of monster are you?" "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't mean to. It's just that you were too powerful. I had to give my all," Zhang Buku hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Liya felt slightly consoled. But he still felt miserable. Fortunately, the ancestor's soul remained at 3 Pure Ones Mountain. Otherwise, it would have been a complete disgrace. Afterwards, with Zhang Buku's assistance, Liya landed, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating energy to heal his injuries. Zhang Buku went to retrieve his North Sea heavy sword. An hour later, Liya opened his eyes, looking at the uneasy Zhang Buku beside him, feeling somewhat helpless. If Zhang Buku had been flaunting his victory, he could still be angry, but Zhang Buku's respectful attitude left him with nothing to blame. After all, it was he who suggested the sparring. "How old are you?" Liya asked. 71. At 97 years old, Liya felt wounded once again. At that moment, he truly understood what it meant to always have someone better. Losing to an Hao, he could accept, as an Hao was renowned. But losing to an unknown half-human, half-demon in the wild made him feel terrible. Suppressing his pain, Liya asked, "Who is your master?" Zhang Buku scratched his head saying, "I don't have a master, though I do have an uncle. But all my skills were learned in a cave." A cave? Liya thought of the encounters his ancestor had mentioned. He didn't expect someone to be so fortunate, surpassing decades of his hard work by sheer chance. Seeing him puzzled, Zhang Buku began to recount his experiences, omitting Guan's existence, as he had promised not to cause trouble for Guan. Listening to Zhang Buku's story, Liya felt even more speechless. Where did this sparrow come from? Why hadn't he encountered it? Although he was known as the person of heavenly destiny in the Li family, blessed with great chi fortune, he felt vastly inferior compared to Zhang Buku. The two, now familiar through their fight, continued their conversation. Far away, tens of thousands of miles away, Guan, who was slaying demons, smiled and then turned to walk into the darkness. After staying in the temple for 2 days, Zhang Buku and Liya joined hands to head north, seeking opportunities in the demon land. During that period, Zhang Buku offered to teach his axe technique to Liya, which deeply touched him. However, determined to concentrate on swordsmanship, Liya declined, realizing that his loss wasn't due to his swordsmanship but because Zhang Buku's physique was far stronger. Liya began to wonder if accompanying Zhang Buku might lead to great opportunities. Sigh, if junior brother Gu knew he was seriously injured again, he would surely worry about him. Time flew by, and a year passed quickly. In early May of that year, Guan's total lifespan reached 10 million years, and the demons in the 3 dynasties had become scarce. He no longer descended the mountain, returning to his former farming life. Although the trend of seeking opportunities northward was rising, the number of new disciples recruited by the Supreme Sect each year continued to grow, keeping the sect lively. This year the number of servant disciples in the 3rd Medicine Valley exceeded 600, a quarter of whom were new. Those who left had been promoted thanks to the foundation establishment pills bestowed by Guan. As a result, Guan's network within the Supreme Sect grew wider. Now, whenever he went to Outer Gate City, disciples would always greet him. The number of servant disciples in the Mystic Valley also reached 50. When Guan wanted to expand the Medicine Valley, the Outer Sect Great Elder LV Songhan readily agreed. Guan's book Shattering Void had brought him many benefits, and combined with the LV family's backing, he would comply with most of Guan's requests. One day, Guan came to the North Sea Mountain, embodying the mountain god, to inspect Sage Shen Miao's progress over time. Sage Shen Miao had also recruited some minor demons to assist, giving him more time for cultivation. When the mountain god arrived, he immediately rose to welcome him and accompanied the mountain god to pick medicinal herbs. During this process, he mentioned some recent events in the North Sea Mountain. Though the demon disaster had ended, cultivators often fought over treasures and grudges. He saved many people in the name of the mountain god, hoping to spread the mountain god's name. Interestingly, although the mountain god's name was widely known, only sage Xian Miao could sense Guan's presence. Guan speculated that it was because others hadn't seen him, while those, like Zhan Qin and other disciples of the law enforcement hall, who had seen him, did not worship him. The disciples of the supreme sect only revered Sword Venerable Fudao. Mountain God, what do you think of the Holy Land? Sage Xian Miao suddenly asked, his expression slightly tense. While picking medicinal herbs, Guan replied, "Why do you ask?" Sage Xian Miao answered, "I always felt the demon disaster was related to the Holy Land, and the recent rumors about the evil demon. I found in some historical records of Three Pure Ones Mountain that the evil demon appeared only after the birth of the demon ancestor. There's no clue about where he came from or why he came. Didn't Three Pure Ones Mountain also claim to be a holy land? If you suspect something, why not investigate the Seven-Star Spirit Realm?" Guan asked nonchalantly. Did Sage Xian Miao want him to act against the Seven-Star Spirit Realm? That was impossible. Before fully understanding the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, Guan wouldn't act rashly. Sage Xian Miao stepped forward and whispered, "We did investigate before, but it resulted in a near-catastrophic disaster. Since then, Three Pure Ones Mountain no longer dares to mention the Holy Land. Even my master stays apprehensive about them." Guan wasn't surprised. The land of the three dynasties had undergone numerous dynastic changes and sect upheavals, yet only the Seven-Star Spirit Realm persisted. Surely, there were those who suspected it but didn't dare offend it. "Be careful tonight, their people are coming for you," Guan suddenly said with a smile, catching Sage Xian Miao off guard. Guan's visit to gather medicinal herbs today was because he sensed two Mahayana realm presences approaching the North Sea Mountain, one of whom had set off from the Supreme Sect. Sage Xian Miao wanted to ask more, but Guan refused to say anything. After gathering the herbs, Guan took a portion, leaving the rest for him, and then disappeared into the forest. Sage Xian Miao became restless, anticipating an encounter with people from the Seven-Star Spirit Realm that night. At dusk, the North Sea shimmered. Ji Xianling stood at the shore, holding a book with the words, "Sword Venerable Legend" on its cover. Out of nowhere, a figure appeared beside him, a man dressed in a gold-threaded red robe, with a ruby-embedded headpiece burning with golden-red flames. His right hand was placed behind his waist, and arrogance marked his brows. "Why are you slower than me?" Ji Xianling asked nonchalantly. Lin Chen stared at Ji Xianling and snorted, "That's what I should be asking you." He shifted his tone and asked, "After staying at the Supreme Sect for a year, any information on Sword Venerable Fudao?" "The information is in my hand. Do you want to see it?" Ji Xianling raised the book in his hand, smiling. Lin Chen immediately confiscated the book, quickly scanning it with his divine sense. He looked up at Ji Xianling and said coldly, "Are you mocking me?" Ji Xianling raised his chin and said, "Lin Chen, who told you that I came to the Supreme Sect to investigate Sword Venerable Fudao?" Lin Chen frowned. Ji Xianling continued, "The higher-ups want to be on friendly terms with Sword Venerable Fudao. He's likely at loose immortal realm 9 layers or even higher. Such a great cultivator couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. He might be from a great sect overseas. Lin Senior's death was indeed unfortunate, but it's his fault for not being strong enough. If someone like him, a loose immortal, had to die, I advise you to give up on this idea." Lin Chen sneered coldly, "So your faction prefers to endure humiliation? Sword Venerable Fudao dared to kill my father. Are you sure he has respect or goodwill towards the Seven-Star Spirit Realm?" Ji Xianling shrugged. "Why don't you ask him yourself? I don't want to court death. Honestly, our family sent me here to recruit the Supreme Sect, which means recruiting Sword Venerable Fudao." Lin Chen's eyes flashed with anger. He threw the book against Ji Xuanling's chest and turned to leave. Ji Xianling grabbed the book, smirking, "I'll be dark soon. Be careful if Sword Venerable Fudao pats you on the shoulder." Lin Chen stopped and looked back at him, while Ji Xianling raised the book. Next, Lin Chen vanished into thin air. Ji Xianling smiled and then sat down to continue reading. At night, Lin Chen arrived at the mountain god temple where Sage Xian Miao resided to inquire about the mountain god, suspecting that the mountain god was Sword Venerable Fudao. How could two such great cultivators appear simultaneously in the land of 3 dynasties? As a disciple of the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, He had never seen any mention of the mountain god in ancient records. Lin Chen expressed that the Holy Land wished to recruit the mountain god and sent him here for this purpose. Sage Xian Miao was cautious towards him, merely stating that the mountain god's whereabouts were elusive, and he wished to see the mountain god himself, which was why he had built the temple there. After inquiring for a long while and getting no satisfactory answers, Lin Chen felt a murderous intent but held back, fearing the mountain god might be nearby. He suddenly noticed the small wooden figure in Sage Xian Miao's hand and asked, "Is this the mountain god's wooden figure? Can you give it to me?" Sage Xian Miao had leisurely carved many small wooden figures of the mountain god, intending to spread the mountain god's name. He tossed the wooden figure to Lin Chen. Lin Chen said no more, taking the wooden figure and leaving. Burdened with thoughts, he walked through the forest at night, his eyes fixed on the wooden figure in his hand, increasingly convinced that the mountain god might be Sword Venerable Fudao. His eyes filled with uncontrollable killing intent. Chapter 195 I've spilled the beans. Lin Chen harbors hostility toward you and loathes you to the bone. Would you like to perform a lifespan detection on him? As Guan was writing in the Mystic Valley Pavilion, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. He frowned and chose to perform a lifespan detection on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, Mahayana Realm, second layer 634/4500/4700. Mahayana Realm, second layer? Guan immediately extended his divine sense toward the North Sea Mountain, because there was a cultivator with a Mahayana Realm second layer cultivation there. He quickly caught sight of Lin Chen's figure, who happened to be holding a small wooden figure that bore an exact resemblance to his own. No wonder it triggered the lifespan hostility warning. Guan didn't take action right away. Instead, he expanded the range of his divine sense to ensure that no heaven and earth flying immortal realm cultivators were nearby. Under the cover of night, Lin Chen tossed the small wooden figure into his storage bag, feeling that he couldn't rush in avenging his father. Since he couldn't determine if the mountain god was Sword Venerable Fudao, he could only turn his attention to the supreme sect. He didn't dare confront Sword Venerable Fudao directly. What he thought about now was how to incite conflict between the heaven and earth flying immortal realm and Sword Venerable Fudao. If he could uncover Sword Venerable Fudao's true identity, and if Sword Venerable Fudao wasn't strong enough to be untouchable by the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, then Sword Venerable Fudao would surely die. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Just as he was about to leap into the air, a hand rested on his shoulder. He was overcome with a feeling of falling into an abyss, his spiritual power freezing instantly. His pupils widened, a wave of indescribable terror rising in his heart. The sky's getting darker. Beware of Sword Venerable Fudao patting your shoulder. Ji Zuanling's words echoed in his ears. At this moment, he was petrified with terror. Unable to move, he wanted to plead for mercy, but he couldn't even open his mouth. The mysterious hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, making no further move, which only compounded his fear, plunging his heart into despair. Suddenly, from behind came a sigh. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a strange kind of relief. Did the other person not intend to kill him? Boom! An overwhelming divine sense rushed into his mind, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. With the turn of the ancient hour, Guan walked down the stairs, joining the disciples for exercises. Last night, he reaped 384 years of lifespan, but more importantly, he gathered crucial information. Within the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, there were two attitudes towards Sword Venerable Fudao. One was to investigate his identity and, if he was not insurmountable, find a way to lure him out and then annihilate him. The second was to actively recruit him, compensating for the loss of startling immortal Lin and covering up their crimes. The latter was primarily worried that Sword Venerable Fudao might be associated with maritime forces. The Lin family's strongest force was only a loose immortal, and the death of startling immortal Lin was a severe blow to them, severing their upward path. Their hatred for Sword Venerable Fudao was profound, continuously pushing for revenge within the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. However, the higher-ups' attitude was ambiguous, forcing Lin Chen, as the direct offspring of the startling immortal Lin, to leave the territory to investigate Sword Venerable Fudao. This intelligence was favorable for Gu En. At least, it confirmed that without knowing his true identity, the heaven and earth flying immortal realm wouldn't act recklessly, allowing him to continue biding his time. Notably, the current 7 Stars spirit realm on the continent was mainly led by the 6 Stars Cave. The Lin and Ji families originated from the 6 Stars Cave, but continent geniuses could only enter the 7 Stars Cave for cultivation. The 5-star caves above them were all overseas. This heightened Guan's wariness towards the 7-star spirit realm. He was facing a power far surpassing the ephemera sect. The 7-star spirit realm was not only stronger but maintained a holy land image, executing their plans seamlessly, making it difficult for an individual to shake their foundation. Even if heaven and earth flying immortal could sweep through the 6 stars cave and 7 stars cave, how would one face the 5-star caves above? Guan cast aside these thoughts, focusing on his practice, listening to the disciples discuss their plans for the day. His mood lightened. Why worry so much? His identity was well hidden. As long as he didn't reveal himself, the 7-star spirit realm wouldn't dare act rashly. Cherish the present. Have you heard? Next year, there's going to be the world's best sword Dao tournament. A female disciple suddenly spoke, stirring everyone's interest. They began discussing the world's best sword Dao tournament. Guan occasionally interjected, appearing very enthusiastic, dreaming of the tournament. After all, outwardly, he was just a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Next year, he planned to advance to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Then, after turning 100, he would form his core. Forming a core before the age of 100 marked a genius. Doing so afterward painted him as a mediocre cultivator relying on elixirs to break through. Near noon, Yilan came to find him. Senior brother, Zhen Qin has dramatically changed over the past 2 years, becoming silent and introspective. I can't understand her lately. I've noticed her investigating the ghost mother of ephemera. Could she still have lingering feelings for Su Han? Yilan said anxiously after closing the door. Guan knew the reason but couldn't disclose it, nor could he stop Zhen Qin from seeking revenge. Currently, the ghost mother of ephemera and the 9 Nether 13 Evil were following Jiang Qiong into the Great Jiang dynasty, establishing a sect named Juhua sect, without much notoriety. Zhen Qin needed to face life on her own to grow better. Of course, if she ever confronted the ghost mother of ephemera and couldn't win, Guan would protect her, as she hadn't deviated from the right path. She's grown up and has her own thoughts. Don't worry too much, Guan comforted. Yilan came closer, speaking in a low voice. I always feel she has a higher cultivation hidden. Could she have been possessed? Or did she take a mysterious master? Senior brother, don't you have connections with Sword Venerable Fudao? Can you ask him to investigate? Guan shook his head. I haven't seen him for a long time. Remember, do not mention Sword Venerable Fudao. His name carries too much weight now. Many strong enemies might be plotting against him. With our cultivation level, we can't involve ourselves, or we will be doomed. As he spoke, he released mana from his feet, isolating the room to prevent eavesdropping. Yilan nodded. I understand. I never dare to mention it. Only to you. Her steadiness reassured Guan. Most importantly, Yilan's activity range was within his divine sense. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators of the Supreme Sect could never escape his divine sense range for life. Such was the brutal reality of cultivation differences. Yilan began talking about other matters, mainly about some trivial issues in the law enforcement hall. Guan listened intently. When she finished, Guan said, If you're uncomfortable, let me know. I'll find you a better position. Yilan raised an eyebrow. Senior brother, do you really have that capability? She knew about the Third Medicine Valley's existence but couldn't access specific details about it. She wasn't sure how much Guan contributed to the Supreme Sect. She even suspected Guan of growing medicinal herbs for Sword Venerable Fudao, which explained why he often left Mystic Valley. Guan pulled out a book, tossing it onto the table. I'm revealing my cards. It was the initial draft of Investiture of the Gods, a treasured edition without a cover. Yilan's face turned pale instantly. She asked in a trembling voice, Senior brother, did you write that book? Guan crossed his arms, raising his chin arrogantly. Yilan glared at Guan angrily asking, Senior brother, if you had such great needs, why did you reject me? Is your heart set on someone in the valley? Guan was stunned, taken aback by her sudden outburst. He looked down, realized something, and quickly picked up Investiture of the Gods, flipping it open. Look closely. Junior sister, what are you thinking all day? Senior brother must criticize you a bit. Yilan only needed to glance at a couple of lines to recognize the book. She widened her eyes in shock. You wrote Investiture of the Gods? Are you Panin? Guan shook his head, giving her a look that said he couldn't believe her misunderstanding. Her face turned red. She circled the table, grabbing his shoulders and gently shaking him. "Senior brother," she said coquettishly. 2 ancient hours later, Yilan opened the door and walked downstairs. Lu Jiujia saw her and smiled, greeting her. Yilan kept a stern face, nodded slightly, and then flew away using her sword. Lu Jiujia was used to her demeanor. After all, staying in the law enforcement hall for a long time tended to make one serious. Days of leisure passed by. Guan wandered among the various medicine valleys, occasionally visiting the outer gate city and inner sect city, living a comfortable life. However, the increasing demonic chi from afar indicated the day when the evil demon would break the seal was approaching. Guan hesitated whether he should break through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm early to avoid mishaps. After thinking it over, he decided to break through at sea by the end of the year. Better safe than sorry. Summer gave way to autumn. Because of the upcoming World's Best Sword Dao tournament, more sword cultivators started arriving at the Supreme Sect, causing sword competition signs to appear around Mystic Valley. Fortunately, Sword Venerable Fu Dao was hidden in the nearest outer gate city, deterring these sword cultivators from bullying the servant disciples. After noon in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan stood with his hands behind his back, watching the disciples sweeping the grounds. The white spirit rat was frolicking in a pile of fallen leaves, infuriating an Xian but always eluding her capture. Everything felt perfect. Gu An's lips curved into a smile. As he was appreciating the beautiful scene, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look north. Beyond 3 dynasties, a strange heavenly aura appeared above a river that cut through the mountains. It resembled the celestial aura that appeared when Lu Lingjun ascended. Someone else was ascending? Guan thought to himself. He sensed this celestial aura was slightly stronger than when Lu Lingjun ascended but not strong enough to make him wary. He previously speculated Lu Lingjun's successful ascension was due to his presence nearby during his breakthrough. Would there be special circumstances around this ascender? Gu An's divine sense began scanning the forests within a 1,000-mile radius, his gaze suddenly locking onto a stele hidden in the grass. The stele contained restrictions only breakable by Mahayana realm cultivators, concealed without any leakage of aura. Interesting. Guan had no intention of investigating further, as he already saw many great cultivators heading toward the place where the ascender would descend. Besides great cultivators, there were also low cultivation individuals, such as Li Ya and Zhang Buku. Seeing Li Ya's figure, Gu An's expression turned peculiar. Why did he feel like Li Ya was going to get hurt again? Speaking of which, Zhang Buku was frequently injured in recent years. Eve. Chapter 196. Being someone's mount after ascending? The demon lands in autumn were covered with golden leaves, like a sea of gold. Li Ya stood on the North Sea heavy sword, flying through the air, while Zhang Buku stood behind him, staring into the distance. Zhang Buku saw a figure in the distance flying towards the horizon at a speed far beyond theirs, the powerful aura of their cultivation level making him secretly astonished. "Brother Li, are we really going to get involved in this mess?" Zhang Buku couldn't help but ask. Li Ya had been his first friend. This past year, they had ventured through the demon lands together, facing life and death, forming a deep bond, but it was easy to get hurt. Even though they often got injured, being able to rely on each other was far better than going it alone. The fierce wind blew against Li Ya's face, and he showed a smile on his handsome and resolute face. He said, "So many great cultivators are rushing there, let's go take a look. We won't fight yet. Well, observe quietly. If there's no opportunity, well, just watch the excitement, but if there is one, all the better." Zhang Buku heard this and found it reasonable. He looked ahead, eyes showing a hint of anticipation. On the other side, Guan was not continuously watching the Ascension Land but had begun to busy himself. He was preparing to expand Nianchu Cave. Nianchu Cave, watched over by Tian Yaoer, truly belonged to him. Apart from the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, the other medicine valleys were mostly exposed, making direct expansion difficult. He entered Nianchu Cave and used his own mana to enlarge it. Tian Yaoer watched Guan's back, her little mouth opened wide, while Tian Qing and Tian Bai squatted on her shoulders, shaking their heads as they watched Guan. Guan walked in front of the mountain wall, his right hand leading the way, and with each step, the mountain wall ahead would cave in without any rocks falling or the cave shaking. This ability left Tian Yaoer's eyes wide with amazement. She always knew Guan was strong but hadn't realized just how formidable. Even after training for many years, she couldn't comprehend Guan's divine skills. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Nianchu Cave had doubled in size. Since Heavenly Phoenix Mountain was particularly large, it wouldn't affect the mountain body, and further expansions by 10 times would be no problem in the future. Guan arrived at a stone table, placed down a storage bag, and said, "These are all seeds, up to you to plant them. Don't disappoint me." Without waiting for Tian Yaoer to respond, he vanished into thin air. Tian Yaoer didn't look at the storage bag but instead mimicked Guan's earlier posture, raising her right hand and carefully recalling his movements. The moon set and the sun rose, ushering in a new day. In the third Medicine Valley, Guan put down his pen and stood by the window, looking at the demon lands. After the Ascenders arrived last night, that steel triggered a restriction, opening an entrance to a minor heaven and earth, where all the great cultivators swarmed in. Early this morning, many people had flown out and started fighting, including Li Ya and Zhang Buku. In the mountain forests by the riverbank, Li Ya lay bloodied amongst the fallen trees, staring at the overbearing figure high in the distant sky, clenched his teeth, and struggled to stand up. Ha 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 ha, so this is the ability of the great heavenly spirit land? Nothing more. I don't know whether I ascended to the wrong place or if this world is just so weak. The speaker was a man with blood-red hair, 2 curved black horns on his head, bare-chested, in black pants, with a fiery red sash around his waist, crawling with strange blood-colored runes. With his spiritual power surging, the runes wriggled, lifelike. He wielded a silver rod, sweeping it at the great cultivators attacking from all directions. Blood flames erupted, sweeping across the sky in a spectacular display, forcing those great cultivators back. He vanished into thin air, appearing instantly behind a great cultivator of the Mystic Heart realm, and smashed down with his rod. Boom! The great cultivator plunged into the river, their life or death uncertain. Zhang Buku quickly flew to Li Ya's side, also severely injured but not as badly. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Li, we should retreat." Though reluctant, Li Ya could only nod. The two supported each other, flying away, with mad laughter and the sounds of heaven and earth clashing coming from behind. That guy deliberately didn't kill, specifically tormenting opponents. The more they suffered, the more excited he became, like a mad demon. Runaway ants. Remember the name of this one. This one is honored as the Great Saint. You all may call this one the Blood Prison Great Saint. Hearing this, Zhang Buku immediately accelerated, fearing the Blood Prison Great Saint would chase them. In fact, the Blood Prison Great Saint was indeed watching Li Ya and Zhang Buku. He was very interested in these two guys with half-human, half-demon blood. Especially Zhang Buku, whose chi blood was so strong it seemed he was hiding a cultivation level, and his axe technique was also impressive. After a while, with no one left standing around, the Blood Prison Great Saint smacked his lips, looking at the white light whirlpool hovering over the distant forest, hesitated, then flew off in another direction. That direction was where Zhang Buku and Li Ya had fled. An ancient hour later, Zhang Buku and Li Ya landed in a dense forest shrouded in thick fog, with rich spiritual energy, perfect for hiding. After landing, Li Ya began to set up a formation, with Zhang Buku merely watching, not knowing the technique. When Li Ya finished setting up the formation, they both sat down and exhaled in relief. Li Ya grinned, even with a face full of blood, his excitement was evident. He raised his right hand, pulling a fist-sized golden fruit from his storage bag. "With this our efforts weren't in vain," Li Ya said contentedly. Zhang Buku wiped the blood and sweat from his face, saying admiringly, "Brother Li, you're amazing. You were so fast those great cultivators didn't notice you seeing the treasure. We're brothers half each. I can feel the power within this fruit. It's definitely a treasure that can transform the body." Li Ya laughed proudly, enjoying Zhang Buku's gaze. Although he couldn't beat Zhang Buku in combat, he could play the big brother in actions. As they excitedly talked, little did they know, several miles away, the Blood Prison Great Saint was silently approaching, already hearing their conversation, and Li Ya's formation was as good as non-existent to him. The Blood Prison Great Saint's mouth curled up in a sneer. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder, instantly freezing his demonic power, and his body could no longer move forward. His eyes widened, instinctively wanting to struggle, but he was entirely powerless. How could this be? What realm was this opponent at? The Blood Prison Great Saint panicked. He had never been so suppressed before, with even his divine sense unable to spread out, clueless about who was behind him. Naturally, it was Guan, who had used the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Before attacking, Guan ensured that no one was following the Blood Prison Great Saint. Blood Prison Great Saint, Mahayana Realm 8th Floor 1209/9000/9999. Mahayana Realm 8th Floor, far stronger than Lu Lingjun. Guan immediately used the soul-capturing skill to search the Blood Prison Great Saint's memories. The Blood Prison Great Saint hailed from the spirit realm, a mortal world with 9 continents and 7 seas, where the Mahayana realm was the highest realm. He had been a cultivator of the human race, later transforming into a demon body after obtaining divine beast true blood, completely unleashing his talent, sweeping through those of the same realm, even able to battle across realms, invincible. Interestingly, although the Blood Prison Great Saint's name sounded terrifying, he was actually a soft-hearted individual. As long as there wasn't a blood feud, he would spare those who knelt and begged for mercy after defeat. He had never committed an evil act in his life. His notorious name stemmed from his foul mouth. His threatening boasts made many believe he had committed those evil acts, compounded by slander from enemies, gradually earning him the Blood Prison Great Saint title, which he proudly saw as the fear and dread of the spirit realm's beings, his greatest achievement. After reading his soul, Guan unexpectedly didn't want to kill this guy anymore. With no one watching him, he could take him in. Because Guan saw the divine beast's true form whose blood was absorbed. With the fall of the demon ancestor, many demons were slaughtered, and the demon lands had become a place where the human race sought opportunities, with great cultivators fighting everywhere. The focus of the 7-star spirit realm was on the evil demons, ignoring the Blood Prison Great Saint, perhaps having seen countless ascenders. The Blood Prison Great Saint's consciousness gradually awakened, feeling a heavy and uncomfortable drowsiness. He struggled to open his eyes, seeing a large tree with a man sitting on the grass in front of it, holding a book. He abruptly opened his eyes wide, trying to teleport away, but only managed to stand up, not jump away. He seemed to realize something, his eyes showing panic. He had turned into a red-furred bull, almost as tall as a grown man. He wanted to speak, but all that came out was a moo. The most despairing thing was that his cultivation level was gone. This must be the path of returning primordial spirit. Guan had sealed his cultivation to the energy cultivation realm, with mana wrapping his demon core and primordial spirit, making him appear no more than a first-order demon beast. Ascender from the spirit realm, if you serve me for 1,000 years, I'll let you go. Guan put down his book and said leisurely. Looking at his youthful face, the Blood Prison Great Saint felt only fear. Guan stood up and walked toward him, making him retreat in fear. Without his cultivation, how could he dare escape? Eventually, he was caught by Guan and humiliatingly ridden. Guan sat on his back, patting him, pointing in a direction. He could only move forward. By dusk, Guan had ridden the Blood Prison Great Saint back to the Mystic Valley. With his dark red fur and majestic body, he instantly drew the curiosity of numerous disciples, who gathered around, pointing. The Blood Prison Great Saint was dazed. With his divine sense sealed, he had worried all the way about which demon cave he would be taken to. Yet, these cultivators' chi blood was so weak, seemingly all in the energy cultivation realm? He felt like he had arrived in some small place in the spirit realm. As Guan introduced him to the disciples with a smile, this feeling of illusion became a mix of complex emotions. He was the Blood Prison Great Saint, the most outstanding genius of the spirit realm in 10,000 years, sweeping the 9 continents and 7 seas, reigning invincible, earning the title of Great Saint through his battles. Yet, after ascending, he had become a mount? The Blood Prison Great Saint sank into bewilderment. Chapter 197. The ambition of the Supreme Sect. Guan flaunted his new mount, attracting the disciples' curiosity towards the Blood Prison Great Saint, causing him to feel quite oppressed. But fearing Guan, he could only endure. Even Chu Jingfeng, who usually practiced swordsmanship on the mountaintop, came to join the fun. He had seen many mounts, but it was his first time seeing such an imposing ox. Its large horns were impressive, and its fur fluttered like flames in the wind. After lingering in the Mystic Valley for an hour, Guan took the Blood Prison Great Saint back to the Third Medicine Valley. He planned to take the Blood Prison Great Saint with him wherever he went around the Supreme Sect. Now, the number of cultivators in the Supreme Sect was increasing, and it was possible to see cultivators riding their mounts in the sky. The disciples of the Third Medicine Valley were equally interested in the Blood Prison Great Saint. The presence of such spiritual energy in this valley amazed the Blood Prison Great Saint, as such a level of spiritual energy was rare even in the spirit realm, making him look forward to the days ahead. Since he came, he might as well find peace. But just one night later, that thought was replaced by anger. There was an incredibly fat old rat in the Medicine Valley. Damn it, it was infuriating. He was napping downstairs when the white spirit rat bit his butt, startling him. As an invincible great saint in his realm, how could he tolerate this? What frustrated him even more was yet to happen. He couldn't catch the white spirit rat. That night was the darkest moment in the Blood Prison Great Saint's life. The next day, Guan took the Blood Prison Great Saint to Tianya Valley. Why are you riding an ox? Luo Han approached the Blood Prison Great Saint and asked curiously, unable to resist touching its fur. Guan smiled and said, just bought it. How is it? Impressive, right? Indeed, quite nice. What breed is it? I'm not sure either. I call him Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King? That name. Luo Han shook his head with a smile, while the Blood Prison Great Saint lowered his ox eyes, looking dispirited. LV Xian and Ji Ruolai were also attracted to the Blood Prison Great Saint and came over to greet Guan. Given the plethora of demon creatures in the world, they didn't inquire much further. Have you seen my third sister lately? Ji Ruolai asked Guan. Guan shook his head and said, no, I rarely go to the inner sect. What's the matter? Need me to deliver a message? Ji Ruolai nodded and said, the family wants to summon her back to the 7-star spirit realm. Could you help convey the message? Guan readily agreed and then went to pick medicinal herbs. 3 monkey demons circled the Blood Prison Great Saint with great curiosity. Seeing their scratching and sniffing, the Blood Prison Great Saint felt they were mocking him, making him even more annoyed. It became even more difficult after ascending for the 3rd day. In late autumn, LV Batian came to see Guan. After going upstairs, he habitually closed the door and set up a restriction. After finishing, he approached the desk and sat down, smiling as he asked, is the ox downstairs yours? Its qualifications are a bit lacking. It's just a first order. It's not very useful. Do you want me to give you a 3rd order mount? Guan shook his head and smiled. No need. I don't have many enemies. I don't need such a powerful mount. Besides, I have a good eye for this ox. It's quite intelligent. Intelligent? Looking at its eyes, it seems like it's about to be buried. Ha ha. Guan chuckled without denying. LV Batian didn't continue to mock the Blood Prison Great Saint and started discussing sect matters. Although the #1 Sword Dao tournament in the world had not yet taken place, he already looked forward to the next big event. Gu An's love for teaching was aroused, and he began to talk at length about various ideas, which LV Batian listened to with great interest. Guan not only discussed methods but also envisioned a bright future, making LV Batian feel quite pleased. After a long time, taking advantage of Guan drinking tea, LV Batian asked, how do you think the Supreme Sect should view demons? During the previous Great Demon Calamity, the Demon Emperor had sent a group of great demons. This group of demons was now still staying in the Supreme Sect, following Di Xie's leadership. The Supreme Sect had not mistreated them, arranging caves for each. Guan responded, sometimes human hearts are worse than demon hearts. Since we are already cultivating to become immortals, why should we have racial prejudice? Why can't the Supreme Sect recruit demon clan disciples? LV Batian nodded. He sighed and said, but doing so, wouldn't there be hidden dangers? Everything has its pros and cons. We can't avoid doing something just because we fear the cons. If successful, it can set an example, making the human and demon clans on the mainland no longer be at odds. If it fails, then treat it as a training exercise, suppress it if necessary. Isn't suppression what you were best at in the past? Guan said calmly. With this, he aimed to accumulate strength for the Supreme Sect. The Supreme Sect eventually has to face the 7-star spirit realm. Ji Xianling represented the 7-star spirit realm in trying to win over the Supreme Sect, but the Supreme Sect only maintained good relations without bowing down, reflecting the attitude of the Hall of Elders. Now, the mentality of the upper echelons of the Supreme Sect had become inflated. They were already thinking about becoming the second Holy Land in the mainland, or even surpassing the 7-star spirit realm. With Gu An's support, LV Batian felt much more confident, and the smile on his face became brighter. The two chatted for a long time before LV Batian left, satisfied. Downstairs, he looked at the blood prison great saint lying on the ground and became interested. He walked over, patted the blood prison great saint's head, and said with a laugh, "Little beast, cultivate well. One day, you might become a disciple of the supreme sect. Reaching the nascent soul realm is not impossible." The blood prison great saint glanced at him with a white eye, too lazy to respond. This made LV Batian pause, suspecting he had misseen. "Forget it. What's the use of arguing with a beast?" LV Batian stood up and left. The blood prison great saint watched his back, seething with inner rage. "Old thing. Just you wait. Daring to insult me, in 1,000 years, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy." Snowflakes flew as Guan rode the blood prison great saint, wandering in the third medicine valley. It seemed like he was patrolling, but in reality, his divine sense was traveling overseas, looking for a place to break through. An Xian ran over curiously asking, "Master, why do you ride it wherever you go? Don't you think it's slow?" Guan lightly chuckled and said, "I'm training its physique. Although it's my mount, I won't mistreat it. Sooner or later, I will release it." Hearing this, the blood prison great saint's eyes brightened, and his ox body became upright, no longer looking like an old dying ox. An Xian nodded. Just as she was about to speak, two figures suddenly flew in from the sky. It was Lu Lingjun and Shen Zhen. After landing, Shen Zhen enthusiastically greeted Guan. Lu Lingjun glanced at the blood prison great saint under Guan but didn't pay much attention. Shen Zhen talked excitedly about their opportunities over the years, making even an Xian listen with envy. Guan also pretended to be emotional, envious, satisfying Shen Zhen's sense of achievement. Now Shen Zhen was already at the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm, evidencing the great fortitude. After chatting for a while, Shen Zhen finally left. Before leaving, she mentioned preparing to publish a book next, which made Gu An's heart skip a beat. After Shen Zhen left, an Xian also didn't disturb Guan and Lu Lingjun, finding an excuse to leave. Lu Lingjun lightly stomped her foot, forming a barrier with her spiritual power, isolating the 3-foot area, making the blood prison great saint look at her again. "Guan, I heard there's an ascender appearing in the north. You are close to the sect leader. Did you find out anything?" Lu Lingjun asked directly. "Ascender." Upon hearing these words, the blood prison great saint couldn't help but lower his head. "Such a disgrace." Guan thought for a moment and shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. Why are you so concerned about the ascender?" Lu Lingjun hesitated for a while and said, "To be honest, I'm also an ascender, so I wanted you to write about the shattering void." Guan's eyes widened, showing a look of incredulity. The blood prison great saint looked up again, this time with tears in his eyes. Lu Lingjun had wanted to say this for a long time. The opportunities over the years had made her more confident as she said, "I want to recruit ascenders and build my own network in the Supreme Sect. What do you think?" She knew LV Batian often visited the Medicine Valley, and she had often heard about LV Batian's plans from Guan. She also wanted to convey her intentions to LV Batian through Guan. Guan excitedly said, "Of course, it is a good thing. It will enhance the strength of the Supreme Sect. However, I really don't have any information on that ascender." Hearing this, the blood prison great saint was full of confusion. He could tell now that no one knew the true cultivation level of the person on his back. Moreover, the cultivators he had seen so far were very weak, not even reaching the first-class level in the spirit realm. He couldn't understand why a great cultivator like Guan would hide in such a small place. "In the future, keep an eye out for such information, and I won't treat you unfairly," Lu Lingjun said. She had to devote most of her time to cultivation. Since the appearance of beings in the Mahayana realm and the immortal path, she felt a great urgency, thinking the mystic heart realm was inadequate. Guan nodded with a smile. They had a brief chat before Lu Lingjun left. Guan patted the blood prison great saint, signaling him to continue forward. People always want to go to places they've never been before, but when they arrive, they find it's all the same. When they want to turn back, it's often too late. Guan said leisurely, and the blood prison great saint felt he was speaking to him. Unfortunately, the blood prison great saint couldn't speak. Otherwise, he would argue with Guan. If it weren't for meeting you, would I be so aggrieved? The falling snow grew heavier, the ground accumulating more snow. The blood prison great saint left 2 ox-hoof prints in the snowy ground as he and Guan disappeared into the vast snow. Until nightfall. Demon Land. On the wasteland, Shen Tianyi and An Hao sat facing the fire. The falling snow did not land on them, melting in the 10-foot radius around them, separated from the surrounding snowy ground. Shen Tianyi held a book and softly said, "The demonic qi here is very strong. Maybe we'll find evil demons hiding nearby." And Hao was practicing his skills. He opened his eyes and asked, "Senior, what should we do when we find the evil demon?" After the trend of heading north swept the world, he couldn't restrain his restless heart anymore. Saying goodbye to Yener, he ventured north alone. His goal was to become an immortal and not stay in one place for any person indefinitely. Shen Tianyi answered, "Then you take the information back. I will stay here alone." "Why would you stay?" "I also want to play the hero. I can't always rely on sword Venerable Fudao, can I?" As he spoke, Shen Tianyi turned to the next page and continued to read. Chapter 198. Master understands you deep in the night. Inside the Mystic Valley Pavilion, candlelight flickered, and hot tea was brewing. Zhan Qin sat dazedly on a small stool, staring at the teapot and lost in thought. Guan was writing a book. After he finished a page, he started to appreciate it, feeling increasingly pleased with his work. "Disciple, come and have a look." Gu An's voice interrupted Zhan Qin's thoughts. Zhan Qin quickly stood up, walked to his side, took the page from his hand, and read it attentively. "The 7 great saints. Great sage who pacifies heaven, bull demon king?" Zhan Qin couldn't help but look at Guan and asked, "Master, isn't your bull downstairs the bull demon king? Did you write him into the book?" Guan chuckled and asked, "Is that not allowed?" "Of course it is, but your writing style." Zhan Qin nodded, her expression a bit hesitant. Does Master have such talent? Upon thinking about it, she realized that since Master didn't cultivate, he must have time for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After finishing reading, she handed the page back to Guan and said, "It's very well written. Just this part alone feels no worse than the investiture of the gods. Master, are you planning to publish a book? I hope you can surpass Pan En." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment and looked at Guan. "Pan En? Guan?" Zhan Qin's expression turned peculiar, and she quickly asked, "Master, could you actually be Pan En?" Guan smiled and said, "This is my biggest secret. I'm only telling you. Can you tell Master what's troubling you?" Guan could feel that Zhan Qin came today wanting to share her troubles but was afraid of something, so he revealed his identity as Pan En to draw her out. Although he already knew the truth, he couldn't expose his identity, and what Zhan Qin needed was to confide in someone close by. Zhan Qin gritted her teeth and said, "I'm afraid of dragging Master into this. If you don't say anything and something happens, you'll not only drag me into it, but it will also become my burden. That would harm me more." Guan shook his head. Zhan Qin felt relieved and smiled for the first time. At Gu An's gesture, she moved to the other side of the desk and began to talk about Su Han's death. Guan got up to pour tea, and Zhan Qin's gaze followed his back, trying to see his reaction. However, she couldn't see through anything. Had Master already let go of senior brother Su? Zhan Qin thought to herself. She couldn't blame Guan. She owed Su Han for covering for her, but her master owed him nothing. Guan brought a bowl of hot tea in front of her, looking at her calmly as she spoke. When she finished, Guan said, "The deceased have passed. You should live according to his wishes, not inherit his hatred. But think about what he said to you before he died. What do you think he hoped for you to do?" Guan interrupted her and asked solemnly. Zhen Qin remained silent. Guan continued, "Let alone whether you can defeat the ghost mother of ephemera, the world is so vast. Are you going to spend your whole life searching for her? Cultivate well and experience the world your senior brother wanted to see. Do the things he couldn't achieve. That is truly good for him. There is a divine intent in the unseen world. Your senior brother ultimately attracted a body of sins, but inheriting his power means you share his fate, whether for good or ill. It's all up to your intentions." Zhen Qin was filled with countless thoughts, her expression complex. Guan was not rushed, He merely provided guidance. To let go, she needed to rely on herself. Zhen Qin looked up at Guan. Now in her eyes he seemed very weak. Since inheriting Su Han's cultivation, Zhen Qin had already formed her nascent soul, and her cultivation level was still growing. It was inevitable she saw others from a superior viewpoint, but tonight, she felt deeply ashamed. What use was mere cultivation level? She took a deep breath and asked, Master, if I perform good deeds, will it really help senior brother Su? Guan answered, I am not sure, but at least this way, you can free yourself and fulfill his wishes. Zhen Qin chuckled, instantly returning to her usual lively and mischievous demeanor. Master, you are Pan-en. You hid it well. Earlier, I even thought you were the author of the Supreme Secret Records. Ahem, nonsense. How could Master be such a person? Wait, does she also read the Supreme Secret Records? Gu An's expression turned peculiar. Shen Zhen truly was a scourge, corrupting so many people. Zhen Qin snorted, who told Master to love reading Green Hero Travelogue? They are all rumors. Don't believe them. The master and disciple duo began to argue. A long while passed. Guan spoke, defying fate divine skill, Master knows. Someone wants to pass it on to me. I can put in a good word for you, allowing you to become a true disciple and embark on a proper immortal cultivation path. Zhen Qin was once again shocked, not expecting her master to have such an opportunity. Master, who is it? Are they powerful? Zhen Qin asked curiously. Sect leader LV Batian, do you think he's powerful? Hiss. Does that mean, Master, you will become a great cultivator of the unification realm in the future? I did not agree, and his lifespan is long. Perhaps he will live longer than your master. This matter cannot be spread, to avoid trouble. I understand, Master. To be honest, I am now a nascent soul realm cultivator. These years, hiding my cultivation level has been really uncomfortable. Zhen Qin began to complain. Guan laughed and said, Master understands you. How do you understand? Fine. I do not understand. Can Master hit you for daring to show off to Master? The master and disciple again started to bicker. It was almost dawn when Zhen Qin finally went downstairs. Passing by the blood prison great saint, she squatted in front of him, stroked his bovine head, and whispered with a laugh, Little bull, I can now become a nascent soul realm cultivator. Impressive, right? The blood prison great saint opened his eyes and glanced at her. Crazy. He finally understood that this upper realm was full of crazy people. After muttering a few more words, Zhen Qin leaped up and flew toward the outer gate city. It was not until noon that Guan used his disciple token to contact LV Batian to help change Zhen Qin's disciple status. LV Batian was very interested in the transmission of the defying fate divine skill to Zhen Qin and agreed right away. Another nightfall arrived. That night, Guan left Mystic Valley, stepping on the limitless freedom step and heading west, crossing mountains and lands, and entering the ocean. Step by step. The distance that a ninth-layer wandering immortal could traverse was immense. This time, he took a full 100 steps and landed on a small continent. Standing on the beach, his divine sense enveloped the continent. He saw many demon creatures, but no cultivators of the human race. This continent should not be sunk by giant sea demons. Guan walked into the forest. He didn't immediately find a place to break through but instead took a look around the continent. Meanwhile, in the demon land, in the dim tunnel, Xian Tianyi and An Hao were walking. An Hao was very nervous and kept looking behind him. Cultivators observe with divine sense, not with eyes. Didn't LV Batian teach you that? Walking ahead, Xian Tianyi asked casually. An Hao looked at his back, feeling a bit reassured. This was the only Mahayana realm cultivator in the supreme sect on the surface. In the 3 dynasty regions, he was second only to his master among the cultivators of the human race. Following Xian Tianyi, even in dangerous situations, they should be able to escape with their lives. And Hao asked, I always feel this journey is too quiet without any demon obstruction, as if they intentionally let us in. Perhaps. Xian Tianyi responded casually. Not long after, the two walked out of the tunnel and arrived at a cliff. Looking out, they saw a vast underground space, with rolling magma below, like a blazing lake. Xian Tianyi looked down at the magma lake, the firelight casting shadows on his face. And Hao also looked down, but his expression was tense. Such dense demonic qi. Is the evil demon hiding below? And Hao asked in a low voice.
Shen Tianyi said. You've been following for so long.
Why don't you come out? As soon as he said this, and Hao was shocked and quickly looked around. Immediately, he saw mysterious figures shrouded in demonic qi emerging from the distant cave walls, 7 in total. Shen Tianyi said softly, I didn't tell you earlier because I was afraid you'd be in danger separated from me. Just watch how I handle these sneaky ones. With that, he stepped forward, walking in mid-air. And Hao remained vigilant, drawing out his treasure sword and keeping an eye on his surroundings. Under the tree, Guan sat in meditation, leaning against the trunk. He had activated the lifespan barrier and looked up through the leaves at the crescent moon in the night sky. Tonight's weather was excellent. It was as if heaven and earth were celebrating for him. Guan's lips curled up as he opened the attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 96/10376008. Physique, Mystic Holy Body. Cultivation level, Wandering Immortal Realm, 9th layer. 10,376,000 years of lifespan. Because of the failure to break through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm from the 9th layer of the Wandering Immortal Realm, he needed to wait 20,000 years. So Guan chose to invest 1,000,000 years first. 50 attempts, gambling on a stroke of luck. What if he got lucky? The simulation began. You cultivated energy absorption for 20,000 years. Using the great accomplishment of the heaven and earth primordial skill, you forcibly attempted to break through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. You faced the heaven and earth divine intent heavenly tribulation but did not survive and failed the tribulation crossing. Failure. Failure. Guan remained calm, first playing with 200,000 years. Succeeding would be nice, but failure was acceptable. As expected, all attempts failed. He then invested another 100,000 years. One after another, lines of equally long prompts kept appearing. All failures again. 100 failed tribulation crossings. Another 50 attempts. Surely he'd succeed now? More practically identical prompts popped up, and now Guan could no longer keep a straight face. 3,000,000 years of lifespan and still no breakthrough. He couldn't help but look again at the words heaven and earth divine intent heavenly tribulation. He truly wanted to see what this heavenly tribulation looked like. He hoped someone could show him in reality how to overcome the heaven and earth divine intent heavenly tribulation someday. Guan took a deep breath and chose to invest 50,000 years of lifespan. Failure. Failure. Consecutive failures struck at Guan's Taoist heart. Until a prompt suddenly grew longer. You cultivated energy absorption for 38,000 years. Using the great accomplishment of the heaven and earth primordial skill, you forcibly attempted to break through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. You faced the heaven and earth divine intent heavenly tribulation and survived, succeeding in the tribulation crossing. Your cultivation level has broken through to the first layer of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Chapter 199. Breakthrough to the 9th level of heaven and earth flying immortal realm. You cultivated an energy absorption for 390,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the second layer of the heavenly flying immortal realm. You cultivated an energy absorption for 400,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the third layer of the heavenly flying immortal realm. You cultivated an energy absorption for 420,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the fourth layer of the heavenly flying immortal realm. You cultivated an energy absorption for 500,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the eighth layer of the heavenly flying immortal realm. Seeing all the indications fall, Guan summarized the pattern and invested another 30,000 years of his lifespan, successfully reaching the 9th layer of the heavenly flying immortal realm. At the same time, nature's spiritual energy already bore into his body, symbolizing the start of his breakthrough. It felt so comfortable. Guan considered whether to spend another 30,000 years of lifespan to foresee the name of the next realm, but then thought it would be futile. For what use was knowing a name? The surrounding forest began to shake violently as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth descended. The ground beneath Guan showed signs of a qi sea, and the speed at which spiritual energy entered his body became faster. He began to imagine the heavenly flying immortal realm. What is the difference between a wandering immortal and a heavenly flying immortal? Guan looked at the sky. In the depths of his mind, he felt it was related to the heavens. After reaching the wandering immortal realm, he could sense a certain power from the heavens suppressing all beings, making it impossible to leave. Wandering immortals could break free from the constraints of heaven and earth rules but could not escape the suppression from the heavenly power above.
Boom! The speed at which spiritual energy entered his body reached an unprecedented level, even making Guan somewhat alarmed.
How wide a range of spiritual energy was needed for this? It didn't take long for the entire continent's living creatures to be startled, with birds flying chaotically, beasts fleeing wildly, and the earth trembling. Guan did not bother to worry about the commotion, as a large amount of immortal insights poured into his body. Heavenly flying immortal. One can leap beyond heaven and earth, roam the universe. One can peep into yin and yang, and control the 5 elements. Upon reaching this level, one must delve into the path of 5 elements to progress further. The heaven and earth primordial skill Guan practiced was precisely a 5 elements cultivation technique, so his breakthrough went smoothly. His primordial spirit underwent an unprecedented transformation, giving his soul a feeling of joy surpassing any form of pleasure. An hour later, Guan completely crossed into the heavenly flying immortal realm. The ocean surrounding the continent also erupted into monstrous waves, a scene formed by countless underwater demonic beasts surging, affecting unknowable miles. Guan opened his eyes, his primordial spirit leaping out of his body. He instinctively wanted to break free from the lifespan barrier, leap out of this heaven and earth, and peek into the higher world. However, he restrained himself. He gazed up at the night sky, his eyes penetrating millions of miles high, and he saw an invisible membrane enveloping the night sky, like a prison cage binding all beings of heaven and earth. He felt he could cross that invisible heavenly layer, but he didn't dare to at the moment. Having no understanding of the world beyond, he couldn't rush there. Suddenly, Guan spotted that invisible heavenly layer producing ripples. He looked towards the direction from which the ripples came and saw a figure descending from the sky, falling to the end of heaven and earth. Someone arriving from the outer heavens? He dared not look too closely, fearing to disturb the other. He suddenly realized that the world and the outer heavens weren't so isolated. Heavenly flying immortals of this heaven and earth would venture out but also return? He continued to enjoy the process of spiritual energy tempering his body. After the breakthrough, his primordial spirit had already transformed into a flying immortal primordial spirit, capable of slipping into yin and yang. By yin, it did not mean underground but another world contrary to this one. He could see the wandering souls in heaven and earth, and those souls about to enter reincarnation, flying into the sky, and disappearing less than 100,000 miles above, being pulled into the underworld by reincarnation. Guan could already sense the chilling aura of the underworld, so cold that he didn't wish to trespass. His cultivation level continued to rise. The speed of spiritual energy entering his body still increased, the chi sea on the ground resembling waves ready to engulf him at any moment. His primordial spirit continued to gaze at the sky. An hour later, he saw a heavenly flying immortal escaping into the outer heavens in the distance, confirming even more that this world had other heavenly flying immortals, and reaching the heavenly flying immortal realm did not mean one had to leave this realm. It suggested that the heavenly flying immortal realm might not be the highest realm in this world. No matter what, Guan's desire to explore the outer heavens was not that intense. Staying in the comfort zone was the safest. Being able to grow stronger, why leave the comfort zone? Time flowed quickly. A full 2 ancient hours passed before Guan's cultivation level stabilized at the 9th layer of the heavenly flying immortal realm. The lifespan barrier consumed nearly 700,000 years of lifespan, an exaggeration. The next breakthrough, to fully reinforce, would consume millions of years of lifespan just on the lifespan barrier? A heavy burden and a long path ahead. After the spiritual energy no longer entered his body, and the world returned to calm, Guan slowly stood up. He did not immediately remove the lifespan barrier but sensed his own strength. His mana and senses both underwent a transformation. The 9 heavens of the immortal path, and the gaps thereafter would only grow wider. Guan felt that a wandering immortal couldn't defeat a heavenly flying immortal across realms. Mastering any divine power would not suffice. Elsewhere, in the demon land, within a dark forest, a space rift suddenly appeared, and a severely injured Hao was tossed out from it. He immediately got up and flew south, constantly calling for his master in his heart, but unfortunately, as before, his master did not appear. Damn it, it's all because I'm too weak. And Hao gritted his teeth, his pride shattered that night. The scenes of Shen Tianyi using a mysterious scroll to send him away kept flashing in his mind, and his ears echoed with Xian Tiany's ambitious words.
Go back, I won't die here. Wait for me to return and find you.
The more carefree Xian Tiany appeared, the more worried and Hao became. As those 7 mysterious great cultivators were overwhelmingly powerful, Xian Tiany was absolutely outmatched.
Who exactly are they?
What did Senior Xian leave on my back? And Hao thought anxiously and angrily, recalling how before parting, Xian Tiany slapped him into the space rift. At the moment he was struck, he felt his back burn, and now it itched as though someone were using a small knife to carve words on his back. He felt Senior Xian detected something and left the information on his back, but now he could not use his divine sense to check. Whenever his divine sense approached his back, it was repelled by a mysterious power. He quickly took out a spirit energy elixir and forcefully poured it into his mouth. His gaze became determined. He would definitely return. If Xian Tiany died, no matter who the murderer was, he would seek revenge for Xian Tiany. The moon set, and the sun rose. Heaven and earth completely calmed down, and Guan then removed the lifespan barrier and headed towards the Supreme Sect. With just 3 steps, he returned to the Supreme Sect. He returned to the Mystic Valley, came down from the building, and rode the Blood Prison Great Saint towards Tianya Valley. The Blood Prison Great Saint could feel his good mood, humming an unfamiliar tune. He had to admit, it sounded quite nice. Guan spread his divine sense, taking in the entire continent, even encompassing the surrounding seas. He began to inspect old friends one by one. Jiang Qiong's Juhua sect seemed very harmonious, and she was practicing in the sect master's mansion. Yi Lan was handling affairs of the law enforcement hall, appearing very different from how she faced Guan, exuding an ice queen temperament. Li Ya and Zhang Buku were being chased by a great demon, appearing dangerous but likely to survive. Guan also saw An Hao, who was escaping. With no pursuers behind, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. His divine sense swept over friends and disciples, and then glanced at the demonic energy-filled land still teeming with many 7-star spirit realm cultivators. Guan felt he could easily break the seal and spy on the evil demon but refrained. The 7-star spirit realm's growth speed couldn't keep up with his own. Unless the 7-star spirit realm actively provoked him, he intended to lay low. Anyway, the 3 Dynasties land was far from the demonic energy land, and unless it was a catastrophic disaster, he preferred not to intervene. After leaving the Mystic Valley's range, the Blood Prison Great Saint suddenly felt his body enveloped by a terrifying power, causing his steps to falter as the surrounding environment changed drastically. They immediately found themselves less than 200 miles away from Tianya Valley. What kind of divine skill was this? The Blood Prison Great Saint marveled internally. It wasn't his first time experiencing this divine skill, but he had no idea how far they had traveled due to being sealed by the path of returning primordial spirit. As the strongest being in the spirit realm, he was trying to sense Guan's divine skills to learn, but had yet to figure out the trick. Half a day later, Guan again rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to arrive at the 3rd Medicine Valley. The disciples had grown accustomed to seeing him always riding a bull, and some even went to buy first-order mounts in the Outer Gate City to imitate him, though first-order demon beasts rarely had the presence of the Bull Demon King. He sensed Shen Zhan's presence, waiting for him in a pavilion. This guy isn't releasing another book so soon, right? Guan urged the Blood Prison Great Saint to quicken his pace, reaching the pavilion and dismounting. Watching Guan's anxious back, the Blood Prison Great Saint felt stifled. In such a hurry. Couldn't he just walk himself? It was just a few steps. He couldn't understand why Guan needed to act weak in front of these minor cultivators, so he lay down to sleep, reliving his invincible moments in his dreams. Entering the room, Guan closed the door. Shen Zhan sat on a chair, pointing to a jade scroll on the table with a mysterious smile. Guan approached the table and asked, "What is this?" Shen Zhan raised her white chin, proudly smiling. "This is my new work, guaranteed to shock the immortal cultivation world." Guan looked skeptical, picking up the jade scroll and probing it with his divine sense. His face instantly turned red and he immediately withdrew his divine sense, incredulously looking at Shen Zhan. You did this?" Guan asked, trembling. Could she be a genius? This creation could indeed shock the immortal cultivation world. It was incredible, damn it, it was outrageous. Shen Zhan raised an eyebrow, smiling. "How is it? Isn't the idea of making pictures move like real people amazing?" Guan didn't know how to respond. Immortal cultivation world anime? But this anime was too lifelike, no different from real people. Using such design in the Supreme Secret Records plot was truly impactful.
Guan resisted the tumult in his heart, asking, "Who is the male cultivator in it?"
Shen Zhen looked at him blinking. "I didn't use your face, but thinking of other men was too uncomfortable for me, so I had him wear a mask." Guan fell silent.
No wonder the mask.
Chapter 200. Do you know my cultivation level? Guan, suppressing his complicated emotions, asked. This thing is too groundbreaking. Are you really going to do it?
The commotion might be bigger than writing a book.
In fact, the Supreme Secret Records written by Shen Zhen had always been forbidden by the Supreme Sect. If she were not the holy daughter of the Daotian sect, Guan suspected she would have long been captured. Shen Zhen retorted, I haven't killed or set fires. What's the Supreme Sect going to do? Throw me in jail?
But you are, after all, a woman.
If this gets exposed, how will people see you? How will they view your father, or the Daotian sect? Guan spoke earnestly. Shen Zhen's nature wasn't bad, nor did she have any emotional entanglements. Whenever he used his divine sense to survey the world, he would also glance at her. When she wasn't seeking him, she was mostly in her cave cultivating or delving into music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Shen Zhen fixed her gaze on him and asked, You don't like what I'm doing? Guan responded, I'm just worried about you. Shen Zhen couldn't help but smile, and she took out a new jade scroll, handing it to Guan. Guan hesitated for a moment but still used his divine sense to inspect the jade scroll. Immediately, his eyebrows raised. It wasn't just an action illusion, but the process of cultivating divine skills. The person in the jade scroll was Shen Zhen, and it recorded her divine skills cultivation process, even including the meditation spells. After a while, Guan withdrew his divine sense, his gaze fixed on Shen Zhen. Shen Zhen hummed, This is my real creation. Isn't it more conducive to inheritance? Guan nodded, saying, Very good, it gives people more direction during cultivation. With that, he placed the two jade scrolls on the table. Shen Zhen began to recount the experience of her and Lu Lingjun's training. They had ventured into the grotto heaven of an ancient great cultivator, filled with dangers, and only after great effort did they obtain the inheritance and treasures. Guan listened avidly, occasionally exclaiming in amazement, gratifying Shen Zhen's desire to talk. She loved discussing these things with Guan, while talking to others might attract unwanted attention. With Guan, she enjoyed his praise without that risk. After a long time, Shen Zhen finally stood up and said, I'll leave this divine skills jade scroll with you. Before Guan could refuse, she headed for the door and quickly went downstairs. Guan looked at the jade scroll on the table, wanting to call out to Shen Zhen. Why not take the other one? Forget it. Had better keep this one to prevent anyone from going astray. Guan had memories of his past life and had long experienced the corruption of this thing.
His willpower in this aspect was far beyond that of the people in the immortal cultivation world.
He felt it was his duty to bear this mental burden for the cultivators. Elsewhere, Shen Zhen, upon going downstairs, couldn't resist teasing the blood prison great saint, annoying him greatly. Until nightfall, Guan finally took the blood prison great saint back to Mystic Valley. Late at night, Guan quietly arrived at Nianchu Cave of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Tian Yaoer was cultivating, while two cat demons were playing. Seeing Guan appear, they quickly stopped and lay on the ground. Although they hadn't shapeshifted yet, they were highly intelligent and, under Tian Yaoer's guidance, they were very respectful towards Guan. Guan nodded at them, then sat at the stone table and began contemplating the matters of a grotto heaven. With his current cultivation level, opening up an independent minor heaven and earth wasn't difficult, but the challenge was in raising the spiritual energy. He couldn't instantly create a minor heaven and earth filled with spiritual energy. Next, he planned to collect high-grade celestial treasures to prepare for his grotto heaven. He was now thinking about where to hide the grotto heaven. Although the minor heaven and earth within the grotto heaven was hidden in another space, the entrance to the real world was fixed and couldn't move. After much thought, Guan decided to open the grotto heaven on the mainland. This mainland was vast and had fewer immortal realms, making it suitable for him to develop slowly. At this time, Tian Yaoer approached and asked what he was thinking. Guan didn't hide anything, as the grotto heaven would eventually need to be managed by her. To seize lifespan, he needed to personally harvest it with his mana, as puppets or clones weren't reliable. The clones of his 9 extremes yin-yang body, though called clones, were actually formed by his mana and lacked independent thought. Guan had no interest in clones. He preferred to directly experience life and growth. Tian Yaoer, upon hearing this, was secretly shocked. The master had already opened a minor heaven and earth? She wondered if Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother could do the same? Having cultivated for so long, she wasn't naive. She was increasingly certain that the master was stronger than the Demon Mother. It was just that he claimed he couldn't defeat the Demon Mother to encourage her to cultivate. She felt no resentment towards this. Her enemies needed to be dealt with by her own hands. Just said it here at Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. It said that Heavenly Phoenix Mountain was once a habitat for phoenixes. Every few thousand years, enormous spiritual energy surges from the ground, producing countless celestial treasures. Tian Yaoer said earnestly. Guan thought it made sense. Then, he sent his divine sense underground to open up a minor heaven and earth. The grotto heaven couldn't be too close to Nianchu Cave to avoid affecting the growth of medicinal herbs here. It should ideally be near the great earth spirit lineage, so it could absorb the underground spiritual energy. An hour later, Guan successfully opened it. Unlike other great cultivators who needed to fill it with soil and water, he could directly manifest it with his mana, thanks to his 5 elements attribute. However, the plants would still need to be relocated manually. For now, he wasn't in a hurry. He would let the grotto heaven absorb spiritual energy first. With the arrival of the new year, the Supreme Sect was busy with celebrations and all cities were bustling. Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to the Outer Gate City. Although they attracted many gazes along the way, no one was surprised. Nowadays, many disciples in the Outer Gate City rode mounts, and numerous majestic demon birds circled above the city. The Blood Prison Great Saint was also very interested in the Outer Gate City, constantly looking around.
Brother Gu, long time no see.
A light laugh sounded, and Guan turned his head to see Dixia approaching. Dixia had gotten acquainted with Zuelin and Guan when he first arrived.
He had always hidden his true identity, and now only the high levels of the Supreme Sect knew that he was the son of the Demon Emperor.
Guan dismounted with a smile, raised his hand, and cupped his fists. Dixia looked at the Blood Prison Great Saint, examining it and said, "Brother Gu, this mount of yours seems to have a unique bloodline?" Although the Blood Prison Great Saint's cultivation level was low, Dixia could still sense some unusual traits, but nothing more. Guan laughed. "He's quite good. I like him a lot, so I take him everywhere with me, but his speed is a bit slow." Dixia smiled and nodded, then invited Guan for a drink, which Guan didn't refuse. He led the Blood Prison Great Saint and followed Dixia. They chatted and laughed along the way, their relationship harmonious. After experiencing the demon catastrophe, Dixia cherished his friendship with Zuelin and Guan even more. The human and demon races shouldn't be forever locked in conflict. They could coexist peacefully, just like him and Guan. The two found an inn. Guan left the Blood Prison Great Saint by the inn's door and asked the innkeeper to keep an eye on him. The two went to the second floor by the window. The first sword competition in the world is about to start. "I'm planning to participate. You must come to watch then," Dixia said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Guan immediately agreed and wished him success in advance. "I've heard they're preparing to recruit some demon clan disciples. Brother Gu, what do you think about this?" Dixia asked curiously. He was pleased but also worried when he heard this. He knew well the nature of some demons. If they harmed someone in the Supreme Sect, would that not worsen the conflict? After all, the demon catastrophe had only ended recently, and there was still significant resentment towards demons among the human cultivators. It's a good thing. Didn't some demons help us fight off the evil demons during the catastrophe? Now that the demon ancestor has fallen, but evil demons remain, which are a greater calamity. The human and demon races should unite to overcome the tribulation," Guan said casually. Dixia observed his expression, trying to figure out his true thoughts, but his words made Dixia happy. They started drinking, passing cups back and forth, and soon, 2 jars were emptied. An hour later, sounds of a cow and the innkeeper's voice interrupted Guan and Dixia's conversation. "I need to go down and check," Guan said, standing up. Dixia nodded and followed him downstairs. In front of the inn's door, more and more disciples gathered. The innkeeper stood in front of the Blood Prison Great Saint, wearing a forced smile as he looked at the luxurious robed man in front of him, saying, "Sir, I really can't sell this cow. If you want to buy it, you should find the owner upstairs. The man in luxurious robes was arrogant, with 4 attendants behind him, all looking formidable. He looked down at the innkeeper and said, "Go call him down." Before the innkeeper could respond, Guan's voice came from behind. "Brother, sorry, but this cow is not for sale." Guan approached the blood prison great saint, patting its head, and gave the luxurious robed man a lifespan detection. This was his habitual action to see the other person's maximum lifespan. Zhou Yi, Divinity Transformation Stage 5th Level 402/880/1200. Surname Zhou? Guan thought to himself. After the Ji family left the Supreme Sect, the Zhou family also started leaving, reportedly to support the Congtian sect. Zhou Yi looked at Guan and said, "2 top-grade spirit stones, I'll take it." As soon as he said this, the surrounding disciples were in an uproar. A first-order demon beast worth that much? Listening to the discussions around, the blood prison great saint was infuriated, his eyes flaring up with rage. He accepted being Guan's steed, but who did this kid think he was? The blood prison great saint judged from the other's aura that he was just a low-level divinity transformation cultivator. Guan frowned, shaking his head in difficulty. Wuxia suddenly stepped in front of him and said, "My brother said it's not for sale, stop pestering." Zhou Yi looked him up and down and sneered. "Do you know what my cultivation level is?" "What, being in the divinity transformation stage 5th level makes you arrogant?" Wuxia retorted coldly. The crowd was in an uproar again, and the innkeeper stepped back in fear, with Guan also pretending to be shocked. Zhou Yi asked, frowning, "Who are you?" Wuxia said calmly, "I am Wuxia, Mystic Heart Realm 3rd Layer." Bang! The whole street exploded into chaos. Zhou Yi and the 4 behind him all retreated together. Wuxia glanced at Guan, giving an apologetic look. The blood prison great saint, at the Mahayana realm 8th layer, felt humiliated. Was the Mystic Heart Realm that prestigious? After he ascended, he shouldn't have been so arrogant. Guan, at the Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal Realm 9th level, feigned tension, continuously stroking the cow's head. Chapter 201. Demon shocks the world under the might of Wuxia. Zhou Yi ultimately withdrew with his men. Before leaving, Zhou Yi still harbored hostility towards Guan. However, it did not reach the level of hatred, only dissatisfaction, and a desire to teach him a lesson. Afterward, Wuxia laid his cards on the table with Guan, revealing his true identity, and left with a look of shock on Guan's face. He turned his back to Guan, sighed slightly under the gaze of many disciples on both sides of the street. From now on, it would be challenging for him to befriend Guan, as the difference in status and cultivation level was clear. Even if he had the inclination to form a bond, Brother Gu would probably feel pressured, wouldn't he? Wuxia smiled self-deprecatingly. Guan continued to ride the blood prison great saint around the street. After nearly 2 ancient hours, they finally left the city. On the way to the 3rd Medicine Valley, Guan introduced the Supreme Sect and those noble families to the blood prison great saint. The blood prison great saint listened intently, for Guan had said that he would let him go after 1,000 years. Once free, he would still need to understand this great heaven and earth, so it was best to accumulate knowledge now. "Do you know why I captured you?" Guan asked nonchalantly. The blood prison great saint was no fool and thought it must be related to those 2 half-human, half-demon individuals. "You might think this world is nothing special, but it is far more dangerous than you imagine. This is also why I hide my cultivation level. Serving me for 1,000 years, first to atone for your sins, and second to temper your character. I hope you cherish it." Guan spoke softly. If the blood prison great saint performed well, he wouldn't mind teaching him the primordial reincarnation skill. The primordial reincarnation skill and the path of returning primordial spirit were, in a sense, a perfect match. It was just right to use the blood prison great saint to experiment and see if it was effective. "Moo!" the blood prison great saint responded. Although he could not speak human words, Guan understood his submissive intention. In fact, the mindset of the blood prison great saint had already changed. He had thought before that following Guan might be an opportunity. At least Guan could be his protector. If it hadn't been Guan who took action against him back then, but another immortal cultivator of similar cultivation level, he might have already died and vanished. Putting himself in someone else's shoes, if someone attacked his disciple or junior, he wouldn't show mercy either.
Within the circle of great cultivators in the spirit realm, there was a saying, "It is better to provoke the blood prison great saint himself than to suppress his juniors."
The blood prison great saint's pace wasn't fast, and Guan didn't rush him. During the ride, it seemed as if he was talking to himself, while the blood prison great saint didn't feel annoyed. For some reason, he always felt that Guan had changed recently. Even a casual remark from him felt inexplicably calming to the blood prison great saint. He didn't believe it was an illusion. It must be related to Guan's cultivation level. Perhaps he could learn something by following Guan. After the bustling and busy spring festival, Guan continued his simple life. During this period, no one from the Zhou family caused trouble for Guan, perhaps fearing Xia or knowing about his relationship with LV Batian. In any case, Guan didn't mind. Nowadays, he wouldn't regard the Zhou family as a threat. If Zhou Yi harbored any intent to kill him, he would resolve it immediately. In the days that followed, he would go to the inner sect city once a month to sell his medicinal herbs and accumulate spirit stones. He had already spotted a more prosperous cultivation city overseas, planning to go there in the future to purchase a large number of high-rank medical herbs and plant them in his grotto heaven.
The days were busy yet purposeful and not at all dull for him.
In the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed, and Guan turned 97 years old. The demonic qi in the north grew thicker, and in a few more years, the so-called evil demon might break the seal. The first Sword Dao tournament in the world was in full swing, and Guan was also watching the excitement. In the distant demon land, in the underground space wherein Hao parted ways with Xian Tianyi, Ji Xianling stood at the edge of a cliff, looking down at the magma with a frown. He saw several skeletons floating and sinking. Behind him stood a group of 7-star spirit realm cultivators. Below should be the sealed place of the evil demon, right? The demonic qi here is truly terrifying. We must have the seniors of our realm come to handle it. A message has already been sent.
We shall hold our ground here first to prevent other cultivators from entering and ruining the plan.
You never know when the evil demon will break the seal. If it suddenly happens, we won't be able to hold out. Ji Xianling ignored their chatter, his gaze lingering on the distant cave wall. He saw numerous shocking cracks, indicating a great battle had occurred there before. One of the cracks made him frown. Could it be him? Ji Xianling thought of Xian Tianyi. He had fought with Xian Tianyi countless times and was well aware of his combat methods. The thought of Xian Tianyi possibly dying here made him inexplicably uneasy. Wait, the seal hasn't been broken yet, so why would someone be fighting here? Could someone have tried to stop Xian Tianyi? Who could have arrived here before the 7-star spirit realm? Ji Xianling furrowed his brows deeply, a terrifying suspicion arising in his mind, making his face turn even grimmer. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Supreme Sect's main city, and Hao stared intently at LV Batian sitting at the head seat, while LV Batian frowned deeply.
"Master, what should we do?"
And Hao asked in a deep voice, with a sense of foreboding in his heart. LV Batian did not display the fury and Hao expected but remained silent instead. Senior Xian is the only Mahayana realm cultivator we have in the Supreme Sect. We cannot abandon him. And Hao said through gritted teeth.
LV Batian looked at him and said, "You said it yourself, the only one.
If even he couldn't withstand it, what can we do? Unless the sword Venerable Fudao intervenes, but we don't even know where he is. We can't ask the entire sect to beg him for one person, right?" And Hao's expression changed several times. Because when he failed to summon his master that night, he thought his master didn't want to get involved. Afterward, he stopped calling for help and rushed back to the Supreme Sect. His master was unwilling to intervene, and the Supreme Sect didn't want to. What should he do? What bothered Hao the most was that he couldn't blame anyone. If he had the strength, he wouldn't need to beg. The Supreme Sect had countless disciples. It was impossible to sacrifice them all for one person. His master didn't owe him or the Supreme Sect anything. Why should he keep cleaning up after him? Suddenly, Hao thought of something.
He turned around and removed his robe, exposing his back, saying, "This is left by Senior Xian, seems to be some kind of restriction."
My divine sense couldn't decipher it. LV Batian looked up, eyes widening abruptly, and appeared behind Hao in a flash. He gripped Hao's shoulders tightly, preventing him from moving.
"So, that's it." Hearing LV Batian's words, Hao, though confused, didn't interrupt his master's examination of the restriction on his back.
Mid-autumn, the first Sword Dao tournament in the world concluded, and the champion was a Sword Dao great cultivator from the Gu family. Di Xie ranked second. Guan also watched the final battle between Di Xie and the Gu family great cultivator. If Di Xie hadn't insisted on using a sword, he might not have lost. Though Di Xie was at the Mystic Heart realm, his swordsmanship was exceedingly immature. The first Sword Dao tournament in the world attracted the entire immortal cultivation world's attention, bringing immense profit to the Supreme Sect. Other sects began to emulate the Supreme Sect, hosting various tournaments. However, at this stage, cultivators were more interested in the spectacular combat demonstrated in the first Sword Dao tournament in the world. After the tournament, An Hao sought out an Xian. The siblings hadn't seen each other for a long time and were very happy, talking for a long while. Guan noticed that An Hao seemed to have something on his mind, but his relationship with An Hao wasn't close enough to inquire. Before leaving, An Hao found Guan, thanked him for taking care of an Xian, and gifted him many high-rank medical herb seeds. After some polite refusal, Guan reluctantly accepted them. The two didn't talk for long before An Hao took his leave. Guan watched An Hao's departing figure, guessing it was related to his experience in the demon land. Disciple, fear not. Once he emerges, he's dead. Guan thought silently and suddenly recalled Xian Tianyi. An Hao had previously spent time with Xian Tianyi. Why had only An Hao returned? He immediately used his divine sense to scan the entire continent but couldn't find Xian Tianyi. Had Xian Tianyi sailed away? But he hadn't seen him depart. Guan's gaze fixed on that demonic qi-laden area, where numerous seven-star spirit realm cultivators had gathered, including Ji Xianling, who had previously visited the Supreme Sect. Aside from the deep underground and a few obscure hidden realms, the only remaining place he hadn't explored was the sealed area of the evil demon. Could it be that Xian Tianyi was captured by the seven-star spirit realm or had fallen into the sealed area of the evil demon? 2 months later, the north erupted with terrifying demonic qi, as dreadful as the demonic might of the demon ancestor, alarming the 3 dynasties. Standing up in the third medicine valley, Guan turned to look. Not far away, the blood prison great saint also gazed northward, secretly alarmed. What terrifying demonic qi! This great heaven and earth truly hid dragons and tigers. Who might be behind this demonic qi? Guan only took one glance before continuing to pick medicinal herbs. The blood prison great saint glanced at Guan, seeing his calm demeanor, and felt relieved. Come to think of it, he wasn't clear about Guan's true cultivation level. Disciples in the valley were also disturbed by the distant demonic might. They gathered in groups, discussing the matter. They immediately associated it with the evil demon. Since the Holy Land's emergence and the spread of the legend of the evil demon, it had become a significant concern among people. After the eruption, the demonic might persisted, not dispersing, though it didn't affect the disciples' lives. It made them feel oppressed and uneasy. Early the next morning, many cultivators flew over the third medicine valley, heading north. Guan's divine sense observed the 3 dynasties, noting that various sects were sending many cultivators toward the demon land. He wasn't worried. Judging from the current aura, the evil demon was at the level of a loose immortal and had not completely broken free from the seal. He wanted to see if the 7-star spirit realm would truly assist the 3 dynasties' human race in resisting the evil demon. Meanwhile, in a forest, Zhang Buku followed Li Ya, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Brother Li, with such demonic qi, it must be the legendary evil demon. We should stay away and let the great cultivators handle it." Chapter 202. The elder uncle is called Guan, do you know him? The world is in distress. How can we cultivators sit idly by? This has nothing to do with cultivation level. It's about spirit. Li Ya said without turning his head, his tone resolute and powerful, causing Zhang Buku to feel somewhat ashamed. In terms of awareness, he was indeed not as good as Brother Li. Of course, if we get an opportunity, that's even better. Let's try it. The more people there are, the easier it is to blend in, at least we won't be easy targets. Li Ya shifted his tone and continued. Zhang Buku twitched his mouth but did not refute. He twisted his arm and said, "Brother Li, it seems my old injury is acting up." "Hold it in. Is your injury more serious than mine? As men, even if we die, it's just a scar as big as a bowl. What are you afraid of? If you're scared, you'll lose for a lifetime." Li Ya snorted, his gaze penetrating the gaps in the leaves, looking at the rolling demonic clouds in the sky, his thoughts drifting. Zhang Buku pouted, secretly thinking that he was just good at talking big. Having been together for so long, it's true that he couldn't bear to abandon Li Ya. Forget it, this brother for a lifetime. I'll follow him through the mountains of swords and seas of flames. Zhang Buku consoled himself in his heart. He followed up and asked, Brother Li, where do you think the blood prison great saint we encountered before is now? He's an ascended being. Is he looking for a sect to establish himself? Li Ya casually answered, Naturally, one person can't establish themselves in the immortal cultivation world. The Mahayana realm sounds strong, but it's not invincible. But with his ability, he is probably being revered by some sect now, living much better than the two of us brothers. Indeed. Zhang Buku clicked his tongue in amazement. Without a sect as a backing, he deeply understood how difficult it was for a person to wander the immortal cultivation world alone. The two chatted while advancing. The demonic clouds in the sky continued to spread, seemingly marching towards the entire mortal world like a calamity. Guan rode on the back of the blood prison great saint, heading towards the pavilion area. His divine sense already locked onto the depths of the demon land. Amid a desolate land, the ground cracked open, spreading like a spider web. Majestic demonic chi erupted from the earth's crevices, soaring to the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. It was as if a peerless evil demon was about to break out from the ground, creating a suffocating atmosphere between heaven and earth. Guan observed cultivators constructing a transmission array platform on a cliff about 50,000 miles from the place where the evil demon was breaking its seal. They probably belonged to the seven-star spirit realm, as Ji Xianling was among them. At this moment, Ji Xianling stood at the edge of the cliff, his brows furrowed. A woman in white walked up to him, smilingly asked, What's the matter? Are you afraid? Ji Xianling glanced at her indifferently. No matter how strong the evil demon is, can it be stronger than Sword Venerable Fu Dao? I've been to the Supreme Sect. It's different. These two haven't fought. Besides, you represented the seven-star spirit realm going to the Supreme Sect. Why would Sword Venerable Fu Dao attack you? The woman in white shook her head. Ji Xianling continued to look ahead, ignoring the woman in white. The woman in white added, Elder Lin is here too. He is a loose immortal. With his intervention, we should get through this tribulation. Elder Lin. Ji Zuanling's brows furrowed again, his doubts growing stronger. The terrible conjecture seemed to be about to be confirmed. He always believed that the seven-star spirit realm was the true Holy Land and took pride in being born in the seven-star spirit realm. But recently, more and more things made him feel that the seven-star spirit realm harbored many unspeakable secrets, secrets that might shatter its holy name, driving him to the brink. What tortured him the most was that he guessed the truth but didn't dare to reveal it, and still had to follow orders. Rumble, the demonic clouds in the sky began to emit thunderous sounds, like ancient demon gods roaring, causing unrest among all beings. Guan watched for a long time. When the blood prison great saint returned to the pavilion, he dismounted. Although cultivators from all over the world were heading north, and even the demon clan was mobilizing troops towards the evil demon's seal, he was not in a hurry. Better wait for the evil demon to revive before taking action. He suspected that the seven-star spirit realm wanted to eliminate the evil demon themselves to make a name for themselves, but he felt that the rising speed of the demonic chi might disrupt their plan. Unless the seven-star spirit realm dispatched a wandering immortal. Just right to use the evil demon to test the strength of the seven-star spirit realm on the continent. In the days following, news of the imminent revival of the evil demon spread wildly within the Supreme Sect, even reaching the disciples in Mystic Valley and the Third Medicine Valley. Guan could feel that the evil demon was about to break its seal ahead of time for some unknown reason. He didn't bother to speculate on the reason, as long as the evil demon didn't grow strong enough to exceed his control. Judging by the current pace of its chi rising, it would take another 100 years to pose a threat to Guan. The difference between heaven and earth flying immortal and wandering immortal was like the gap between mortals and immortals. Not to mention that the evil demon had not yet reached the wandering immortal realm. The seven-star spirit realm side hadn't made a move yet, they were also waiting. Guan thought they would act only when the three Chao cultivators gathered, which would be their chance to make a name. In the blink of an eye. A month quickly passed, and a large number of three Chao cultivators had gathered where the seven-star spirit realm cultivators were stationed. The evil demon's chi had almost reached the wandering immortal realm, sending a chill down all cultivators' spines. Let alone scouting for information, they didn't even dare to send their divine senses into demon land. On the wasteland, the supreme sect cultivators gathered to build houses, with formations set up around the perimeter. LV Batian stood on a terrace, his gaze fixed on the distant cliff, where the 7-star spirit realm was stationed, isolated as a holy land, not mingling with the 3 Chao sections. All the sects gathered on the wasteland under the cliff, but the 7-star spirit realm remained aloof. Ji Huntian approached LV Batian, whispered, "There's still no sign of Xian Tianyi. Could he really have perished in demon land?" His brows furrowed. Xian Tianyi was a rare talent in the supreme sect in thousands of years and their strongest person on the surface. Losing Xian Tianyi would mean half of the supreme sect's foundation crumbling. Regardless, we must prepare for the possibility that he can't fight. LV Batian said solemnly. Ji Huntian looked at LV Batian, deep in thought. After a long while he finally asked, "Sect leader, are you hiding something from me? If Xian Tianyi is really dead, how can you be so unperturbed? You are too calm." LV Batian shook his head and turned to go downstairs. In the distance, Leah led Zhang Buku into the Supreme Sect's encampment. Zhang Buku looked around, full of curiosity. "I heard the Supreme Sect started recruiting Demon Clan disciples. You should join later. I'll recommend you." Leah softly laughed.
Zhang Buku asked, "Really?"
He was visibly excited. Leah glanced at him, curiously asking, "Why so excited? When I introduced you to the cultivators of the Zongtian sect, you weren't this thrilled."
"Why?" Zhang Buku took a deep breath. "Truth be told, my father was an outer sect servant disciple of the Supreme Sect.
Since childhood, I've heard tales of the Supreme Sect from him. Naturally, I yearn for it." Due to Zhang Buku's tragic background, Leah never asked much, afraid of saddening him. Today, hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, "What's your father's name? By the way, I also started as an outer sect servant disciple. Maybe I knew your father." Zhang Buku turned his head. "My father's name was Zhang Chuanqiu." "What?" Leah stopped in his tracks, staring at Zhang Buku in stunned surprise. Surprised, Zhang Buku asked, "Brother Li, you knew him?" First shocked, Leah then remembered that Zhang Buku's father had passed away. His mood dropped. "Was your father a servant disciple in Medicine Valley?" "When I joined the valley, he was my senior brother," Leah said with mixed emotions.
Zhang Buku was excited again.
"Really? I didn't expect we had such a connection." "Right, you mentioned a martial uncle earlier. What's his name? Why didn't your father mention me?" Leah asked. Just as he finished, his mind suddenly jolted. "Wait, isn't this messing up the seniority?" Zhang Buku replied, "Martial uncle's name is Guan. Do you know him?" "Junior brother Gu." Leah immediately realized. Indeed, back in Medicine Valley, senior brother Zhang Chunkia's favorite was junior brother Gu. Junior brother Gu was kind to everyone, universally liked. It's natural that senior brother Zhang Chuanqiu remembered him.
Zhang Buku also realized, scratching his head. "Should I call you Martial Uncle Li?"
"Forget it. Brotherly flows better. We'll each stick to our own." Seeing his shameless expression, Leah felt somewhat vexed. They'd been calling each other brothers for years. It was hard to change now. After all, Zhang Buku only saw him. Their previous relationship might as well not count. Zhang Buku nervously asked, "Brother Li, how's your relationship with Martial Uncle Gu?" Hearing this, Leah suddenly wanted to alter the relationship.
He looked up, proudly smiled. "Of course, we're the best of brothers."
"Really?" Zhang Buku was overjoyed. Leah asked skeptically, "Why are you so curious about him? Have you seen him?" "Of course, when I was young and my father hadn't yet passed, Martial Uncle Gu came to my house. He even brought me a top-grade spirit elixir. He's my only elder in this world." Zhang Buku said seriously. "Only elder?"
Leah's mouth twitched. "In that case, you'd better call me Martial Uncle."
"No way, we'll each stick to our own. If junior brother Gu hears this, I'll be a joke." "What? Last year when the Demon King nearly tore you apart, I risked my life to save you. Didn't you say we're brothers for life? Now you're denying it?" Zhang Buku glared. They had already sworn brotherhood. How could he recognize his brother as a martial uncle?
Liya opened his mouth, feeling somewhat stifled. Zhang Buku looked around, muttering, "I wonder if Martial Uncle Gu is here." Liya sneered. "He's just a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Besides, he's timid.
How could he be here? Foundation Establishment Realm? Zhang Buku was taken aback. He had seen Martial Uncle Gu slay demons. To be honest, he felt Martial Uncle Gu was stronger than Liya. But he had promised Martial Uncle Gu not to reveal his acts of heroism. So he held back. Seeing Liya's expression, he clearly didn't know Martial Uncle Gu's true cultivation level. Such a proud person, if he knew the truth, had definitely hassled Martial Uncle Gu? Zhang Buku thought secretly, feeling rather delighted. Knowing Martial Uncle Gu's secret, did it mean Martial Uncle Gu saw him as closer? Chapter 203. The Evil Demon Breaks the Seal. It seemed Zhang Buku could not find Guan within the Supreme Sect's camp, as Guan was still busy planting seeds. He had come to the grotto heaven he had cultivated beforehand, scattering ordinary herb seeds to improve the soil. Once the matter with the evil demon was resolved, he planned to go overseas to buy a large number of high-rank medicinal herb seeds. Decades had passed, and Guan had accumulated a vast fortune, enough for him to spend lavishly. The demonic power from the north persisted, affecting all life. Wherever Guan went, he heard people worrying about it. Simultaneously, Guan overheard another discourse. Some were constantly advocating for the Holy Land, claiming that this calamity would not spread to the human realm with the Holy Land's intervention. Using his divine sense to cover the land of 3 dynasties, Guan saw many people specifically spreading this news. From the karma around them, he deduced they were entrusted by 7-star spirit realm cultivators. Indeed, the Holy Land's means were far beyond the Supreme Sects. After witnessing how difficult it was to control the sword Venerable Fudao, the 7-star spirit realm acted swiftly. Moreover, Guan noticed batches of cultivators landing from the sea, some among them even Nirvana realm great cultivators. They infiltrated the 3 dynasties to gather information. Some were investigating the sword Venerable Fudao, others the 7-star spirit realm. Guan did not pay too much attention, as long as they didn't appear before him. Time continued to pass. About half a month later, as autumn drew to a close, Guan was riding the Blood Prison Great Saint, wandering around the 3rd Medicine Valley when his divine sense turned northward. The 7-star spirit realm had begun to take action. Guan saw among them appearing a loose immortal, whose aura was no weaker than startling immortal Lin's, even without releasing his pressure. In the depths of the demon land, at the edge of the demon land, all disciples, prepare for battle. A bold voice resounded throughout the Supreme Sect's encampment, prompting all disciples to begin mobilizing. Not only the Supreme Sect but other sects were the same. The 7-star spirit realm dispatched disciples to various sects, instructing on battle tactics. Even powerful sects like the Tsongtian sect did not dare refuse, only complying, as the 7-star spirit realm had great cultivators at the realm of immortal path. When the 7-star spirit realm's cultivators flew toward the depths of the demon land like arrow showers, dozens of sects spread out, ready to encircle the demon land from different directions. And Hao, Liya, and Zhang Buku were among them. The Supreme Sect's mystic heart realm had only one representative, Ancestor Xian Quan. Other sects were the same, with even the strongest Songtian sect only sending a Taoist lord, not even bringing any mystic heart realm great cultivators. They all knew the battle's key lay with the Holy Land. And Hao gazed at the backs of the 7-star spirit realm cultivators, frowning deeply in thought. Over 10,000 Supreme Sect cultivators followed LV Batian in flight, everyone tense. Even with the Holy Land at the forefront, they still felt anxious, as the Holy Land had stated that the evil demon could not be completely eradicated by them. In the 7-star spirit realm faction, Ji Zuanling's eyes held complex emotions as he looked at the elder at the very front. That elder was the Lin family's loose immortal, named Ancestor Lin Lu, holding a high position within the 6 Stars Cave. Not only was his cultivation profound, but he himself had lived for nearly 10,000 years. Ancestor Lin Lu wore a large purple robe, his white hair bound beneath a coronet, and his weathered face exuded vitality with bright eyes, making him appear imposing. Suddenly his eyes squinted, and in the direction he gazed upon, the barren earth ahead was riddled with fissures, black demonic chi seeping out, as if something extremely evil was breeding. Thunderclouds churned above, lightning flashing, casting a heavy atmosphere over everything. Ancestor Lin Lu raised his right hand,
a golden umbrella appearing in his palm. He lifted it, and the golden umbrella flew over his head, swiftly shooting forward. In the blink of an eye, the golden umbrella flew to the most densely concentrated area of demonic chi, hovering 10,000 feet above the ground, near the thunderclouds. Boom! The golden umbrella suddenly opened, spreading golden rays of light, as if an immense power from another dimension shook the very sea of time, dispersing clouds and lightning, transforming the gloomy sky into something majestic and ethereal. Golden light poured down from the umbrella like a torrential rain, landing on the cracked ground, forming inscriptions that expanded rapidly, covering a 1,000-mile radius within 2 breaths and continuing to spread. The golden inscriptions suppressed the demonic chi emerging from the ground fissures. When the inscriptions stopped extending, their edges emitted golden light, shooting into the clouds and forming golden pillars, isolating 10,000 miles around, with the 3 dynasties sects positioned outside the golden barrier. What kind of magic artifact is that? It can form a formation by itself? Indeed powerful, this formation feels stronger than our sect-protecting array. No wonder it's the Holy Land, truly formidable. It seems the Holy Land plans to handle the evil demon alone. We just need to assist. That's good. Who wants to die? Discussions buzzed among the sect disciples, their reverence for the Holy Land rising rapidly. Ji Xianling looked up at the golden umbrella in the sky, uttering 4 words, "Loose immortal Dharma treasure." Ancestor Lin Lu accelerated alone, quickly arriving above a massive black hole. Looking down, he saw it was bottomless, with all the ground fissures extending from this pit. The demonic chi inside pushed against the golden mana, threatening to break through at any moment. 7 stars spirit realm, heh. A chilling voice echoed through the world, heard clearly by all cultivators outside the formation. On the Supreme Sect's side, numerous great cultivators' faces changed dramatically, including LV Baitian, Ji Hantian, and Ancestor Xian Quan. And Hao's eyes widened, his expression incredulous. Senior Xian. Impossible. The voice was precisely that of Xian Tianyi. And Hao subconsciously looked toward LV Baitian. Ever since LV Baitian discovered the restriction on his back, he had strictly forbidden him from revealing it. LV Baitian had also promised to handle the matter and never wrong Xian Tianyi. At this moment, LV Baitian's face was dark. Ignoring in Hao's gaze, he stared intently at the depths of the demon land. Evil demon, after 10,000 years, you still haven't repented? Ancestor Lin Lu's voice rang out, calm yet pressing. Evil demon. All cultivators tensed, with those from various sects who had met Xian Tianyi furrowing their brows, frequently looking toward the Supreme Sect. Just then, the earth trembled violently. Ancestor Lin Lu remained unfazed. He raised his right hand, strengthening the formation. The demonic chi in the ground fissures grew more potent and frenzied, trying to shatter the golden inscriptions on the surface, as if countless vengeful demons were about to burst from the abyss. Mournful wails echoed throughout the world, sounding like both dragon and phoenix songs, and evil ghosts' howls, making everyone's hair stand on end. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly broke through the surface, shattering the golden inscriptions. Rolling demonic chi surged to the sky, merging with the thunderclouds and sending the golden umbrella flying. Ancestor Lin Lu was caught off guard, forced back by the overwhelming pressure. Stabilizing himself, he frowned, raised his hand, and cast a spell to steady the golden umbrella in the sky, then pulled out a long redwood sword. Hundreds of 7 stars spirit realm cultivators spread out, surrounding the terrifying pillar of demonic chi, each taking out their magic artifacts. Ji Xianling wielded a large fan, with golden flames leaping from its 7 apertures. His gaze noticed a figure rising within the demonic chi pillar, causing his pupils to dilate suddenly. It's him. So it's all true. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, Guan dismounted from the blood prison Great Saint's back. Instead of returning to his quarters, he turned and looked north. His brows furrowed, his eyes filled with coldness. His expression quickly changed. He retracted his gaze and prepared to go upstairs. At that moment, a figure flew in from afar. He stopped, turned, and saw Ji Xiaoyu swiftly approaching like a fairy descending from the sky before him. Guan saluted her, smilingly asking, "Third Miss, what brings you here?" Ji Xiaoyu raised her hand, revealing a jade pendant. "Leave this with you. Don't mention it to anyone. I will come back for it later." She tossed it to Guan and then turned to leave, as quickly as she came. Gu An's divine sense scanned it as he nonchalantly put the jade pendant into his storage bag before turning to go upstairs. The jade pendant contained intelligence about the 7-star spirit realm. Why did Ji Xiaoyu give it to him? Could she have guessed something? Meanwhile, in the demon land, a figure stepped out from the roiling demonic qi. His appearance made Ji Zuanling's face turn extremely grim, causing a stir among the supreme sect and disbelief in other sections. The figure emerging from the demonic qi was none other than Xian Tianyi. Xian Tianyi wore a black robe, his white hair fluttering wildly. His handsome face was pale, with deep red eye sockets, and his pupils seemed to swirl with demonic qi, appearing particularly sinister. He twisted his neck, raised his arms, and stretched his body. "Senior Xian." And Hao's voice echoed from afar as he tried to rush into the formation but was stopped. On the Zongtian sect side, Taoist Lord frowned, calculating with his fingers. Sect Master Liang Songhai also frowned deeply, filled with confusion. How could this be? The Taoist of Immortality from Three Pure Ones Mountain couldn't help but look at Ancestor Lin Lu, his eyes full of meaning. Discussions buzzed among the sects, and soon, Xian Tianyi's identity spread. A supreme sect Mahayana realm cultivator had turned into an evil demon? This revelation shocked everyone. Once, during the demonic invasion, Xian Tianyi had achieved great feats, earning the respect of cultivators worldwide. Ancestor Lin Lu stared at the evil demon, speaking coldly. "Evil demon, you dare possess a human Mahayana realm cultivator? You seek death." His voice rumbled like thunder, echoing through the heavens, heard by all. Xian Tianyi turned to him, eyes icy, and sneered. "Noisy!" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve at Ancestor Lin Lu, releasing the terrifying power of a 9th-layer loose immortal, obliterating the golden inscriptions on the ground. Ancestor Lin Lu's spellcasting tried to block it, but he was still forced back. Thousands of miles away, the golden light from the formation was shattered, sending tens of thousands of sect disciples flying, with countless casualties. "You!" Ancestor Lin Lu glared at Xian Tianyi, his tone filled with shock and anger. What was happening? Their cultivation? Before he could think further, Xian Tianyi raised his hand, palm facing the sky, with a wild smile on his face. He grabbed with his right hand and yanked downward. The thunderclouds in the sky collapsed instantly, the terrifying pressure causing all cultivators outside the formation to plummet to the ground, and the earth trembled. Chapter 204 Above Loose Immortal. Xian Tianyi merely grabbed out with his hand, but it gave all the cultivators a sense of the sky falling, with the heavens shaking and the earth roaring, reverberating in everyone's ears. The cultivators of the 7-star spirit realm also fought desperately to resist. Although their cultivation was high, it was only impressive compared to the cultivators outside the formation. Before Xian Tianyi, they were insignificant. Rumble, the earth continuously shattered, overwhelming demonic energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, and countless lightning bolts intertwined like dragons and snakes, converging in the palm of Xian Tianyi's right hand. At this moment, Xian Tianyi's momentum reached its peak, white hair wildly fluttered, a madman expression, as if a demonic god had descended upon the world. Ancestor Lin Lu steadied himself and quickly cast spells with both hands, pushing forward with a palm strike, the mana like a dragon emerging from the abyss, carrying the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, fire and wind intertwined, sweeping across the shattered earth, heading straight for Xian Tianyi. In the face of this mana, everything in the world seemed insignificant. Xian Tianyi raised his hand. Facing the vast tide of wind and fire, he blocked it with one palm, causing the raging wind and fire to split apart, forming countless fire dragons scattering in all directions. "Form the array, exterminate the demon." Ancestor Lin Lu roared angrily, and the other 7-star spirit realm cultivators leaped away, distancing themselves from Xian Tianyi. Suddenly, the rolling dust behind Ancestor Lin Lu was scattered, and Xian Tianyi stepped behind him, standing sideways. Xian Tianyi's eyes were filled with killing intent. With one palm strike, his hand ignited with demonic flames, penetrating Ancestor Lin Lu's chest, splattering blood. Ancestor Lin Lu's eyes widened with a look of shock and anger. Xian Tianyi lifted his arm, following up with a dive, slamming Ancestor Lin Lu, who was impaled on his arm, into the shattered ground. He then began to wildly swing him around, causing the 7-star spirit realm cultivators to panic, and the great cultivators from distant sects were horrified. The evil demon, though not as exaggerated in size as the demon ancestors or great demon kings,
exuded an even more intimidating presence. Ancestor Lin Lu transformed into a blood mist. In an instant, his body reappeared dozens of miles away, covered in blood, with his robe tattered, no longer composed as before. Xian Tianyi stepped out from the blood mist. As he looked up, countless sword shadows emitting silver light descended from the sky, engulfing him in an instant, causing dust to rise like a dragon swallowing the sky. Boom! 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 Countless sword shadows bombarded the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. The ones casting the spells were dozens of 7-star spirit realm sword cultivators. They floated high in the sky, each with their treasure sword inverted in front of them, the blades vibrating with a clear and piercing sound. Watching the formidable sword array of the 7-star spirit realm, the cultivators of various sects were elated. They retreated one after another, distancing themselves from the battlefield. The difference in cultivation levels was too great. Even flying was difficult, so they had to expand the encirclement. LV Batian grabbed Hao and quickly retreated. "Master, is there no hope?" And Hao looked at LV Batian, gritting his teeth. Hearing that Xian Tianyi had been possessed, his heart ached terribly. LV Batian gazed at the chaotic and terrifying battlefield in the distance, speaking in a solemn tone. "The urgent task now is to eliminate the demon." Li Ya and Zhang Buku were also retreating. Their cultivation level was too low. Facing Xian Tianyi's demonic power, they felt suffocated. "Brother Li, there's no way to take advantage of this situation," Zhang Buku whispered urgently. He felt that the Holy Land was not containing the evil demon. Li Ya didn't speak. He was equally nervous. In his eyes, the Holy Land was the most powerful force in the world. With the Holy Land leading the way, their pressure should be less. But once the evil demon appeared, the situation was completely reversed, and even the mighty Holy Land was being suppressed. On the other side, Ancestor Lin Lu flew high into the sky, taking out various magic artifacts. While forming an array, he cast spells to attack Xian Tianyi. "What's going on? He shouldn't be this strong," Ancestor Lin Lu thought fearfully. He could feel that Xian Tianyi was still growing stronger, even challenging a higher realm. The realm above Lu's Immortal. In the 6 Stars Cave, there was only one person in that realm, and that person was not on the continent. After reaching the realm of Immortal Path, most cultivators would not stay on the continent. He usually roamed the oceans and would not have returned if not for the family incident. Before he could think further, a surge of demonic energy burst from beneath the sword array, scattering it. Dozens of 7-star spirit realm sword cultivators spat blood and were sent flying. This demonic energy, like a blade, pierced through the sky, aimed at Ancestor Lin Lu. Too fast. It was so fast that Ancestor Lin Lu couldn't dodge and could only instinctively use mana to defend. Boom! His figure was engulfed by demonic energy, and the clouds in the sky were also pierced. As the demonic energy dissipated, sunlight shone through the gap in the clouds. All of the magic artifacts in front of Ancestor Lin Lu shattered, and though he barely managed to block it, he was covered in blood, looking miserable. He was also at the Lu's Immortal realm, and at the 8th floor of cultivation, but before Xian Tianyi, he was defenseless. "Damn it!" Ancestor Lin Lu roared, his mana bursting from within, further shattering the ground below. Earth spirit energy surged up like a celestial screen, covering hundreds of miles, grand and majestic, engulfing his figure. Xian Tianyi suddenly appeared behind one of the 7-star spirit realm cultivators, grabbing his head. The cultivator's face showed terror. Before he could resist, Xian Tianyi directly extracted his soul, opening his mouth to forcibly devour it. He then released his right hand, and the soulless cultivator collapsed to the ground. This scene terrified the other 7-star spirit realm cultivators, who fled in panic. Xian Tianyi immediately disappeared and reappeared behind a female cultivator, grabbing her head and devouring her soul. These Mahayana cultivators had no chance to resist in his presence. Boom! A gust of wind came, and Xian Tianyi instinctively turned his head. He saw beam after beam of green light phantoms rushing out of the spiritual energy curtain covering half the sky. Each held different forms of magic artifacts, stood 100 feet tall, and looked like celestial soldiers from another world, unstoppable. The Third Medicine Valley. Guan sat at his desk, practicing calligraphy while watching the battle. Possessed by the evil demon, Xian Tianyi suppressed the 7-star spirit realm alone. That Lu's Immortal constantly displayed divine skills,
shaking the heavens and earth, but was unable to harm Xian Tianyi. Instead, he watched as Xian Tianyi continuously devoured souls. Guan sensed that 10 loose immortals were heading to the battlefield, flying in from the northern coast of the continent with great speed. They should be reinforcements for the 7-star spirit realm. Strange, there is still Xian Tianyi's soul aura within him. It doesn't seem like possession, but the two are so perfectly integrated, it's as if they were originally one, Guan wondered. He initially planned to act once the evil demon broke free, but he had to wait because of Xian Tianyi. The 7-star spirit realm intended to use the evil demon to bolster their holy land's prestige while luring Xian Tianyi into a trap, weakening the supreme sect's explicit power and reputation. It was truly sinister. But the evil demon was on the verge of breaking through to Wandering Immortal, which shouldn't have been part of the 7-star spirit realm's plan. Otherwise, Ancestor Lin Lu wouldn't have acted early, forcing the evil demon to break free prematurely. The variable was Xian Tianyi. Xian Tianyi seemed to have additional secrets unknown to others. Thinking carefully, Xian Tianyi's talent didn't seem trainable by the Supreme Sect, and his growth didn't involve training in the 7-star spirit realm but rather heading south instead. In any case, Guan was determined to rescue Xian Tianyi. Now the 7-star spirit realm found itself in a difficult situation, and it was perfect to use the evil demon to weaken the realm's power and prestige. At the very least, let the other sects know that the 7-star spirit realm was not invincible. Guan's eyes turned subtle when he saw Xian Tianyi spared Ji Xianling. Besides Ancestor Lin Lu and Ji Xianling, all the other 7-star spirit realm cultivators had their souls devoured, leaving only their shells. Without anyone to restrain him, Ancestor Lin Lu was no match for Xian Tianyi either. Being in the same realm, it would be difficult for Xian Tianyi to completely kill Ancestor Lin Lu in a short time. Suddenly, Xian Tianyi drilled deep into the ground. As soon as he disappeared, the 10 loose immortals arrived. In the battlefield of the demon land, the world turned dark, and the land was buried in overwhelming dust, resembling the early chaos of creation. Ancestor Lin Lu looked around at his fellow disciples and said solemnly, "He's about to break through to Wandering Immortal." Upon hearing these words, the 10 loose immortals' faces changed dramatically. Without needing further orders, they all plunged into the ground fissures, chasing after Xian Tianyi. Ancestor Lin Lu took out an elixir and swallowed it, then began cultivating energy mid-air to heal. His face was grim, filled with fear. The Lin family had already lost startling Immortal Lin, the most talented family member in history, and their plans involving the 7-star spirit realm were nearly exposed. He came this time to redeem himself, but hadn't expected the evil demon to be so powerful. 10,000 years ago, the evil demon had just reached the loose immortal realm. How was he so strong now? Was there another's influence behind the evil demon? His first thought was Sword Venerable Fudao. Sword Venerable Fudao could easily kill a loose immortal and was likely a wandering immortal. The 6 Stars Cave had only one wandering immortal, and without knowing Sword Venerable Fudao's true identity, they did not dare act rashly. Could Sword Venerable Fudao be someone from a great sect at sea, specifically targeting the 7-star spirit realm? 300 years ago, we shouldn't have let the ephemera sect in. Ancestor Lin Lu hated bitterly. The 6 Stars Cave had numerous factions and his family couldn't dominate. But now, the main loss fell on the Lin family. The disciples just devoured, most came from the Lin family. How could he not hate? At the same time, the Supreme Sect and other sects had retreated 10,000 miles away, sensing only 2 auras of 7-star spirit realm cultivators, making them even more afraid. Even the Holy Land can't suppress the evil demon? Without the Holy Land, we would have been dead already. The Holy Land does live up to its name, but its foundation is... Could we ultimately rely on Sword Venerable Fudao? I suspect he'll only act when the evil demon reaches the 3 dynasties border. We're truly useless, always troubling him. The cultivators discussed, while the Supreme Sect remained somber. Xian Tianyi being possessed by the evil demon was a huge blow to their morale. LV Batian looked into the distance, his face dark and eyes flashing. And Hao had calmed down, waiting for the outcome. He hadn't yet connected Xian Tianyi's plight to the Holy Land, only cared for Xian Tianyi's safety. However, it didn't take long before an even more terrifying demonic energy erupted from the ground, startling everyone. Chapter 205, Majestic Divine Might, Wandering Immortal arrives rumble. The sky above the supreme sect was covered by rolling thunderclouds, as if a storm was about to break. The sky changed so quickly that the disciples who were still busy in the third medicine valley hurried their tasks. Guan descended from the pavilion, feeling that Xian Tianyi had already half-stepped into the wandering immortal realm, which made him very interested in the sealing ground of the evil demon. What exactly was hidden below? It could actually allow the evil demon to break through in one fell swoop. There must be a secret down below. Could it be that the evil demon also had the ability to evolve lifespan cultivation? Guan's mind wandered, and he was already prepared to take action. Once Xian Tianyi dealt with the 11 loose immortals of the 7-star spirit realm, he would make his move. He could feel the heavenly might condensing in the sky above the battlefield, signifying that Xian Tianyi was about to face the tribulation. Tsk, is the tribulation range of a loose immortal this large? Guan looked at the thunderclouds in the sky and thought silently. This gave him a clearer concept of the celestial tribulation of the immortal path. The tribulation of the evil demon had covered the entire continent, showing just how exaggerated the power of the tribulation was. If the tribulation from loose immortal to wandering immortal was already like this, then what kind of power would the tribulation from wandering immortal to heaven and earth flying immortal be? The aura of a distant loose immortal suddenly disappeared. It seemed he had died at Xian Tianyi's hands. With the first there would be a second. The successive deaths of 2 loose immortals made ancestor Lin Lu, who was healing, unable to remain calm. He immediately rushed into the underground to support. Guan observed the tribulation. He could feel the spiritual power of the 5 elements in the heaven and earth gathering toward the thunderclouds above, rushing toward the crossing site at an extremely fast speed after entering the clouds. The spiritual power of the 5 elements in heaven and earth thus gathered together to accumulate heavenly might. The third loose immortal fell. After devouring the souls of the loose immortals, Xian Tianyi's momentum soared. Vaguely, Guan felt 2 strands of demonic qi surging within one body. Could it be that Xian Tianyi and the evil demon were vying for control of the body? Guan silently thought, keeping a cautious attitude. If Xian Tianyi's soul was about to collapse, he would immediately take action. For mortals, the distance from the supreme sect to the demon land was a lifelong journey that could never be covered, but for Guan, it only took one step. The disciples in the valley began to gather, discussing what the thunderclouds in the sky portended. Lu Lingjun still stayed within the pavilion, cultivating, seemingly unconcerned about the calamity outside. Since returning, she had been in closed cultivation and had not left the room. Rumble, watching the lightning and thunder in the sky, the cultivators of the supreme sect were extremely tense because they felt they were also within the scope of the celestial tribulation and might be affected. Liang Songhai was decisive and immediately ordered the disciples to retreat. After all, they couldn't help the 7-star spirit realm. It was better to preserve themselves. Their presence here was at the call of the 7-star spirit realm. Otherwise, the safest option would be to guard the borders of the 3 dynasties, where they could gather more strength. LV Batian also led the disciples in retreat, and at that moment, Ji Huntian approached him. I suddenly remembered that Xian Tianyi had gone demonic in his youth, Ji Huntian whispered. LV Batian glanced at him, his gaze cold, scaring him into immediate silence. Ji Huntian spoke with some grievance. I thought you two were at odds. So all these years have been an act for me? LV Batian was the sect leader, and he was the vice sect leader. He also had the ambition to be sect leader, but above them was Xian Tianyi, who many elders supported for the position of sect leader. As such, he naturally harbored no good feelings toward Xian Tianyi. It so happened that LV Batian once found him, complaining about Xian Tianyi, which quickly won his favor. Because of Xian Tianyi, the two formed a better bond. Whenever LV Batian shirked his duties, he would work hard because LV Batian promised that if he stepped down, he would choose him. Of course, all this was about vying for power. On a day-to-day basis, the 3 of them, as fellow disciples, greeted each other amicably. Talking nonsense. Is now the time to discuss this? LV Batian said in a deep voice, cutting off Ji Huntian. Boom! A deafening sound came from behind, startling the two into turning their heads. The distance was too far for them to see what had happened, but the horrifying demonic might of the evil demon made them tremble in fear. At that moment a disciple cried out, "Look at the sky!" Everyone looked up, astonished to find that the thunderclouds in the sky had reflected a scene of the demon land. Figures moved as swiftly as lightning, dazzling everyone. Those exaggerated spells and divine skills were even more shocking to every cultivator's eyes. Various factions began to slow down, retreating while watching the battle unfold. And Hao, Li Ya, and Zhang Buku did the same. Zhang Buku's eyes were full of longing. Could he reach such a realm in his lifetime? And Hao's eyes were full of concern and worry. He always believed that there was still hope for Xian Tianyi to break free from the evil demon. Under the watchful eyes of all the cultivators, whenever Xian Tianyi stopped to devour a soul, the scene in the sky would focus on him, zooming in, showing everyone the chilling process of him consuming the souls of the loose immortals. Xian Tianyi's face displayed two different expressions, arrogance and cruelty on the left, frowning and pain on the right. This made him look even more bizarre. Time continued to pass. In the end, only ancestor Lin Lu remained alive. Seeing the last loose immortal companion's soul drawn out, he completely gave up on resisting. He tried to escape, but Xian Tianyi caught him, and this time, he could not escape Xian Tianyi's grasp. "You can't!" Ancestor Lin Lu trembled, his primordial spirit unable to leave his body, his physical form unable to use divine skills, and his qi unable to break free from the hand above his head. Sadly, before he could finish his words, he collapsed to the ground. Xian Tianyi swallowed his soul, soared into the sky, sat cross-legged in mid-air, constantly rising. When he stopped, beneath him was a vast wave of dust like a dragon, seemingly engulfing the entire world. The illusions in the sky continued to expand, eventually covering the entire continent. Wherever there were people or demons, they were frightened, discussing who the figure in the sky was. Transformed into the evil demon, Xian Tianyi deeply imprinted himself in the hearts of all beings. The disciples of the Third Medicine Valley discussed in astonishment. Some remembered Xian Tianyi, finding it hard to believe. Guan turned and walked toward the transmission array platform. The blood prison great saint lay on the ground, watching the spectacle. As expected of the great heavenly spirit land. This tribulation is too exaggerated, and this evil demon looks so powerful. The blood prison great saint thought to himself. He was not at all flustered. After all, he was a prisoner. His gaze unconsciously followed Guan. Seeing him teleport away, he didn't mind, thinking Guan was going to take care of the Mystic Valley. After arriving at the Mystic Valley, Guan simply inspected it briefly before leaving. As the great battle ended, the only sound left in heaven and earth was thunder. The cultivators of the three dynasties factions all paused. The leaders from each faction gathered to discuss their next move. They could all see that the evil demon was undergoing a tribulation. If the evil demon succeeded in the tribulation, the situation would become even worse. But with the complete annihilation of the seven-star spirit realm, what could they do? Someone complained, "There are so many cultivators in the Holy Land, yet they sent only so few of us here. Isn't this courting death?" Every 100 years, geniuses from various factions would go to the seven-star spirit realm for cultivation. They knew that the seven-star spirit realm far exceeded this number of people. Not only was the seven-star spirit realm sparsely populated, but they even called them to die here. It wasn't just one person. Others also resented the seven-star spirit realm. No matter how nicely the seven-star spirit realm spoke, these were old monsters who lived for hundreds, even thousands of years, not easily swayed by sweet talk. They judged the seven-star spirit realm by its actions. Liang Songhai took a deep breath and said, "All right, now the urgent task is how we might stop the evil demon's tribulation?" Everyone fell into silence. The gap in realms was too vast. They had no chance of winning. Taoist Lord suddenly said, "I foresee that the fate of the three dynasties has not yet run out. Perhaps there will be a turn of events. The seven-star spirit realm, after all, is an ancient holy land. Having lost so many people, they will not let it go easily." As soon as he spoke, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They trusted the Taoist Lord greatly. LV Batian said nothing, his gaze fixed on the illusions in the sky. Time flew by, and those who came to fight felt agony. The people of the three dynasties were even more tense, watching the demon go through the tribulation, guessing what might happen next. Some even prayed for Xian Tianyi to fail the tribulation. And Hao sat cross-legged on the ground, both restoring his spiritual energy and keeping a close watch on the sky. Zhang Buku and Li Ya did the same, though they were more curious about Xian Tianyi's actual realm, finding the tribulation's momentum excessively exaggerated. On the other side, suspended high in the sky,
Xian Tianyi was surrounded by demonic qi. The demonic qi from the underground pierced through the dust of heaven and earth, entering his body, continuously boosting his momentum. Xian Tianyi, have you forgotten you consider yourself a hero of the righteous path? A voice rang out in fury and alarm. From the dust wave emerged the disheveled Ji Xianling, shouting angrily at Xian Tianyi. Xian Tianyi's right eye opened, his brow furrowed, half his face showing a struggling expression. At that moment, his other eye opened, glancing at Ji Xianling with a gaze full of soul-chilling murderous intent, making Ji Xuanling's heart quake. Xian Tianyi's lips quivered slightly, laboriously uttering two words, "Run away." As soon as he finished speaking, his right eye closed, and his entire face's expression returned to a unified look of cruelty and malevolence. He raised his right hand, aiming at Ji Xianling. Innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation. To think you, fiend, can undergo one of the top 10 tribulations of all time. A voice, like that of a heavenly god, resounded throughout the continent, shaking all beings to their core. Anyone who heard this voice was instinctively filled with awe. Ji Xianling instinctively turned his head, seeing a massive hole suddenly form in the thunderclouds above. A figure shining brightly descended from the sky, pressing the two of them down, scattering the boundless dust waves on the ground. Boom! Xian Tianyi sat on the ground, the ruins within a 100-mile radius collapsing, forming a massive circular pit. A figure descended in front of Xian Tianyi, causing him to look up in fear. For the first time, he showed such an expression. Chapter 206. Domineering. Sword Venerable Fudao. Ji Xianling also fell to the ground, but unlike Xian Tianyi, he did not bear the overwhelming pressure that surpassed a loose immortal. After landing, he only staggered a few steps. He quickly raised his eyes to look, his gaze locked on the mysterious figure in front of Xian Tianyi. It was a figure shining with a strong light, and he recognized the identity of the other person at a glance. Cave Master! Ji Xianling exclaimed in surprise. The Cave Master of 6 Stars Cave, Divine Soul True Lord. The Divine Soul True Lord stood tall, draped in a wide black robe, with white clothes cinched with gold thread underneath, and a jade-adorned green silk belt. His black hair was coiled with 3 small swords. His expression was cold, and he looked down at the seated Xian Tianyi with eyes so frigid they seemed to freeze time. The illusion in the sky mirrored Xian Tianyi's figure while also reflecting the image of the Divine Soul True Lord, allowing everyone in the world to see his true appearance. Even the most esteemed great cultivators instinctively revered the Divine Soul True Lord at first sight. Just by standing there, the Divine Soul True Lord exuded an invincible aura. The people of the world were even more encouraged. The invincible evil demon cowered before the Divine Soul True Lord, all his previously established terrifying aura completely gone, now appearing so weak. Xian Tianyi did not want to stand up, but he simply could not. The gap between a loose immortal and a wandering immortal was as vast as the difference between clouds and mud. Xian Tianyi looked at the Divine Soul True Lord in terror, a look of pleading in his eyes. Thousands of miles away. And Hao looked at the illusion in the sky showing the Divine Soul True Lord and panicked immediately. Under his watchful gaze, the Divine Soul True Lord raised his right hand, and his imposing voice echoed across the entire continent. Today I, the True Lord, will execute the demon for the sake of all living beings. His voice, akin to a god's, reverberated with rolling thunder. No! And Hao shouted with all his might, immediately wanting to leap up to intervene. Almost instantly, he felt a tap on his shoulder, causing all his spiritual power to dissipate, rendering him unable to fly up. Zhang Buku, Li Ya, and many disciples of the Supreme Sect glimpsed a shadow so fast they thought it was a hallucination. After speaking, the Divine Soul True Lord prepared to finish Xian Tianyi with a single palm strike. Ji Xuanling's face changed drastically as he opened his mouth to plead. Smack! Suddenly, a hand pressed down on the Divine Soul True Lord's shoulder, dispersing the bright light on him, altering his expression and halting his right palm. Xian Tianyi also saw someone suddenly appear behind the Divine Soul True Lord, his expression changing dramatically as he struggled visibly. Ji Xianling gaped in shock, staring at the person behind the Divine Soul True Lord. At this moment, all living beings saw the person behind the Divine Soul True Lord in the sky. In the Third Medicine Valley, Lu Lingjun pushed open the door, just in time to see the illusion in the sky, her expression changing accordingly. Outer Gate City. Heavenly Repair Platform. Standing beside the heaven-cutting axe,
Zhuo Yijian looked up at the sky and murmured, "Sword Venerable Fudao." In the distance, Xia also recognized the mysterious figure, growing nervous immediately. Sword Venerable Fudao was going to confront the 7-star spirit realm's expert? And how, upon seeing Sword Venerable Fudao's figure, became excited, clenching his fists tightly. He thought it was his master who finally came to help him out of reluctance. Liya also became excited. The patriarch had actually come. Zhang Buku was simply curious about who had suddenly arrived. LV Baitian, looking at the sky, visibly sighed in relief. The leaders of other sects were stunned, not understanding why Sword Venerable Fudao had intervened. In the illusion in the sky, the Divine Soul True Lord slowly lowered his right hand, glancing back and asking, "Could it be that you are the Sword Venerable Fudao who recently made a name for himself throughout the land?" Behind him stood a demonic shadow, shrouded in dark purple demonic chi, mysterious and ominous. Guan suddenly pulled him behind and then stepped forward. The Divine Soul True Lord's expression changed dramatically, and his body involuntarily recoiled. Guan stepped forward to stand before Xian Tianyi, extending his right hand, pointing 2 fingers at Xian Tianyi's forehead. The magic of heaven and earth flying immortal erupted, forcibly expelling the demon soul from Xian Tianyi's body, dispersing the demonic chi, making Xian Tianyi grimace in pain. This scene shocked everyone in the world. This wasn't the evil demon? Everyone saw a demonic shadow emerge from Xian Tianyi, identical to his form. Before the evil demon could resist, Gu An's right hand opened, swiftly grabbing it and capturing it in his palm. The demonic pressure that shrouded the continent disappeared instantly, leaving everyone feeling inexplicably relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts. "You!" The Divine Soul True Lord was enraged. As the cave master of 6 Stars Cave, he naturally knew the evil demon's true origin. Though not personally leading it, he had allowed it. Sword Venerable Fudao was slapping him in the face. Guan turned and stood side on to the Divine Soul True Lord. Xian Tianyi spat out blood, collapsing forward, his forehead landing on Gu An's thigh. Before closing his eyes, he weakly uttered, "Fudao." He collapsed by Gu An's leg, his consciousness plunging into darkness. Sword Venerable Fudao made no sound, allowing him to lie there, calmly staring at the Divine Soul True Lord. The people of the world held their breaths. Everyone could feel the standoff between the Divine Soul True Lord and Sword Venerable Fudao, recognizing that Sword Venerable Fudao had come to save the one possessed by the evil demon. No. More accurately, to save the one possessed by the evil demon. The world fell silent. Even the great cultivators near Demonland were incredibly tense, not daring to breathe loudly. Blood Prison Great Saint, lying on the ground, looked at Gu An's figure, eyes full of admiration. Such domination. Without saying a word, everyone could feel his strong intent. Blood Prison Great Saint suddenly felt his past self was incredibly weak. Always boasting, but compared to the great cultivator of the upper realm, his spirit fell short by miles. Not just him, everyone else felt the Divine Soul True Lord had fallen to a lower position. This mysterious figure effortlessly pulled the Divine Soul True Lord away and scared him into inaction. Their abilities were clearly unmatched. Ji Xianling, closest to them, was utterly shocked. He knew better than anyone the power of the Divine Soul True Lord. In the 7 Stars Spirit Realm, centered around 6 Stars Cave, the Divine Soul True Lord was as divine as an immortal to them, representing the continent's strongest being. Such an existence was easily pulled away by Sword Venerable Fudao? Ji Xianling finally understood why the 7 Stars Spirit Realm had suddenly changed their mind and decided to come forth to save the people. They feared Sword Venerable Fudao and wanted to restore their image. The Divine Soul True Lord's face was extremely grim, caught in an inner struggle between choices. He had intended to use the anomaly of this innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation to showcase his grand and heroic image of saving all living beings. But now, he found himself in a difficult position. If he acted, he couldn't be sure of winning, plus what would the world think of him? If he didn't act, how would the world view the 7 Star Spirit Realm? Who exactly are you? Do not say you're from the Supreme Sect. This land could not possibly spawn someone as powerful as you. The Divine Soul True Lord asked solemnly, this time, not letting his voice echo across the continent, only audible to himself, Guan, and Ji Xianling. Guan did not answer him but raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at his face. Somehow, facing Guan's fingertip, the Divine Soul True Lord felt fear. Too overbearing. The other party didn't want to converse, only conveying one message, for him to back off. Otherwise, the Divine Soul True Lord realized that, given the unmatched power of the other party, he might very well die. He was, after all, a wandering immortal. Not only on this continent but across the nearby sea areas, his cultivation level was among the top. In an instant, many thoughts crossed the Divine Soul True Lord's mind. Finally, he coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and disappeared within a few steps. He left gracefully, yet in the people's eyes, it was a stance of fear, no matter how upright his posture was. The reason Guan didn't kill the Divine Soul True Lord was that the world was watching, and a public execution would not be good. Firstly, because the Seven Stars Spirit Realm was a holy land here to save the world, and secondly, to avoid drawing other great cultivators from the Star Caves. However, sometimes, not killing had a greater deterrent effect than killing. Not killing could both instill fear and leave room for the opponent to fantasize. Killing meant a never-ending vendetta. Guan looked up. The celestial might was dispersing. With the evil demon gone and unable to cross the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation naturally couldn't continue. He then vanished from the spot. Xian Tianyi, leaning against Gu An's leg, fell forward, and Ji Xianling appeared out of thin air, catching him before his forehead hit the ground. Seeing this, LV Batian immediately called for Supreme Sect disciples to follow him to rescue. Over 10,000 Supreme Sect cultivators flew up all at once, fearless, every one of them with excitement written on their faces. With Sword Venerable Fudao present, what did they have to fear? Leaders from other sects exchanged glances. The situation had exceeded their expectations. Too much information challenging their understanding. Liang Songhai took a deep breath and said, "The three dynasties advance and retreat together." With that, he immediately flew towards Tsongtian sect. Other sect leaders snapped out of it and went to give orders. Winning over Sword Venerable Fudao had become their most important task in years. The recent confrontation only solidified this belief. Sword Venerable Fudao turned out to be stronger than the Holy Land. In the Third Medicine Valley, Lu Lingjun watched as the illusions in the sky gradually dispersed, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Instinctively, she wanted to find Guan to discuss her observations from the battle, but realized his presence was not in the valley. She unconsciously scanned Mystic Valley with her divine sense, finding Guan among the mountain woods nearby, inspecting medicinal herbs, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She showed a helpless smile. Such a great spectacle ignored, all he worried about were his plants. Truly hopeless. Elsewhere, in the inner sect city, Ji Xiaoyu stood on the eaves, glancing up at the sky. Even as the illusion started to fade, she did not avert her gaze. She hadn't seen the Divine Soul True Lord before but could feel his high status within the Seven Stars Spirit Realm. Such a powerful being was forced to retreat by Sword Venerable Fudao. Her eyes filled with complexity. Sword Venerable Fudao, who exactly are you? After this battle, she guessed the Seven Stars Spirit Realm would have to humble themselves. Before Sword Venerable Fudao came along, the Seven Stars Spirit Realm wouldn't dare to commit blatant evil, let alone now. However, the Seven Stars Spirit Realm would surely frantically investigate Sword Venerable Fudao, and the Ji family from the Supreme Sect would become their tool. Patriarch, was this outcome within your expectation? Ji Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smile as she turned to leave. Just as she turned, the inner sect city erupted in thunderous cheers. One city was but a microcosm of the world. The entire world erupted into a feverish celebration. Chapter 207. Like Panon over the ocean, Divine Soul True Lord sat on a huge gourd, his arms crossed in front of his chest as the sea breeze blew his hair. He closed his eyes, frowning deeply. The more he thought, the angrier and more restless he became. After this battle, the prestige of the Holy Land would surely plummet. How could he not be angry? He just couldn't judge Sword Venerable Fudao's attitude towards the Seven-Star Spiritual Realm. For now, Sword Venerable Fudao did not seem hostile towards the Seven-Star Spiritual Realm. The previous Lin Jingxian killed himself, and Ji Xianling went to the Supreme Sect without incident. This time was no different. Sword Venerable Fudao only pushed him back and did not strike a killing blow. He couldn't tell if Sword Venerable Fudao feared the Seven-Star Spiritual Realm or had no killing intent from the start. In fact, when the evil demon attacked the wandering immortal realm, Divine Soul True Lord had sensed it but deliberately did not intervene. He allowed the Lin family loose immortal and disciples to be devoured by the evil demon to create a more terrifying image of the evil demon. The stronger the evil demon, the more prestige he would gain by exterminating it. Secondly, he wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate the Lin family, thus removing the cause and effect of offending Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Had he succeeded, the 7-star spiritual realm would have maintained the prestige of the Holy Land while resolving any grudges with Sword Venerable Fu Dao, achieving a perfect outcome. But things went wrong. Sword Venerable Fu Dao acted ahead of schedule. It seems Sword Venerable Fu Dao is related to Xian Tianyi. Could he be from the Star Sea congregations? The more he thought about it, the more likely Divine Soul True Lord found this possibility. Before Xian Tianyi joined the Star Sea congregations, the Supreme Sect did not have such a great cultivator. He speculated that Xian Tianyi, knowing the demon disaster was imminent, had asked Sword Venerable Fu Dao for support in advance. That's right. It must be so. Divine Soul True Lord had heard that Xian Tianyi wrote a book entitled The Legend of Sword Venerable. He raised his right hand and took out a token, hesitating for a moment before probing it with his divine sense. Soon, he sensed a wave of divine sense from the token, and began to relay what had happened, along with his speculations. After a while, his face turned grim as he was obviously reprimanded. In the forest of Mystic Valley, Guan silently pondered. Ever since Divine Soul True Lord had left, his divine sense had been following him, preventing any unforeseen events. Seeing Divine Soul True Lord take out the token, Guan could guess he was contacting someone more powerful from the 7-star spiritual realm. Once Divine Soul True Lord placed the token back into his storage ring, Guan exhaled a long breath, his eyes growing cold. Judging by his expression, Guan hesitated. The lifespan foresight could only determine whether others had ill intentions towards his true form, while the 9 extreme yin-yang body could conceal his true form and obscure karmic calculations unless the other person linked Sword Venerable Fu Dao directly to his true form and harbored enmity. The mountain god's little figure had resembled Gu An's true form closely, without any divine skills to cloak it, which was why he could sense it. And the hateful heaven ancestor had discovered him directly through sword intent. After 30 minutes, Divine Soul True Lord landed on an island. As he entered a cave, Guan sensed a restriction and stopped following. Just remember this island. Guan stood up and walked back to Mystic Valley. The disciples in the valley were still excitedly discussing the sky illusion they had witnessed earlier, the image of Sword Venerable Fu Dao deeply ingraining in their minds. They also believed that the entity confronting Divine Soul True Lord was indeed Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Guan joined them, chatting for a while. The impact of this battle was even greater than when Sword Venerable Fu Dao killed the demon ancestor, not only because peace prevailed after defeating the evil demon, but also because it involved the Holy Land. When Guan returned to the 3rd Medicine Valley, the disciples were gathered noisily, like in a busy market. Lu Lingjun, who had been waiting for him, pulled him into a pavilion, excitedly talking about Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Seeing her admire Sword Venerable Fu Dao so much filled Guan with satisfaction. He had to feign excitement and reciprocate the emotional value. For the next month, the Supreme Sect was in constant uproar, everyone full of excitement, various news spreading wildly within the sect. Guan went to the Outer Gate City twice, each time staying for 2 ancient hours, listening to the disciples on the streets praise Sword Venerable Fu Dao. It was worth noting that within this month, Guan noticed more cultivators arriving from the sea, some even in the realm of Immortal Path, spreading throughout the immortal cultivation world, gathering intelligence on the 7-star spiritual realm and Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Guan suspected they might be from another great power. He thought of hateful heaven ancestors foes from the Star Sea congregations. The Star Sea congregations was a colossal power at sea. At least in hateful heaven ancestors' mind, the Star Sea congregations were on par with the 7-star spiritual realm. Could the Star Sea congregations be preparing to strike at the 7-star spiritual realm? Although Guan let his imagination run wild, he remained calm, continuing his peaceful farming life. After all, no one knew that he was Sword Venerable Fu Dao. After the winter snow fell, the cultivators who had fought the evil demon began returning to the Supreme Sect. It was worth mentioning that Li Ya and Zhang Buku also returned. Sensing their auras flying towards Mystic Valley, Guan awaited them in advance. The two still shared the North Sea heavy sword. Zhang Buku, looking at the forest covered in snow, appeared nervous. He was returning to the Medicine Valley where his father used to live, eager to see martial Uncle Gu again. The more Zhang Buku thought about it, the the more nervous he became. Leah reminded him not to mention their injuries to Gu An and to speak based on Gu An's reactions. Zhang Buku felt helpless but could only agree. After a short while, Leah and Zhang Buku flew into Mystic Valley. Their arrival drew the attention of the servant disciples. Senior brother Li. Lu Jiujia walked over excitedly, full of surprise. Of all those who had left Mystic Valley, who was the most formidable? Naturally, it was Li Ya. Despite losing miserably to An Hao and missing the Golden List because of it, Li Ya's strength had earned the supreme sex recognition, making him Mystic Valley's pride. Leah looked at Lu Jiujia, knowing he was Gu An's junior brother. He nodded slightly and said, I am here to see your senior brother. Before Lu Jiujia could reply, a voice floated down from the pavilion. Senior brother Li, Buku. Come up. Hearing Gu An's voice, Zhang Buku became excited. Leah glanced at him and then led him upstairs. Watching Li Ya's confident back, Lu Jiujia's eyes were full of envy. Leah lived the life he desired. Soon, Li Ya and Zhang Buku reached the upper floor and entered the room. Zhang Buku, seeing Guan, became so excited that he knelt down immediately. Leah hurriedly closed the door in fright. If word got out about his closest brother kneeling to his junior brother, it would be a scandal. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Guan, sitting at the desk, said helplessly. Leah immediately pulled Zhang Buku up, glaring at him for losing face. Zhang Buku ignored Leah and looked at Guan with a silly grin. Guan gestured for them to sit and then got up to pour them tea. Senior brother Li, how have you been these years? Guan asked warmly. Leah immediately started boasting about his encounters and his progress in cultivation. Throughout the conversation, Zhang Buku hesitated to speak. Guan placed 2 cups of tea before them. Zhang Buku wanted to stand and bow, but Guan stopped him with a look. Seeing Gu An's one glance making Zhang Buku obedient, Leah felt a pang of jealousy amidst his storytelling. By the way, junior brother Gu, when did you descend the mountain without telling me? If I had known you were visiting senior brother Zhang, I definitely would have gone too. Leah suddenly recalled, asking sternly. Guan rolled his eyes at him and said, at that time, Buku was still a minor. Could you have come with me? You were focused on proving yourself. Leah heard this and gave an embarrassed smile. His relationship with Zhang Chuanqiu was average. Even if he had free time, he wouldn't have gone unless Guan insisted. Guan turned to Zhang Buku and asked, how has it been following senior brother Li? Any injuries? Zhang Buku was about to speak when Leah interrupted. How could you get injured following me? These years, we've been a great team, having everything we wanted, and our cultivation has advanced rapidly. Seeing this, Zhang Buku could only nod. Then Leah shifted the topic to Sword Venerable Fudao, instantly changing the subject. Zhang Buku, who admired Sword Venerable Fudao, couldn't stop talking. Guan smiled at them, occasionally chiming in. Did Leah really take him for the primordial ancestor? The proud look on his face made Guan want to laugh. As for Zhang Buku, although excited, he wasn't as exaggerated as Leah. Hearing Guan praise Sword Venerable Fudao made Leah feel greatly satisfied. He wanted to tell Guan that Sword Venerable Fudao was their Li family primordial ancestor. But recalling the primordial ancestor's instructions, he could only hold back. He hadn't encountered the primordial ancestor in a long time. What was the primordial ancestor doing? Was he busy teaching An Hao? On the way back, Leah had communicated with An Hao, and compared to An Hao's progress, his achievements over the years were negligible. Once again he felt sour. The primordial ancestor favored An Hao for his talent, but guided him out of blood and kinship. Guan didn't know what Leah was thinking but felt his mood suddenly drop. He didn't want to inquire and took the chance to focus on Zhang Buku, feeling slightly irritated by Li Ya's hogging of the conversation earlier. Bullying my nephew? I'm fine. Brother Li treats me well, really. One sentence from Zhang Buku caused Li Ya's blood pressure to soar. Guan, smirking, asked, Brother Li? Yes, we are sworn brothers, promising to live and die together. Zhang Buku said stoutly. He could help Leah hide some things, but not let him gain seniority. Li Ya's expression turned awkward. His gaze fell on the paper in front of Guan, seizing the moment. He picked it up and asked abruptly, Junior brother Gu, what are you writing? Guan smiled and replied,
A book called Journey to the West. Journey to the West? Never heard of it. Just started writing it. All right then, I wish you to become a famed writer like Pan En. Leah skimmed a few lines before putting it back, mainly using it to divert the conversation. He didn't really care about Journey to the West. Zhu Beiji carrying his wife? What nonsense. This book seemed boring at first glance. Chapter 208 Hostility from the Divine Soul True Lord. When Leah put down the paper, the conversation unconsciously turned back to Sword Venerable Fudao, as if they could talk about him endlessly. Zhang Buku said that earlier when Sword Venerable Fudao made his move, he saw a blurred figure, suspecting it was Sword Venerable Fudao, who passed right in front of them. Leah also said he saw it, and the two were quite convinced. Guan found it amusing. He had deliberately let An Hao and the other two see him, accurately speaking, let the cultivators from the Supreme Sect notice that he was coming from there. With the limitless freedom step, Guan could move beside Divine Soul True Lord in one step. The three chatted for another ancient hour before Leah and Zhang Buku bade farewell. Leah was preparing to bring Zhang Buku into the sect, and there were many things to be busy with, so Guan naturally did not keep them. Watching them disappear into the heavy snow, Guan stood there for a while before entering the house. At the end of the year, as the spring festival approached, since the human race had completely overcome the demon calamity, it seemed peaceful days were ahead, so LV Baixia ordered an extravagant spring festival celebration this year. Before the spring festival even arrived, each city began preparations, and this atmosphere also affected Mystic Valley and the Third Medicine Valley. To welcome the new era, LV Baitian issued various decrees, raising the treatment of every level of disciple, down to even the servant disciples, making the entire sect jubilant. Riding the Blood Prison Great Saint, Guan strolled through the outer gate city. He could sense many people hiding their cultivation levels in the city, with more than 20 Mystic Heart Realm cultivators, 3 Mahayana Realm, and 1 in the Nirvana Realm. These people were all from overseas, and in the past year they had been gathering various intelligence, mainly about the views of Supreme Sect cultivators on the Holy Land 7-Star Spirit Realm and Sword Venerable Fudao. They did not affect Guan, so he could not be bothered with them. Along the way, Guan met many old acquaintances, some who graduated from Medicine Valley, and some fellow disciples he met at the Book Collection Hall and Elixir Hall. Engaging in small talk, he did not feel bored, but rather found it interesting. Listening to friends' current endeavors in immortal cultivation also broadened his experience. The spring festival atmosphere enveloped every street. Even the Blood Prison Great Saint looked around curiously. Unknowingly, Guan arrived at the Heavenly Repair Platform again. The vast Heavenly Repair Platform was crowded and noisy, with many outer disciples standing guard around the edges. First vanquish the demon ancestor, then eliminate the evil demon. Sword Venerable Fudao's prestige had reached its peak. Even disciples from other sects would come to the Heavenly Repair Platform to worship the words, righteous path. The entire immortal cultivation world was discussing Sword Venerable Fudao, and it was worth mentioning that the Sword Venerable legend written by Xian Tianyi had become a hit. In the book, Sword Venerable Fudao liked to tap his enemies on the shoulder at night, which corresponded perfectly with the earlier scene where he pressed down on Divine Soul True Lord's shoulder, making people wonder if Green Hero knew Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan just watched from below the platform. There were many like him, mostly Foundation Establishment Realm and Qi Cultivation Realm, content to watch the excitement from afar. Then, Guan patted the Blood Prison Great Saint, guiding it. With the festival coming, he had to prepare gifts for the disciples. This year's Spring Festival held a different meaning, as the Supreme Sect was ready for rapid development. The previous Golden List Conference, Alchemy Meeting, and the world's first Sword Dao Conference had accumulated enormous wealth for the Supreme Sect, and now with the world in peace, it was time to make great strides. Guan also needed to gather high-rank medical herbs for the Grotto Heaven. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Guan's eyes. Divine Soul True Lord has developed hostility towards you and formed the intention to kill. Would you like to perform lifespan detection on him? A prompt suddenly appeared before Guan's eyes, making him frown. Well then. Guan took a deep breath and chose to perform lifespan detection. He had looked before and wanted to see again because this time it was about his own life. Divine Soul True Lord, Wandering Immortal Realm 3rd Layer 28098/130000/180000. Currently, he had around 10,000 years of life left. He should be able to seize 10,000 years of life.
Guan changed his mind and had the Blood Prison Great Saint leave the outer gate city, heading outside instead of towards the inner sect, finding an uninhabited forest to stay for a while. Within a secluded palace, the floor reflected a luminous glow, with many spirit stones embedded in the stone pillars on both sides. It was these spirit stones that illuminated the hall. At the end of the hall, Divine Soul True Lord sat at the head seat, holding a scroll. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the black-clad man kneeling in the hall, saying, "You may leave." The black-clad man immediately turned and left. Once the door closed again, Divine Soul True Lord frowned, with his left hand supporting his cheek and his right hand holding the scroll, deep in thought. His gaze occasionally glanced at the scroll in his hand. "Xian Tianyi," Divine Soul True Lord muttered to himself. Since leaving the continent, although he feared Sword Venerable Fu Dao, he had not given up. He had ordered Supreme Sect spies to investigate all of Xian Tianyi's relationships, and the scroll in his hand recorded everyone closely related to Xian Tianyi. The rising power of the evil demon was likely related to Xian Tianyi, and Sword Venerable Fu Dao intervened to save him. No matter how he thought about it, Divine Soul True Lord blamed Xian Tianyi for the failure in the battle against the evil demon. So he developed a murderous intent towards Xian Tianyi and his close associates. But he dared not act rashly, for perhaps Sword Venerable Fu Dao was among them in disguise. The mere thought of Sword Venerable Fu Dao made Divine Soul True Lord feel troubled. Fortunately, the 3-star cave had not contacted him much over these years, or he really wouldn't know how to report back. Sigh. Divine Soul True Lord sighed, stood up, and prepared to head to the small spirit realm to seclude himself. The 7-star spirit realm needed to maintain its image and avoid being discovered by nearby great powers. As the high-standing cave master, he only needed to issue orders and would not personally manage things. He took 2 steps forward, just about to descend the steps. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Although it was just a light tap, his heart stopped. He couldn't forget the feeling of being tapped on the shoulder by Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Fear instinctively arose in his heart, and as he was about to speak, an overwhelming mana surged into his body, instantly turning his flesh into ashes, and even his primordial spirit vanished. The gap between the 9th layer of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm and the 3rd layer of the wandering immortal realm was immense. In front of Guan, Divine Soul True Lord was no different from an ant. The scroll in Divine Soul True Lord's hand also turned to ashes along with him. Guan, who had performed the 9 extremes yin-yang body technique, vanished as if he had never appeared. He quickly returned to the Supreme Sect, emerging from the bushes and walking towards the Blood Prison Great Saint. He had been out of the Blood Prison Great Saint's sight for less than 10 breaths. With its cultivation sealed, the Blood Prison Great Saint had no idea what he had done and immediately stood up after seeing him return. Guan hung the wildflowers he had casually picked on the Blood Prison Great Saint's horns and directed it towards Mystic Valley. The Blood Prison Great Saint did not think much and carried Guan away. At this moment, Guan appeared calm, but his heart was far from at peace. He looked again at the prompt. Killing Divine Soul True Lord had given him 10,500 years of life. The wandering immortal realm was indeed formidable, no longer akin to weeds. When he killed Divine Soul True Lord, Guan did not even dare to perform a soul search as Divine Soul True Lord surely knew many high realm immortals, and he feared that soul searching might alert those powerful beings. He was already peering into the way of cause and effect. If he delved deeply into this path, it would be like gaining foresight of potential life threats. He had not even explored that cave. For a great cultivator like Divine Soul True Lord to disappear for decades or even 100 years was not unusual. It remained to be seen whether the 7-star spirit realm had a device to contact its disciples. Guan had once read a book stating that some sects across the seas possessed special artifacts. When a sect member perished, they could detect it immediately. Anyway, he would take a gamble. Guan would not allow someone harboring murderous intent towards him to live. The longer they were left unchecked, the greater the danger. After the Spring Festival, the Supreme Sect began promoting the world's first cultivation meeting. What was the cultivation meeting? This idea, inspired by the heaven-cutting axe, was to create a heavy object that participants would control with spiritual power. The announcement of this meeting caused widespread interest in the immortal cultivation world. Such a meeting had never been held before. LV Batian planned to prepare for 5 years and even hinted at participation from overseas cultivators. Since killing Divine Soul True Lord, Guan observed the territory of the 3 dynasties every day with his divine sense. Fortunately,
Everything was peaceful, and the lifespan detection had not been triggered. In mid-March, LV Batian visited Guan. The two drank wine in the house, with Guan listening carefully to LV Batian's ambitious plans, occasionally interjecting. He did not understand how to manage a sect but could offer some suggestions. Currently, LV Batian's ideas aligned with his own. LV Batian put all his efforts outward, and the entire sect worked hard for its growth, reducing internal strife significantly. The Supreme Sect enjoyed unprecedented harmony. Even though the world appears peaceful now, I still feel uneasy, just like half a year ago when dealing with the evil demon. That mysterious cultivator. His cultivation was incomparably strong. LV Batian put down his wine bowl and sighed. That person was already dead. Guan silently answered in his heart but said, "Wasn't it said that the person was an immortal senior from the Holy Land? The Holy Land shouldn't bring calamity, right?" LV Batian curled his lips and said, "Who knows? All right, let's not talk about this. I just hope that in my lifetime, the Supreme Sect can produce someone who surpasses the Mahayana realm. For this, I will spare no effort." Guan nodded and said, "And Hao is exceptionally talented. He is the best candidate." "Indeed." LV Batian smiled. After experiencing the demon calamity, he seemed to have a new perspective on Hao. This was good too. He hoped LV Batian would focus on Hao as Guan did not want to become the sect leader. The two talked for a long time before LV Batian finally bade farewell. He had gained new ideas from Guan. Even before the world's first cultivation meeting began, he was already planning the next grand event. After LV Batian left, Guan did not stay long at the Third Medicine Valley either. He returned to Mystic Valley, then quietly left. He continuously used the limitless freedom step, quickly distancing himself from the mainland. After several steps, he arrived on a vast island, the most prosperous in this sea area, with a cultivator population exceeding 5 million, always bustling with people. He did not disguise himself since the Supreme Sect was so far away. Even a Mahayana realm cultivator would take a lot of time to get here, and there were countless sea demons along the way. Here, no one recognized him. The purpose of this trip was to purchase medicinal herb seeds. His grotto heaven only grew herbs of the 7th rank or higher. Chapter 209 Meng Lang, Loose Immortal Realm Level 6. Before coming, Guan had already observed with his divine sense that the strongest on the island was slightly stronger than a divine soul true lord, but not by much. If there was a heaven and earth flying immortal, he would not have dared to come. If there was a heaven and earth flying immortal, then there could be an even higher realm. If the strongest on the surface was only a wandering immortal, there should not be a more terrifying existence hidden in the shadows. Even if there was, as long as Guan did not cause trouble, nothing should happen. He went to the Sea Protection Mansion in the city, intending to conduct a transaction and register for an identity token, which would allow him to enter and exit the various buildings. This was information he had gathered with his divine sense earlier. The Sea Protection Mansion was very large, with many cultivators coming and going, covering an area of 100 miles. As soon as Guan entered, a servant greeted him. "Senior, may I ask what you are here for?" "To register for an identity token." "All right, let me take you there. This way, please." The servant's demeanor was very respectful and enthusiastic. Guan followed him. There were many servants like him. Although their attire was not luxurious, it was clean and respectful. From the color of their clothes, their status in the Sea Protection Mansion could be judged. The clothes of this servant were the most common. After asking Guan if he was a newcomer, the servant began to introduce the Sea Protection Mansion and the island to him. This island was called Immortal Seeking Island, a famous neutral island in the ocean. Transactions could be conducted here safely. If something went wrong, the island master would ensure justice. Moreover, connections could be made with great sects such as the Star Sea Congregations, 7 Stars Spirit Realm, and Deep Sea Spirit Palace. When introducing the background of Immortal Seeking Island, the servant was not arrogant, remaining humble, which Guan found impeccable. When Guan asked for his name, the servant was flattered and quickly introduced himself. Actually, even without his introduction, Guan already knew, but it was necessary to go through the formalities. Hu Xiaojian, Nascent Soul Realm, 2nd Layer 480/860/2200. A lifespan of this extent could make him a genius in the Supreme Sect, but on Immortal Seeking Island, he could only serve as a servant. Guan sighed inwardly. By the way, Senior, have you reached the Immortal Path realm? If so, I can guide you to obtain a high-rank identity token, which comes with various benefits. Hu Xiaojian asked cautiously. He could tell from Guan's extraordinary bearing, though not overbearing, that Guan was likely a great cultivator who had returned to simplicity. Guan responded affirmatively, making Hu Xiaojian even more excited. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, under Hu Xiaojian's guidance, Guan arrived at a large hall where most of the cultivators coming and going were in the Mahayana realm or Nirvana realm. The Nirvana realm cultivators were likely outsiders like Guan, while the Mahayana realm cultivators belonged to the Sea Protection Mansion. As for loose immortals, they were rare to encounter. Hu Xiaojian approached an elderly man and explained Guan's intention. The elder immediately stood up and led the two to a side hall. Chu Feng, Nirvana realm, 5th layer 3860/15000/17,000. Guan silently noted this information, then followed Chu Feng. Chu Feng took a white jade token, uninscribed, from a redwood cabinet, handed it to Guan, and said, "Inject your mana into this, then silently recite your name to register." Guan took the white jade token, adjusted his cultivation level, and injected his mana. After a few breaths, he raised the identity token to show Chu Feng. Meng Lang, Loose Immortal Realm, 6th layer. Chu Feng read aloud, then quickly raised his hand in salute, respectfully addressing him as Senior. Hu Xiaojian was even more excited, also saluting. Guan put away the identity token and casually asked, "I heard there are many benefits to a high-rank identity token?" Chu Feng nodded and respectfully introduced the benefits of a high-rank identity token. Tax transaction discounts, permanent cave residence, allocation of 5 servants, and more. Guan was very pleased with what he heard and ultimately decided to have Hu Xiaojian lead the way, making Hu Xiaojian feel flattered while Chu Feng smiled and encouraged Hu Xiaojian. Thus, Guan began his procurement journey on Immortal Seeking Island. First, he had to exchange for spirit stones. It was worth mentioning that on Immortal Seeking Island, the basic currency was a top-grade spirit stone. Low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones were not allowed here. Low-rank cultivators did not even have the qualification to enter the island, a harsh reality. But on second thought, who below the nascent soul realm could cross the ocean to reach Immortal Seeking Island? Immortal Seeking Island was surrounded by millions of miles of sea, with no other islands around. As for the mainland, it was even farther away. To Hu Xiaojian, the 7 Stars Spirit Realm was a distant power. He had heard most about the Star Sea congregations, the overlords of the ocean. In the evening, Guan returned to Mystic Valley. Purchasing medicinal herbs took time, not a one-time deal. However, Immortal Seeking Island had plenty of high-rank medicinal herbs, even offering 9th-rank medicinal herbs, enough to meet Guan's needs. It was said that every few decades, Immortal Path spirit trees might even be auctioned on Immortal Seeking Island. After greeting the disciples in the valley, he went upstairs. Once the procurement was done, it would be time to publish Journey to the West. Today's trip to Immortal Seeking Island had put Guan in a good mood. Using the name Meng Lang was a way to commemorate an old friend. He was not worried about being recognized. Most people who knew Guan would never reach Immortal Seeking Island in their lifetimes. As for geniuses like Xian Tianyi and An Hao, without advancing to the Immortal Path realm, they would find it difficult to come. If Xian Tianyi had connections with the Star Sea congregations, he might have the chance to go to Immortal Seeking Island, but he had never heard of Meng Lang. Guan thought that many years later, if he met Xian Tianyi overseas, Xian Tianyi's expression would be interesting. Speaking of Xian Tianyi, that guy was still recovering from his injuries in the Supreme Sect. Who knows when he would recover his strength? Guan set aside these thoughts and focused on writing. A month later, having just turned 98, Guan came to Nianchu Cave. He found Tian Yaoer and brought her into his grotto heaven, then took out a large number of medicinal herb seeds and handed them to her for planting. Looking at the multitude of seeds, Tian Yaoer's eyes widened, her breath quickening. How long will this take to plant? Guan had spent all his wealth, yet only a quarter of it was used. He chuckled softly. These seeds are at least 7th order. Be careful, if you ruin any, I'll have to hold you accountable. 7th order. 7th order? Tian Yaoer was stunned, then thrilled. With so many high-rank medicinal herbs properly planted, the spiritual energy here would be abundant, wouldn't it? She immediately began to take action. Gu En, on the other hand, infused his mana into the ground, converting it into 5-element spiritual energy. Relying solely on the grotto heaven to absorb earth spirit energy was too slow. Fortunately, the Heaven and Earth Primordial skill documented a sorcery on how to convert mana into spiritual energy. Busy days awaited. Time flew by, and the immortal cultivation world welcomed a period of peace. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Gu An's total lifespan had reached 6,700,000 years. He had planted all the high-rank medicinal herbs he had purchased in his grotto heaven, but the maturity time for 7th-order medicinal grass was extremely long, so he had to be patient. Though the wait was long, once harvested, it would be an enormous amount of lifespan. Moreover, 7th-order medicinal grass had a strong life force and required little oversight. That year, the Supreme Sect had grown much stronger. Meanwhile, the Taizong dynasty and the Tianwei dynasty had begun to war, while the Great Jiang dynasty remained stable, not participating in the conflict. The dynastic struggles were cruel but not a catastrophe, having no impact on the immortal cultivation world. Guan planned to achieve core formation that year. His surface cultivation level needed to be improved. One day at noon, Shen Tianyi came to visit Guan. As they entered the house to chat, Shen Tianyi cast many restrictions first. He was now the strongest cultivator in the Supreme Sect but still deployed many restrictions, indicating his awareness of several great cultivators infiltrating the Supreme Sect. Did you see the celestial phenomenon from that battle? Shen Tianyi turned to Guan and asked solemnly. Guan nodded, then motioned for him to sit and talk. Bam! Shen Tianyi slammed the table in fury, cursing. I was schemed against by the 7-star spirit realm. A bunch of bastards. This isn't over. Gu An's eyelids twitched. Why are you telling me this? He suddenly suspected that the Divine Soul True Lord's hostility towards him a few months ago was due to investigating Shen Tianyi's connections. The 7-star spirit realm? Are you talking about the Holy Land? Guan asked cautiously. Shen Tianyi sat down, took a deep breath, and said, Yes, I was thrown into the evil demon's sealing ground by cultivators from the 7-star spirit realm. If not for Sword Venerable Fudeo's intervention, they would have wanted to eliminate me completely. How hateful! Divine Soul True Lord. Just you wait. Guan said worriedly, the Holy Land is powerful. You mustn't be reckless. Even the entire Supreme Sect wouldn't be enough. Shen Tianyi looked at him and snorted, I know that, but I'm not just a disciple of the Supreme Sect. I'm also a disciple of the Star Sea congregations. My peers have already infiltrated the Supreme Sect. I'm planning to head south and inform my master about this. The Star Sea congregations and the 7-star spirit realm both follow the righteous path and do not harm the common people. I will ensure the 7-star spirit realm doesn't have it easy. How bold. You have a backer, and you didn't say so earlier? Forcing me to take risks? Guan complained inwardly, feeling helpless. Shen Tianyi, seeing through his thoughts, said with a hint of regret, After all, it is the 7-star spirit realm. Without a legitimate reason, the Star Sea congregations would not act. I don't have that kind of influence, but if I had evidence, it would be different. Anyway, the 7-star spirit realm won't have a good time coming. Guan cautioned him, though I don't know how powerful the Star Sea congregations are, be careful. The journey south is long, if anything happens on the way. He didn't finish his sentence, but Shen Tianyi understood. No worries. I will be accompanied by other disciples of the Star Sea congregations, and there will be Immortal Path seniors overseeing from abroad. The 7-star spirit realm won't dare to act rashly. Shen Tianyi reassured him. Guan felt relieved. Shen Tianyi then said, You focus on your cultivation. Someday, it'll take you into the Star Sea congregations. You might gain immortal destiny. Guan shook his head. Forget it. The ocean is a place for the high and mighty. As a mere mortal, I'll stay in the Supreme Sect. I don't want to be a burden. Shen Tianyi tried to persuade him further but was diverted by Guan, who asked him when he would return. Shen Tianyi said it depended on the situation, ranging from a few years to several decades. But he would definitely return, as his next goal was to help develop the Supreme Sect. Although he was angry, he saw this as an opportunity. If the Star Sea congregations pressured the 7-star spirit realm, the Supreme Sect could develop.
Even though he now belonged to the Star Sea congregations, he wanted to help the Supreme Sect. In any case, he believed that no matter how the Supreme Sect developed, it could never catch up to the Star Sea congregations. Chapter 210. Journey to the West emerges. Shocking the world. Guan chatted with Xian Tianyi for a full 2 ancient hours. Before leaving, Guan even gave him half a set of Journey to the West. So many years had passed, he had already written Journey to the West, but he wanted to release it later and kept refining his calligraphy, so he had rewritten Journey to the West many times. The reason for giving Xian Tianyi only half was because he was afraid Xian Tianyi might leak it. Always leave some suspense. After Xian Tianyi left, Guan followed downstairs and rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to the Mystic Valley. Yi Lan was waiting for him in the pavilion. He dismounted from the Blood Prison Great Saint's back and leisurely went upstairs. When the two met, they exchanged pleasantries. Over the past year, Yi Lan had been very busy and could only come to see him during the Spring Festival. Senior brother, you are turning 100 this year. How about a celebration? Yi Lan asked with a smile. Guan shook his head and said, why would a cultivator celebrate a big birthday? No need, I don't like trouble. Yi Lan nodded and didn't press further. She just mentioned it casually. After all, 100 years was an important milestone. They started chatting. Yi Lan didn't have any special reason to see Guan, she just missed him. They talked about everything, from the Supreme Sect to the immortal cultivation world, and even about the common folk. Most of the time, Yi Lan did the talking, and Guan chimed in. A long time passed. Guan was concerned about her primordial reincarnation skill. Yi Lan said that she practiced it daily. Although her cultivation level hadn't increased, she could feel the accumulation of the primordial reincarnation skill. Guan took out a large number of prepared supreme-grade elixirs for her, telling her to take them promptly. In 20 years, she would need to unseal the primordial reincarnation skill. By then, it was unknown how much her maximum lifespan would increase. Faced with Guan's gifts and arrangements, Yi Lan did not refuse and instead showed a happy smile. Seeing her smile, Guan couldn't help but shiver. Junior sister, don't misunderstand, I will always be your senior brother, Guan said seriously. Yi Lan nodded with a smile. She stood up, walked to Guan's side, and placed her hands on his shoulders. It had always been him who patted others' shoulders. Only his junior sister could pat his. Ah well, she was his junior sister after all. Sit down, no hands on. Oh, senior brother, I won't do anything inappropriate, just like last time. You dare mention last time? What's wrong with a little touch? I promise I won't go further. Don't speak such bold words, sit down, I have something to tell you. Say it, I'll just stand by your side. 3 days later, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to the Outer Gate City. He made his way to the Book Collection Hall. The Great Elder of the Book Collection Hall, Feng Shang, personally received Guan. After they were seated, Feng Shang asked with a smile, Shattering the Void is finished. Do you have a new book in mind? Though Shattering the Void's reputation wasn't as great as Investiture of the Gods, it made a lot of money, benefiting not only him but the entire Outer Gate City as well. Their Outer Gate City had become the top among the 8 Outer Gate cities, with Sword Venerable Fudao in martial and Panan in literature. Every time he read Investiture of the Gods, Feng Shang felt Guan resembled Sword Venerable Fudao. But thinking that Guan was not yet 100 years old, he found his speculation absurd. Though perhaps Panan was somehow related to Sword Venerable Fudao, maybe this was why Panan refused to write about Sword Venerable Fudao, fearing people might discover the connection. Guan took out 5 books from his storage bag, which were the first half of Journey to the West. Feng Shang picked up the topmost book and seeing the cover, he couldn't help but read aloud, Journey to the West? The name sounded ordinary. He was a bit disappointed, but considering Pan-An's fame, even an ordinary book would earn spirit stones. He began to read, and after a few moments, his expression changed slightly. He straightened his back and read more intently. As time went on, his right hand began to tremble. When he read about Sun Wukong causing havoc in the Heavenly Palace, he couldn't help but slap his thigh in excitement. Guan shook his head and laughed. He stood up and said, The books are yours. Leave the rest to you. Having worked with the book collection hall for so many years, he naturally didn't worry about them deceiving him. Upon hearing this, Feng Shang quickly stood up, excitedly saying, Journey to the West will definitely be a hit.
This is a divine book comparable to Investiture of the Gods. No, it's even better than Investiture of the Gods. Journey to the West had a stronger narrative ability and the plot was highly engaging. Watching Sun Wukong's birth, his struggle for kingship, and his journey to the sea to seek immortality, he felt it resonated well with the cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. Furthermore, when the heavenly court appointed Sun Wukong as the horse's fortune, and he endured humiliation in heaven, he couldn't help but anticipate Sun Wukong's rebellion. He hadn't expected Sun Wukong to actually cause havoc in the heavenly palace. It was truly powerful. Feng Shang genuinely admired Guan, who could think of anything. Moreover, the spells, Dharma treasures, and powers in Journey to the West felt real, as he had heard similar legends before. There were stories of a dragon palace under the sea, immortals in the heavens, and sages overseas, among others. Guan smiled at him and without saying much, turned and left. Feng Shang watched Guan walk out the door, with sunlight shining on him, feeling dazed. Truly an immortal. Guan found the Blood Prison Great Saint and rode it away from the book collection hall. Along the street, he occasionally encountered old acquaintances, greeting them with a smile. After the Ji family withdrew from the Supreme Sect, the Zhou family also switched to the Congtian sect. The departure of the two great families happened quietly. Had it been decades earlier, the Supreme Sect would have been severely weakened, but now there didn't seem to be any impact. Instead, the Supreme Sect had grown even stronger. However, Guan heard other family names from the passing cultivators. This was the Supreme Sect. When some left, others would take their place. This was a sign of continuous prosperity. Who knew when the Supreme Sect would reach the levels of the Seven-Star Spirit Realm and the Star Sea congregations? At that time, how many of his old acquaintances would still be around? Guan's thoughts drifted with the bumping of the ox's back, fantasizing about scenes thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the future. A blink of an eye. Another year passed. This year, the Supreme Sect's first Under Heaven's Cultivation level tournament was about to commence, but the hottest topic was a book. Journey to the West. With the release of Pan's Journey to the West, the entire immortal cultivation world was shaken. Initially thought to be another mediocre book like Supreme Immortal Venerable or Shattering the Void, it turned out to be a classical type like Investiture of the Gods. Great Sage equaling Heaven's Sun Wukong became the most popular name in the Three Dynasties immortal cultivation world. Panin was once again elevated to a godlike status. With just one Journey to the West, people no longer doubted his talent, and some even claimed that Journey to the West was superior to Investiture of the Gods. LV Batian seized the opportunity to leverage the popularity of Journey to the West, declaring that the person who won the top spot in the first Under Heaven's Cultivation level tournament would earn the title of Great Sage. This ignited even more interest and anticipation for the first Under Heaven's Cultivation level tournament. Because of Journey to the West, Pan's fame within the Supreme Sect even overshadowed Sword Venerable Fudao for a while. Panin had initiated a trend of book chasing in the immortal cultivation world. Now, he once again outshone Sword Venerable Fudao through his literary work. In fact, many immortal cultivation stories had emerged after Pan, but most cultivators still felt Pan's writings were the best. Guan thought this was due to the initial euphoria of the first read, as the immortal cultivation world certainly had many literary talented cultivators. One day, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint once again to the Outer Gate City. He felt there would be some excitement to watch today. The city was bustling with people, cultivators coming and going ceaselessly, very lively, almost like celebrating the spring festival. Guan saw many cultivators in strange costumes, and even shape-shifting demons. Now, the Supreme Sect had begun recruiting Demon Clan disciples, with great results. Each year, around 10,000 shape-shifting demons would come to apprentice. The main character in Journey to the West being a demon had made the entire demon community more favorable towards the Supreme Sect. Arriving at the surroundings of the Heavenly Repair platform, the Blood Prison Great Saint halted. He heard people around talking. Have you read Journey to the West? The book collection hall put up another batch yesterday, and I managed to get a copy. Then lend it to me. I read an unofficial version that doesn't contain Pan's handwriting. Recently, more and more people have been challenging the heaven-cutting axe. They say that whoever can lift the heaven-cutting axe can secure the top spot in the first Under Heaven's Cultivation level tournament. You're joking. Even the champion can't possibly lift the heaven-cutting axe. Some were talking about Journey to the West,
some about Sword Venerable Fudao, but most were discussing the first Under Heaven's cultivation level tournament. Guan silently counted down. After a while, he thought to himself, here it comes. A dominating aura enveloped the heavenly repair platform, followed by a loud voice that echoed throughout the city. I am the foremost cultivator of Lingxia, Qiao Dai. All of you move aside. I want to challenge the heaven-cutting axe. Boom. The entire city trembled. Everyone looked towards the sky above the heavenly repair platform and saw a majestic figure floating in the air. It was a man in a yellow robe, wearing a golden crown and a python belt, with an aura like a swirling dragon around him. Guan cast a lifespan detection spell on him. Qiao Dai, Mahayana Realm 9th Layer 898/8900/8900. An extreme lifespan of 8,900 years. Among Nirvana dead, he was second only to An Hao in the Blood Prison Great Saint, even surpassing Shen Tianyi. Guan could feel that this person contained chi blood beyond the Mahayana realm. Of course, it was only beyond. Reaching the Nirvana realm was impossible. The weakest in the Nirvana realm was stronger than the strongest in the Mahayana realm. This was the barrier between the mortal and the immortal. People around the heaven-cutting axe gave way, and Qiao Dai descended. Many were discussing where Lingxia was. Guan knew about Lingxia. It was the dynasty in the far north of the continent, created by the Seven Stars Spirit Realm. Everyone in that dynasty was a descendant of the Seven Stars Spirit Realm cultivators. But the territories of the three dynasties hadn't interacted with Lingxia yet. Zhua Yijian stood beside the heaven-cutting axe, eyeing Qiao Dai. Qiao Dai exuded an emperor's aura, and with each step, a dragon's roar accompanied him, which made Zhua Yijian secretly marvel. When he reached the heaven-cutting axe, Qiao Dai didn't try to lift it immediately. Instead, he looked at Zhua Yijian and said, "Move away, so you don't get hurt." "You!" Zhua Yijian was instantly infuriated, crumpling the journey to the west in his hand. An elder in the unification realm appeared out of thin air and said, "Listen to him, everyone back off." Upon hearing this, Zhua Yijian reluctantly retreated. The cultivators meditating around the righteous words also got up, including Di Xie. Ji Hantian appeared among the crowd, watching Qiao Dai with solemn eyes. The Ji family had close ties with the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, and he had met Qiao Dai in the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. At that time he was still young, and Qiao Dai was already the most famous genius in the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. Though most of the Ji family had joined the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, Ji Hantian had a strong aversion to it, which made him dislike Qiao Dai. He couldn't help but say, "Without immortal path cultivation, don't dream of challenging."